Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and our go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy, and man makes them happy because man makes them sorry. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman. And we're joined with the other host, Lady Che. She's in the background. Say hi to the people, Lady Che. And on this, we should be joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience at Hands as well. And on this season 5, episode 42, part 3 or part 3 of the Frontline Blacc News, continuation of the Frontline Blacc News, we'll be discussing this topic we didn't get to in part 3. And that is tough talking Governor Wes Moore is getting karma for vetoing reparations. Illegal immigrant did this to a FBA teen. Ben Shapiro dictates reparation limits on the Breakfast Club. Illegal migrant busted smuggling guns. LA mayor tied to Chinese donors. Sanctuary City mayor freaks out after Trump's Supreme Court victory on ICE raids and deportations. What Jubilee gets wrong about Black America. Amanda Seals on Surrounded. Trump orders TV stations to censor booze. Media control and free speech debate. ICE blocks Cartel Caravan, hauls army of illegals back to Mexico. Our unhoused neighbor news, and our illegal migrant news, and some local Denver news. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Lady Che's The Revolutionary Agenda, which will be going on right after Frontline Blacc News. Jay Militant, who's live right now, his channel is also in the description, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Kool Keezy, who does our intro track, his link is also in the description. And the Church of Black Power, brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, his link is also in the description. Also in the description is the petition for reparations. Please sign it, FBA Black Family. Also, the GoFundMe that Lady Che has set up is also in the description. And then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And that's from the great Neely Fuller Jr., who just transitioned in February, ProduceJustice.com. And then when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by the great Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation. Dr. Francis Crest Wilson. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Blacc News. So I'm going to hop right into it with tough talking Governor Wes Moore is getting karma for vetoing reparations in Maryland. So our sister Vicky Diller, who's out here in Colorado, is going to give us an update on that. And I see Crow in here, Mac 285. Who else is in? And Daniel. Salute to all 3 of y'all.
Peace, family. My name is Vicky Diller. Thank you so much for tuning in to African Diaspora News channel. We're so pleased that you're with us today. Be sure to give us a big thumbs up, and share the broadcast. When you do that, it helps to generate notifications for other folks. And how many of you all know that's so very important? Because a lot of folks don't even know that we're here. Sometimes they are not receiving notification. And how many of you all know we speak for things that matter to you. And how many of you all know that sometimes the powers that shouldn't be don't want our voices to get out there. So when you do that, you help us. Thank you so much, family. Now, I want to say this about the Black governor out there in Maryland. Yes, confused. You're still really, really, really slow to the fact that just because somebody is Black does not mean that they're going to make sure that we get reparations or any economic tangibles. Why?
I said, well, I want to work with you too someday, but first you got to clean up your crime because I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole.
Using similar messaging he has throughout his media blitz, more responded on CNN.
And the problem is we are seeing a lack of seriousness from the President of the United States to a very serious situation. And that's why I invited him to come be educated, to come learn, so he doesn't have to spout nonsense from the Oval Office and things that are just blatantly not true about what is actually happening and the work that's happening, coordination to make people feel safer in their neighborhoods.
Meanwhile, back it's other
Only thing I say,
did you see there where Trump has not only taken Chicago, he's invaded Washington, D.C., he threatens to invade Baltimore, Maryland, among other places. Trump is putting a very specific focus on using the military to cause warfare in the streets. Now, you heard that clip there of brothers that were actually on the street, and you saw a brief clip of how, and he talked about the fact that the governor who's doing this tough talk related to military invasion, which I'm against Trump doing that, because Trump is using legitimate issues for a secret and devilish agenda he has. That's why I can't go with that with Trump. And that's why some of you, the one or two of you all that exist out there that's talking about, yeah, bring in the military, you have acted like you lost your mind. That's not intelligent right there. Now, I'm bringing this up to say this Governor Westmore is getting karma, because what took place just a couple of months ago? Look at this headline from AP News. What does the headline say? I covered it right here. Maryland Governor Westmore vetoes slavery reparations studies, citing a need for, quote, the work itself. Maryland Governor Westmore announced Friday that he would veto a measure to create a commission to study potential slavery reparations in the state, saying that while it was a difficult decision, the issue already had been studied, and now is the time to, quote, focus on the work itself. Moore, a Democrat who is the state's first Black governor and the only Black governor currently serving, quote, but in light of the many important studies that have been taking place on the issue over the nearly 3 decades, now is the time to focus on the work itself, narrowing the racial wealth gap, expanding home ownership, uplifting entrepreneurs of color, and closing the foundational disparities that lead to inequality, from food insecurity to education. Moore wrote, this devil is a devil, is a devil, is a devil, is a devil. And while he gave a strong, tough talking response to Trump by saying that because he was in the military, he's actually served. Coming from Vicky Dillard, they are a type of soldier that have served. And there is a type of violence, a type of warfare that makes physical violence persist. And that is the lack of economic sources that belong to us rightfully. Every study shows, not just among Black Americans, but all folks in the United States, of all groups, that what causes violence and criminality or breaking has anything to disparities. So Mr. Tough talking, former serving military man, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say when just a couple of months ago you turned around and vetoed Black reparations. Real tough, the one issue, and with a straight face, real smooth, like, tell us, forget you for reparations. This is the danger of having folk like him in place that are not held accountable for his actions, or shall we say inactions. You are causing poverty and other issues, and you're giving Donald Trump an evil reason to invade your place, because some of you all don't understand it's not just laws that you're violating in the United States. There's a moral law you're violating. And sometimes when the powers that shouldn't be come for some of you all that are in powerful positions, like Governor Westmore, it's actually because you're in Gavelon Spirit, and why he's looking. It is September 15th is my personal webinar. You don't want to miss it. It's private, it's offline. Go to my website to learn more at VickiPlanet.com. That's VICKI planet.com.
All right, shout out to Sister Vicky Dillard for that awesome update. Yeah, to hell with that tether, Westmore. This like she said, this is definitely karma for him vetoing the bill for reparations in Maryland. So if the dump bring the National Guard to Maryland and Baltimore, Westmore subscribe. Yeah, so if the dump brings the National Guard to Maryland, so be it. You stood against reparations, Westmore, and it's still the legislature out there can overturn this veto. So I hope they do. I wish Michael was here because he could provide more information about that. But since Michael's not here right now, I'm gonna move on to the next topic, and that is FBA teen killed by a migrant. So Tariq gonna give us an update on that. I did cover this extensively last night, but I wasn't able to give my commentary. So let's see what Tariq has to say on it. Hey, yo, like and subscribe.
Mr. Mamando in the building.
What up, everybody? It's me, Crispy. Rolly the Blu-ray bird. Hey, what? All jokes aside, what's going on, man?
What's up, brother? How you doing, fam? You good?
I'm doing all right, brother. I'm doing all right. First off, on my lineage, I'm half Kenyan, half FBA.
Okay.
So yeah, I saw you posted about the young lady that was she was killed by that illegal.
Yeah.
In Prince George's County. Prince George's County once was the richest majority Black county, but it's not no more because of all the immigrants that have come in.
Yeah.
So now it's neighboring Charles County, and yeah, man. a lot of the immigrants, a lot of them have been committing a lot of crime, despite a lot of the shit that people like Barrister and them talk and all that. Man, it's wild. I had a friend here who was an attorney. He was set up and killed by I think they were from like Sierra Leone and the Congo. And these people, they were like college graduates and all that set him up and killed him. So yeah, man, a lot of that's going on here in PG County.
Wow, man. And thanks for reminding me of that story, brother. Yeah, for those who don't know, it was a 19-year-old black girl, man. Her name was Dakar Thompson. And somehow this illegal immigrant, this dude, Hugo Hernandez Mendez, um, got her and killed her and dumped her somewhere. And a lot of people are feeling a certain way about that. This dude shouldn't even been over here, you know? And, people are really looking at this immigration thing. That's why black people ain't really on that no more. We ain't sitting up here letting the Democrats tell us that there's this big minority coalition. Because we keep seeing little stuff like this, these weird dudes coming over, killing sisters and all that shit. No, we're cool. We're cool in the gang on that, man. And you know what? Let's get deep. Can we get deep for a minute just to talk about safety in the community? A lot of us talk about how back in the day we used to be outside back in the day. Back in the 70s and 80s, we were outside. Y'all know some of us who grew up in the 70s and 80s, we were outside heavy. We were majorly outside. Now, not so much. It's a whole different vibe now. When y'all remember when we were small kids, a lot of times we'd be at the crib by ourselves. Sometimes we'd be walking to school by ourselves. Me and the little homies, we'd be 8, 9 years old, walking to school. Yeah. This day and age, hell no. I don't let my kids go outside the front damn yard by themselves. It's a whole different vibe now. My oldest daughter, I'd never let her go out by herself. Yeah, it's a whole different vibe now. When we were growing up, we would. I'd be 7, 8 years old. I'd stay at the house by myself. I'd be at the crib making fucking pancakes and grits and cream of wheat by myself, and I'd be at the crib chilling. We hang out all in the neighborhood. We walk over to somebody else's neighborhood. We were out damn side. And we got to understand, see, at that time, there was a lower awareness of the risk. See, a lot of those days, everybody knew each other to a certain degree. The community generally knew each other, and there was somewhat of a code. In those days, 70s, early 80s, we didn't have a lot of foreign entities in the community. We didn't. So everybody kind of knew each other. So that's why there was a sense of safety to a certain degree. Anybody came, your mama, where your family from? Who's your mama? Everybody would, like my mom today. My mom knew everybody in the damn neighborhood. Even now, my mom always hit me up talking about somebody, grandma done died. Every week, my mom just keeps track of. She still keep track of all the people that we grew up with. But there was no concept of stranger danger yet, because we knew everybody. Now, child independence was normalized also. See, back then they wanted to, the parents were a little tougher. They were like, yeah, you're gonna learn this shit the hard way. The parents, it was like hands-on. It wasn't, we're not gonna coddle you. Yeah. When I'm at work, I left some meat out, fry the meat, boil the chicken or whatever, and then cook this and cook that. So we had to, we had to step the hell up. Yeah, I used to cook. Yes, I did, Lexi. My lady talking about I know how to cook. But yeah, us, y'all know girls. Y'all know back in the day, y'all girls grew up in the 70s and 80s. Your little 8-year-old ass was up there in the kitchen frying bacon and shit. You had to get in that kitchen and cook for your siblings at 9. You know? Your parents made you responsible. We were responsible as hell. Yeah. So it was a tough thing. If we had some beefs in the streets, no, don't run your ass in the house. Get out there and knuckle up with his ass. Get your ass out there and fight that nigga. He's too big. Get a stick and hit that nigga then if he's too big. But you're gonna get out here and handle yours. So yeah, those days it was about, hey, you better take responsibility. You're gonna grow up. You're gonna learn the hard way. It was teaching responsibility and toughness. Now it's really the culture emphasizes protection and oversight, which is fine, which is understandable because it's some different shit out here now. You understand? You got foreigners, people you don't know. I'm telling you, the foreign entity, these people you don't know, that has created a whole different thing. You don't know who these people are. You can't knuckle up with some of these folks. You don't know where the hell they're from. They pull out something and shoot up the whole neighborhood. It wasn't like that back in the day. Like one of my best friends growing up was a nigga I used to fight. We became best friends. You think? That's how it was back then. Y'all squabble and then shake hands and then y'all kicking and riding bikes and racing with each other the next day. So it was that type of thing. Now you don't know what tethered and slithered up in the damn neighborhood. You fight with this nigga and he pull out some Ebola bushmeat and throw it at your ass. He take this nigga, and you don't know what you got. Yeah, it's different. Okay? And understand something. Do y'all know, like in the 70s, there was a lot of crime in the 70s still. There was still a lot of crime. The crime rates were kind of higher in a lot of urban areas during the 70s and 80s. It was really higher than today. But the thing is the there wasn't 24-hour reporting on it. By the 90s, they started to just go overboard with showing crime stats and TV shows like Cops and all. They just went overboard with just showing crime, 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 crime. You had a bunch of real reality crime shows. So they just started to overemphasize the crimes in the media. So that changed a lot of people's disposition as far as letting kids out and walking around and letting kids be out and about. And also laws changed too, because now you have child protective services. So yeah, you leave kids at home by themselves. You got these neglect laws, and parents, they start facing consequences for leaving young kids alone, even briefly. Hell, you can't even leave kids in a car too damn long. You know? And then that can be a crime. So yeah, a lot of stuff has changed as far as that. And another thing too, um, that whole stranger danger thing started popping up in the 80s. In the 80s, starting in the early 80s, there were situations where children were being targeted. You start having these serial killers run around. In the white community, you had that case with Adam Walsh, where this white kid, I think he was at a mall or something, and somebody kidnapped him, and then his severed head. They never found his body. It was a horrible, horrible ass thing. And his dad, what's his dad's name? Is it Matt Walsh, something like that? He, started the whole Crime Stoppers thing, and so that was a thing that kind of shocked the nation. And in Black society, the thing that kind of made us a little cautious, made our parents say, hey, y'all got to start watching out for what's going on out here. What really kind of shifted our consciousness as far as just being out and about. Y'all remember the Atlanta child murders? Yeah, y'all remember that? How many of you guys old enough to remember that? That was a major thing in the Black community, early 80s. That was a major thing that had us on alert. Those Atlanta child murders, it was like dozens of black kids and black youths were
Thank you, Time.
being killed in Atlanta.
We go out our way to make sure our viewers learn something.
The fall guy was that Williams dude, Willie Williams, whatever his name is. A lot of people believe he was the fall guy. Many people still believe that he wasn't really the one doing it. There were rumors, and even today there's still rumors about it was some white supremacist shit. The Klan were involved with the police. It was there's still rumors about that to this day.
I barely remember that, but yeah.
There's still a lot of rumors about those Atlanta child murders to this day, because even when the Willie Williams dude went to jail, some of the murders were still happening. A lot of folks don't know that. So yeah, they just picked the fall guy. So that kind of changed our consciousness to a certain degree, and what really,
the guardian angel, and after the black,
changed the consciousness where we couldn't really be outside like we started, the crack thing. When crack started to hit, we couldn't kick it like we used to, because then you got crackheads running around, and things change. And then you had these people coming into the communities really in the mid 80s, going into the 90s, because we started getting a big influx of immigrants around the country rather. And you got these people that didn't nobody know. So you got somebody living down the street, and they got that stay away from the Akata, stay away from the Yank mindset. So you don't know his family, you don't know this kid, you don't know his family. So there started to be cultural disconnects going on. So there was a decline of these tight-knit communities. Whereas, when it was all FBAs, my homeboy's mom would say, "Hey, Flex, go into the crib. It's 6 o'clock, baby. Go into your house. It's about to get dark out here." It was that. We all look out for each other. Hey, baby, it's late. You need to go on home before it gets dark. It was that type of thing. Everybody looked out for each other. But then you get these weird foreign families that didn't nobody know, and like, "Get off my yard, nigga. Get off my lawn." You don't know them. You ain't clicked in with them. You don't know the kid. So it was a whole disconnect thing, and it started to get more and more disconnected. And then we got, we started getting little bitch niggas like Revenue, people like him moving into the neighborhood, little old musty fuck niggas that nobody wanted to kick it with. And then them niggas start stealing. So you come home, and then Revenue and snuck in your house and stole your VCR. So,
oh my God, no,
it was a whole different thing. It's a whole different vibe. All right, you come in the house and it smells like must and jerk chicken, and Revenue's fingerprints all on shit. So yeah, it was a whole different vibe. So yeah, the game changed. It was a game changer. All right. All right, strangely, let's get strangely in here. Strange.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
I'm good, Tariq. Going back to the sister that was killed in Maryland, the crazy thing about it, like, this has happened in Texas too. A 7-year-old got killed by an illegal. Some illegals on a jet ski killed a black National Guardsman. And every time we get killed, you never see Crockett coming out explaining, and all these Democrats, they never talk. Like this. Every time it's about Trump, even on your timeline with your comments, I did not see one anti-Trump Democrat in your comments. Like I said, they always silent when the FBA gets killed by an illegal. And I was also, it's like, they're like, oh, Democrats and Republicans are right, both trash if they are, but at least the Republican media has posted about the girl in Maryland. I've seen not one Democrat. Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely true. They get real silent about that stuff. And these illegal immigrants, have y'all seen got these immigrants coming over here with these bogus ass trucking licenses? They don't know how to drive a damn truck to save their lives.
Jesus.
And they're doing U-turns on the freeway, just killing people all willy damn nilly. There's a couple of situations like that. They clearly got some kind of scam ass permit or some kind of certificate, and they don't know what the hell they're doing. They're doing some stupid ass shit. Yeah, it was a couple of situations where these dudes and killed a whole bunch of people in traffic. It's weird, man. So the Democrats, boy, they're trying to act silent and they're trying to be selective with what they report on. JD Elliott, what's happening? JD? All right, JD ain't saying nothing. Let's get Yashar. Yashar in the building. Mr. Yashar. Go ahead, Yashar.
Yeah, we had them on.
Hey, Tariq, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you
okay. Hold on. Let me
get your earphones out, please. Yeah.
That's right, Tommy. That's all we should be worried about.
Yeah, so we can hear you a little bit better.
Yeah.
All right, can you hear me now?
Much better, much better. What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, Derek said, can you back up on 38 for him?
Okay, man, my bad, Tariq. I'm right here working, man. Let me move this truck. I gotta. I'll get back.
I'll have you call.
All right.
We have your brother out here working. His supervisor yelling at him, "Hey! They need to move that truck on back there. Backing on up. We need to get all these Walmart product in there. Backing on up here. Open that door and go by the docks." And he's getting reprimanded by a supervisor. So yeah, y'all, you're on the job. Chill out. JD, what's okay?
Hey, how you doing, Tariq? I was just, I was just wondering, have you ever done a segment on the link between the psychotropic drugs and these mass shootings? Because starting from Columbine up to today, going backwards, we never had these shootings before.
Yeah. Yeah, these mass shootings really started in the 70s.
Yeah,
that started in the 70s. Go ahead.
Columbine was like one of the first school shootings.
Jay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Now, what were you saying?
Oh, I was from Andrea Yates, the mother that drowned her 5 kids. She was on psychotropic drugs. I mean, all of these people that are going crazy. That is the solid link, and haven't heard not one single person talk about the pharmaceutical industry, the all the drugs that on the commercials. The side effect says suicidal tendencies. How is that not the link? Every last one of those psychotropic drugs that you see.
Yeah, in that trans dude who just shot up that school, was he on something?
Yes.
What was he on?
On psychotropic drugs.
Wow.
Every last one of those trans.
Oh yeah, he was on like some hormonal drugs or something, right?
Yes. We got the cross-sex hormones, the psychotropic drugs. These people that are the trans that are saying that we're gonna kill ourselves. They're actually doing it on society. They're taking it out on society if we don't give them their drugs.
Yeah, it's deep, man. Wait, let me touch on that because these mass shootings really started in major secession around 70. I want to say 79 and late 70s. Was a girl out here who shot up a school that was across the street from her house down in San Diego.
Oh yeah,
this little white girl. She shot up a school.
And they took her.
Like, why the hell you do that? She was like, "Well, I did it because I hate Mondays." And then some white rock group made a song about I hate Mondays. And they took this white girl to Burger King. A lot of folks don't know. Y'all look that up. Just like they did with Dylan Roof. Before they took her to jail, they took her to Burger King.
Yeah,
there's some real weird shit going on with these white supremacists and law enforcement and coddling these killers. But a lot of it does have a lot to do with in the 70s. There were a lot of psychotropic drugs put out there that was coming out of the 60s, but the 70s, you had all of these new psychotropic drugs that were introduced to the public. And then they made gun accessibility easier. And a lot of these folks realized they can get some media attention by doing this stuff. And but a lot of these drugs, that does have a lot to do with this stuff. That has a lot to do with it.
Unless you pick them up.
Let me see. Let's get my brother Mav in here. Brother Maverick, the Maverick approach in the building. Brother Mav.
Brother, how you feeling?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, I wanted to touch on that real quick and how you were saying with the shooters with mental issues, and they've been doing shootings for a while.
In the
So
80s, there was no
they
case
actually been testing on people
all the
since
kids were running away.
the 60s. So the CIA, if you look up Operation Midnight Climax, and what they did was the CIA would literally hire hookers and then create these safe houses all around the U.S. And then what happens is they'll coerce men into these safe houses, and then they drug them with LSD to see the effects of LSD.
In the building.
Yeah.
So they did all kind of stuff like that for years. So we're seeing all these people now starting to flip out, in the 60s, 70s, 80s. These are a lot of the effects that, they've been testing on people for a long time. And another funny thing, too, with these mass shooters, don't you notice, besides them being trans, their hair colors are always some weird color?
Yeah.
Hi, Khalifa.
Yeah.
So I noticed that, too. So that could be a part of, like, whatever mental connection that is, too. Because, like, the guy who shot up, remember Batman Begins? I think that was in Colorado.
Yeah.
Yep.
His hair was like orange, purple.
Yeah,
Last shooter, same thing. I remember one kid shot up at school. I believe that was last year. His hair was a weird color. So I find that pretty odd how all these people are either trans and or have that hair color.
Yeah, it's deep, man. It's real deep, brother. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, they're definitely putting shit in the
But yeah, a lot of these folks, man, they realize they can get a lot of attention doing this. They can be significant because they have these 24-hour news cycles that started in the 70s and 80s. And they realize that these news agencies will give nonstop coverage to these shootings. So they're like, well, shit, I can be significant if I go out here and blow somebody off. Yeah.
Well, you're obviously.
But it's some deep stuff, man. All right, let's get
how the kids
let me see. We got a lot of folks in here.
That was unheard of.
Shout out to everybody in here, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to everybody in here. Let's get political.
Yeah.
Hood. Political hood. What's up, political hood in the building?
Political hood.
Political hood.
Oh, Mr. Dodd.
What's up,
brother?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Now, my comment to the last person that called and the caller before that may be true with these drugs, yes. But I don't understand, why is it just white men that's doing it? It's not like it ain't no women that's on these psychotic drugs. It's not like it's Hispanics on these psychotic drugs. It's not like it's Black Americans on these psychotic drugs. Why is it just them? See, that's just an excuse. The drug says cause suicidal tendencies. They're not committing suicide.
No, they're committing
suicide. They're killing people.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that whites got an excuse now to say, oh, look, this is psychotic drugs. It was never me. It was never my upbringing. It was never how my father treated me. It was never none of that. It was the psychotic drugs. Absolutely not. Yeah, it might be a quote unquote link, but what about your upbringing as well?
You know what, brother? And that's some very good points right there. And a very good point. I'm glad you brought that up because look, we don't, Black people, if we shoot somebody, it's usually over some damn street beef. It's not, I'm about to pull up to a damn daycare center or a Christian school and just start busting on kids. We don't do that type of shit.
Right.
So it's also, we can talk about the psychotropic drugs and all of that stuff, but also there's a cultural entitlement there. You see, the white supremacy, because usually, you notice another thing, because my brother Maverick brought up, they be having these weird hair colors, but one thing we almost always see with these shooters, the common denominator, and damn near all of them, they be having some type of white supremacist ideology.
Mm-hmm.
Just like this trans shooter, he was on some white supremacist shit. You understand? Every time they go shoot up something, they have a manifesto. It's all the black people are hating the blacks and the goddamn Jews, and oh, the white women are sucking black cock. It's always some weird white supremacist shit. And these white supremacist males, they've held this structural dominance in American society. And when that perceived entitlement feels threatened, if it's job loss, some type of social rejection, changing of demographics, they start reacting violently because there's like a perceived loss of power, loss of status. Yeah. They feel like they're owed respect, they're owed power, they're owed privilege. Then they start lashing out when they're denied. And also with the white supremacist males, there's a lone wolf mythology. See, the white supremacist males, they're culturally conditioned to see themselves as rugged individuals or anti-heroes. You know, from the Western movies, from action films, they see themselves as the Joker. You know, you're an anti-hero. You're like the Joker is damn near more positive than Batman.
Yeah,
because the white males can relate to that. The evil, chaotic genius, so to speak, who's just wreaking havoc and coming up with creative ways to wreak havoc as a way to control the environment around them. And even other movies like the Charles Bronson's Death Wish movies, these anti-heroes, you're a vigilante. They got this, the white supremacist males, they got this idea of fighting back or going out with a bang. So that's heavily romanticized in a lot of the media they consume. So that's why they relate to some of these old characters like the Travis Bickle and Taxi Driver and the Joker and Rambo and all this stuff. The disaffected white male loner who resorts to violence. And also the thing is, let's be real. With the white supremacist male, they have unlimited access to firearms. That's the thing. These dudes be crazy as cat shit. Crazy as a Bessie bug, as my grandmother used to say. But they can get access legally. They're not getting like, black folks on the street. We got to get shit with the serial number scratched off, the whole shebang. They get legal access to firearms like it's candy. Yeah? These white males, the white supremacist suspects in these suburban areas, these rural areas, whatever, they have greater access to legal guns.
In the media,
family, gun culture, proximity to firearm retailers. So the white supremacist male, they are the most armed demographic in the country.
The gun has always been the dominant.
Black folks, you try to get you a little 22 pistol, boy, they got you on an FBI watch list.
That's how Denzel was in training.
And then you might get denied.
Everybody wants the bad guy to live.
They got some gun shops where they got some kind of loophole where the gun shop owner, especially the white ones, which most of them are white, there's some kind of loophole where they can allow you to get the gun under their discretion. And a lot of times, if you black, they don't let you do it. I remember black people in St. Louis during the Mike Brown situation where black people were trying to get guns and white store owners refused to sell black people guns. I want y'all to go look that up. When black people were trying to arm themselves, white gun store owners were like, no, I'm going to use my discretion I have a legal right based on this law and this loophole where I can deny the gun under my own discretion. So they were doing a lot of that, and that's another thing. See, with law enforcement, they they ignore all the red flags. It's another thing you notice with these white supremacist male shooters. When they go shoot up something, they're already in the FBI's database. There's already something about their asses that had prompted some kind of investigation, but they just don't do anything about them. You know, it's always, yeah, we came and investigated him one time and we saw that there was not a real big issue.
Yeah,
And
we
then he shot up
investigate
100 people.
ourselves.
Yeah.
Just like they do when they invest.
So yeah, they always do that shit.
They find that
These
they did nothing
people,
wrong.
you know, they got a whole
Great
cache
soldier.
of guns somewhere in their basement. They got all of these crazy signs of being antisocial, and it gets ignored and dismissed, and they make excuses for it because they're so busy putting the damn National Guard. You got the National Guard running around black neighborhoods in DC, harassing innocent ass people. And those National Guard should be in the basement of these damn white supremacists who got a whole damn brigade of guns stockpiled up.
And nobody wanted those to die, including all the women.
There's also an online radicalization in these white spaces. You got whole websites where all these dudes do is sit up and radicalize each other.
When it doesn't work out,
they got all of these white supremacist forums. It's not hard to find out where a white supremacist is radicalized. It's the same websites, the same message boards, Stormfront, 4chan, all of them. They sit on here yelling about Negroes all day and the Jews and all this stuff and the white women banging Negroes and they sit here radicalizing each other. It was a white man who was just arrested. He was talking about he put up a comment on YouTube under a YouTube channel. They arrested his dumb ass. He was talking about shooting and burning black children. So yeah, they decided to do something and preemptively get him early.
From New York Times best-selling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As one of the most influential voices for Black Americans today, Nasheed exposes the tactics used to manipulate, subjugate, and control Black communities. In this powerful read, Tariq Nasheed equips you with the knowledge to resist injustice and reclaim your narrative. Don't miss out on the book that's redefining the game. Foundational Black American Race Baiter, available now at official FBA.com. Get your copy today.
Yeah, I've already got my copy. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on a legal immigrant who did this to an FBA team?
I should be sent out of the country.
From what I understand, he had violated his temporary citizenship like 8 times.
Yeah, he needs to be locked up.
You know, why aren't the Democrats saying nothing about this?
Because they don't want to be wrong. They don't want to answer for that shit. They open the door.
Yep, I concur. So, suspected, not even suspected no more. White supremacist Ben Shapiro has the audacity to dictate our reparation limits on the Breakfast Club, otherwise known as the Breakfast Slubs. Shout out to Professor Black too. So our sister Vicky Dillard is going to give us an update on that. And RIP to the sister that lost her life due to that illegal immigrant that should have never been here in the first place.
Don't just watch, join the movement. Download the app now and stay connected to the news that matters.
Yep, that's right. And that's
Peace, family. My name is Vicky Dillon for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. As you come in, be sure to come in, giving us a big thumbs up, and share the broadcast. That way others will know that you're here. And for that, we say thank you so very much, family. Boy, do we have a doozy today. As I like to say here, I won't be long, but I will be strong. Let me tell you something. This notion of reparations is bigger than just the idea of the proper distribution and transfer of money. Anybody, in my opinion, that is reticent to jump on the bandwagon to ensure that foundational Black Americans, that's that group of Black folks that's responsible for the building, the creation, and the prosperity of these United States, its founding and its standing. See, the oppressor did not have the wherewithal. They did not have the mental bandwidth, physical bandwidth, intellectual bandwidth in existence in the world. So they stole our resources and they stole us to make that happen.
Girls are taking over. Sister Vicky Dillon.
You must pay for that.
Put the check on code.
Now, I'm going to show you a clip here because I want you to show you, even in recent times, with some of the most interesting and really some of the most extreme voices and individuals on the social spectrum, the media spectrum, political spectrums, about why they're talking about the very things that some of your Black leadership aren't. We, who are part of alternative Black media, we talk about it, we've been talking about it, and we continue to talk about it. Now, for me, I am first and foremost a spiritual. That is to say, I understand that everything you see came from everything that you can't see. I don't care about your religious persuasion. It don't matter if you believe exactly how I believe or not. That doesn't stop what I just said from being true. And you don't have to be religious or spiritual to agree with what I just said right there. Your modern quantum physicists, your modern scientists acknowledge what the ancient spiritualists, practitioners, mystics, philosophers, scientists, and others have always known. And that is what I just said. Everything you see came from everything you can't see. You know this is true just by dealing with a bee. There is a such thing as a visible spectrum. Because you can't see on the full visual spectrum doesn't mean something doesn't exist. Why did I say bee? How many of y'all know that when the bees are doing their business, pollinating and so forth, they use ultraviolet? Yep. You can't see ultraviolet, but you know that buzzing around that they're doing. You know the benefits that they are to the planet has something to do with what with their ability to engage with plant life, with the entire environment. And even though they can see ultraviolet, you can't, but you know it's something to it just by observing them. I'm using that small analogy to make a larger point, that there's a whole lot of stuff that's going on in dimensions you can't see. And we're not going to sit here and wait thousands of years for you to come to the right conclusion. Now keep that in mind with this notion of what I'm talking about with reparations. Reparations is not only a political and a financial issue. It's a spiritual matter. And I made that point about the being things that you can't see because a part of the drama that the United States is unnecessarily dealing with. And the reason why some of her issues continue to exacerbate and she continues to produce enemies from within and without, in large part is connected for your failure and your refusal to do right by us. Yeah. So anybody that's out here that's not understanding why it's important that you cut the check, you are showing that you are a spiritual problem. I'm going to say that. I'm about to say something else. There's a divine unseen court that will allow you to deal with a hell of a lot more than you should be dealing with when you refuse to make right this very old, as some folks even acknowledge, original sin. Now that I've made that very philosophical point, spiritual point, I want you to get ready to watch this clip of Ben Shapiro, a very, very well-known neocon, a very, very well-known pro-Israel voice that goes on the Breakfast Club. He's having a conversation with Charlemagne the God in this instance on the in this clip. They're specifically discussing reparations, and Ben Shapiro, with his funny-looking self, wants to dictate the terms of reparations. Now, how many of y'all know most white folks on either side, Democrat or Republican, or anything in between, including Bernie Sanders, who claims to be an independent? Bernie Sanders is against black folks getting checks for reparations. Y'all know that, right? There's no way you haven't seen my past and recent commentary on him on that. It doesn't matter what the party is, which party it is. None of them are pro. Most of them, the most powerful ones, most of them are not for reparations. We're not talking about speculatively for it, theoretically for it, meaning you agree with it in your head that we should be giving it. You don't see anybody making it a part of their initiatives and their projects to get done. Well, Ben Shapiro is talking to Charlemagne the God, which I have many problems with Charlemagne's funny looking self. And so they're talking about reparations. Most white folks are against reparations, period. But I'm going to explain to you on the other side of this clip why Ben Shapiro is even halfway sort of agreeing to any parts of having, watch this, a conversation. But you can't cash about it. Watch this clip.
Democracy where the best people at any job get ahead. Now, if you're talking about reparations for immediate past wrongs, I think it's a much easier conversation. So I think that if you're in 1968, 1970, and you're talking about what can we do to rectify the problems of Jim Crow and make it right for the people who suffered under Jim Crow, I think that's a really live and interesting conversation, and I think that it's totally worth having. I think that on a sort of public policy level, reparative policies don't tend to be nearly as effective as people want them to be, historically speaking.
And what for Jewish people?
In what way?
Jewish people have received reparations.
You mean Holocaust reparations, for example, from Germany? So I think that first of all, that there was like a gigantic fight actually in Israel over whether Holocaust survivors should accept reparations from Germany, because the idea was that it's allowing them to expiate their sins of the past. They shouldn't be allowed to expiate those sins, and it's allowing them to sort of buy off the history for 50 grand or whatever it is. But that is not the reason why Israel has become successful economically. Like just on a success level, the reality is that cutting people checks rarely makes them more successful from the government. What usually makes people more successful is a determined attempt to become the things that the meritocracy demands of you. Right? So there are no long scale.
Think the U.S. foreign assistance for Israel has helped financially.
Well, I mean, the U.S. foreign assistance for Israel actually is a bargain for the United States because Israel doesn't need the money. I've said this before.
Well,
Israel,
give it to us.
I mean,
we'll take it.
That's fine.
The black community would gladly take it.
That's in it. I
can't speak for everybody.
It's like $3 billion a year. We should point out at this point that we spend, I think, $6 billion a year on our military bases in Japan, $5 billion a year on our military bases in Germany. We spend an awful lot of money that helps an awful lot of other countries. Israel has to spend all of that money, by the way, in the United States on military product. So all of the money that we send to it, we actually don't send money to Israel. We send military product to Israel that is made in the United States. And so it actually is a subsidy to the American defense industry. And there is a deal with Israel where Israel does intelligence sharing and also develops its own tech and can't disseminate it to the world. So for example, the helmets that our F-35 pilots use, those are Israeli developed helmets like that we can see over the horizon, for example. That's because Israel developed technological add-ons. So the idea that this is sort of like a zero sum, the money goes out, we get nothing back, that's actually not true. You make the argument that foreign aid entirely should be zeroed out. I think that is not a particularly useful argument just because sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad. Like I'm by the way, in favor of assistance to Ukraine to prevent Russia from taking over Ukraine. This represents a vanishing portion of our national budget, right? If you're going to talk about like where the actual massive spending is going,
Okay, family, did you hear that madness? I said, family, did you hear that madness right there? Voices like mine are a force to be reckoned with, because I'm going to simplify stuff for you, and I'm not going to let you deliberately and knowingly get lost in the forest. I'm going to snatch you out and say, this is where you are. These conversations are meant to distract and to delay justice. Did you hear what I said right there? We are not even going to spend a disproportionate amount of time on the madness of it all, which all of that was madness. Now, first of all, as a side note, it's madness that Charlemagne, the God, brought him on when he hasn't even brought on voices like Vicky Dillard. Why? Because someone as outrageous historically, I'm talking about his being, your black-looking bootlicks are willing to give them a sit-down before they put on pro-black revolutionary voices like mine. Number two, Charlemagne needs to keep his numbers up, so it's an important part for them to bring these types of voices on. I get that. But Charlemagne is also, while he on the one hand pretends like he's criticizing the Democrat Party, when he's done with the criticizing, he still goes individuals back to the Democrat plantation at the end of the day. And his buddies and guests, like Amanda Seals and Tamika Mallory, will publicly criticize pro-reparations voices and defend the Joe Bidens of all the stuff he's done for black folks, like Tamika did. And Charlemagne will allow himself to be debased by Joe Biden himself when Joe Biden went on the had his interview with Charlemagne a few years ago when Biden said that you ain't black if you don't vote for him. He did that in the face of Charlemagne.
Yep. Charlemagne the Coon.
And Charlemagne had no reasonable pushback to that. Charlemagne and the Breakfast Club support voices like the Amanda Seals, who before this last election came out, Amanda, and said what? She doesn't want to hear nothing about no reparations.
Yeah.
She said, I don't want to hear nothing about Kamala Harris's prosecutorial record, among other things.
I remember Vicky.
So you want us to get riled up about this anti-reparations white man, but you still side with an anti-reparations party and people. You still endorse a Kamala Harris that says she's not going to do anything specifically for black folks, and you lied for her. And every time we call you out on it, you want to be, keep doing cartwheels in La La Land.
Yep, you're right. Israel ain't have to pay for shit. But she said my favorite verse or my favorite saying. So I gotta play the video now.
That. So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit black people. No, because
that is what I want to remind you of, that this is our show. But this show is important because they know that this is a conversation amongst the people. That's why they're trying to commandeer the conversation so that they can delay, misguide, and make you think that they're actually for something to get you tacitly on their side, subconsciously even on their side, and to see one party and one group worse than the other. But at the end of the day, you got to look at the results you were getting.
Right.
Now, why am I bringing it up?
Why, Vicky?
I want to briefly deal with some stuff that this Ben Shapiro said, the obvious parts. He said that he thinks it's more useful to deal with giving us reparations and having a conversation. Don't forget, he's about just conversation about what's happened to us in recent years. if we were to have a conversation about what y'all did to us in recent years, and when I say recent years, I'm talking about from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s on up, baby, we got plenty of receipts.
Plenty.
That would be to the tune of trillions upon trillions of dollars that you owe us.
Yep.
But how dare you twitch your hips on the Breakfast Club to determine the limitations and the terms of reparations that's owed to us? And how dare you sit up there and say
the audacity
that what you believe is more beneficial than government handouts? Let me tell you something, you wild thief. Anybody that will tell you that what they think is going to be more economically good for you related to a legal situation is a very real adversary. Now let me tell y'all something in case you were ever convinced to adopt such a ridiculous notion. That's when I got on Dr. Umar Johnson and other voices long time ago. Anybody that comes out with saying black folks are too sick, we're not smart enough, we ain't ready enough to get all this money out of your mind. What are you trying to say? You're saying that the enslaver, the ones that ate our body parts and crucified us, you said that they're more, it should stay in their hands until we're ready. You see how crazy you look right there? More importantly, let me have you understand something. Reparations is a legal issue as well. That involves not only corporations, but the government of the United States, a corporation of the United States. If, for example, family, right now, God is forbid, you get injured in a car accident. And let's say your car is total and you may have some physical ailments. And let's just say after your assessment, after the assessment of your vehicle, it's found that you're owed about $250,000. And let's just say, right before you got in that car accident, you just experienced a default on your home. So you end up getting evicted out your home. And let's say when it's time for the insurance company to pay you your $250,000 for your physical injuries, because you may be physically impaired, and for the damage to your vehicle so that you can purchase another one. They owe you $250,000, right? That's what they said the assessment is.
Yeah.
But then they start looking at your past, talking about, well, he just lost their house, was evicted. So-and-so just was evicted. So because of the eviction, your past, we're going to ask the courts to deduct $175,000 off of this. You do not get to go do studies and put out wild analysis and commentary on what impact you think is going to have on the economy if you give us, watch this, what you owe us, thief. The thief doesn't tell the person you stole from what to do with what you stole, thief.
Right. Salute, Crow.
It's a legal situation,
bro,
which
Justin?
is to say, if I just with $250,000, I was going to go buy $250,000 worth of dollar store Skittles. Guess what you get to say about it?
And Khalifa wants to be real active right now.
That's good. That's because she hear another Mississippian queen speaking.
At the casino.
Yeah.
If I decided I was going to go start a business and invest some of it, guess what you get to say about it?
Not a damn thing.
Because when you're owed something, you don't get to sit there and determine what impact it's going to have on the economy before you decide to do what's right. Thief!
Right.
And I don't want to hear no black person give any kind of justification for what you think we ought to do with it before the government or corporations or certain individuals and entities cut our check.
Right.
Now, does it make sense to sit down to say, Black folks, to ensure continued prosperity and success, maybe we should pool some of our resources together when we get it so that we can ensure long-term and strategic and intentional economic success. Of course, that makes sense as a secondary and tertiary issue. But the primary issue is you better cut me my check, you wild thief. And I'm saying it with every bit of passion because some of you are out of your minds to say anything other than that. What you owe me is not up for discussion. And you pocket watchers don't get to decide what I do with it. That ain't none of your business.
Right. That's right, Vic.
You are letting the sick, twisted devils off when you sit there and engage in such
if you put up the ice thing.
Every group has benefited from our destruction. And every group better cut the check.
That's right. Every group.
That is the most profound commentary you're going to ever hear at any time about reparations. And don't you ever let yourself get distracted. I don't care what moral voice, legal voice, political voice, media voice has to say about it. You get to say nothing about what I do with my money when you owe me.
Hey, Jay, if I owe you $100, right?
That's a wicked
Here's your $100. Do I get to tell you where you get to go eat, what groceries, or how you spend it?
No.
And you're doing this all at the
No.
same
You want
time.
to eat? If you want to eat,
You're giving your people
Burger King or Five Guys, right? That's on you,
and
right?
Israelis that are not even in that place.
Right.
Israel.
I don't
Y'all
get to tell you, well, you better off spending it
And
on
not just
groceries
Americans,
instead of going out for fast food. I don't get to tell you not to go bowling or skating. That's on you. Spend it on what you want to. I owe it to you. You know what I mean?
And while we,
Right.
Black Americans, were still under Jim Crow, while we were still being crucified on crosses here, while you were still destroying our families and our bodies, while we were still going through the back door and sit at the back of the bus, we donned the uniform and went over there to help free you from your oppression, only for you to twitch your hips
Yeah,
over
I'm
here
on
and
2 different
disrespect us.
channels.
We
5
fought
different channels right now.
We are absolutely uncheckable. And we will not sit there while you spit in our face and continue to get billions of dollars every year from us.
Yeah, hit the like. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Tell us what you may or may not do. But even if we were to take your advice
Exactly, Mac 285.
and deal with recent history, you would still be out of trillions of dollars. One example, if I'm reading from this article here, Obama. This is a White House archives that I went back and got directly from the White House, the government website. This is dated September 14, 2016.
People believe
it says fact sheet, memorandum of understanding reached with Israel. Under President Obama's leadership, the multifaceted cooperation between the U.S. and Israel has reached unprecedented levels. This is particularly true with regard to the security level of Israel. The new 10-year security assistance memorandum of understanding known as the MOU to Israel is the most recent reflection of President Obama's unshakable commitment to their security. It goes on in giving details talking about how the total value of the new MOU, which covers fiscal year 2019 through fiscal year 2028, is $38 billion. 3.8 billion per year.
You know,
it will
like I
succeed
can
the
give you
current
some
30
money. I
billion
can't
MOU
just
signed in
go run for
2007,
office
which will expire at the end of
and
2018.
use this money to
This
run for
amount
office and
represents a
promote
significant
reparations.
increase over the current MOU by every measure and will
But I ain't gonna
enable them to
micromanage how you
acquire
do it.
additional advanced
You get
military
me?
capabilities from the United States. It
But
includes
now,
$33
when we're
billion in
talking
foreign
about money
military
that we're
financing, the
owed for
FMF
work
funds,
that's
y'all,
done, like
and an
you cut my
unprecedented $5
grass or
billion
you painted
commitment
my
in missile
house,
defense
I can't tell you shit
This
to do
funding
with
will be
that money.
distributed.
I paid you for a
Dispersed,
service,
in
and
equal
that
increments,
service got
3.3
paid
billion
for. So
in
whatever you do,
FMF
you could use
and
that
500
money to
million in
work
missile
against me.
defense funding.
I can't control that money
In
because I
practical
paid you for a
terms, the
service.
level of funding specified in the MOU will permit Israel to update the lion's share of its fighter aircraft fleet, including through the acquisition of additional F-35s, increase its missile defense, and acquire other defense capabilities. It goes on talking about the multi-year missile defense commitment of the MOU. It skips talking about, I'm skipping. It talks about the $500 million in annual missile defense funding under the MOU. It talks about further our decision, it says, with Israel to continue 2 anomalies in the defense relationship. Under there's a section called under President Obama to date, they've received a record amount of foreign military finances, which stands for FML. Now, how many of you all know? I read you that from 2000 this MOU from September 14, 2016. That's almost 10 years ago. I'm showing you what that was renewed under Obama. Obama, who came out against reparations for Black Americans. His 2016 agreement with them, as he was walking out the door, that $3.8 billion a year, that's a minimum that we have to spend a year.
Mm-hmm.
And a more recent document from 2014 showed that we gave at least $17 billion from the previous year, from 2024. These are things that we know of that are disclosed. This has nothing to do with our other interrelationships.
Oh, yeah.
This is in addition to the tangibles that we gave white Afghans under the Biden administration. This is in addition to the hundreds of billions of dollars that we gave the Nazi Ukrainians to fight a proxy war against Russia. This is in addition to the money we
trying
let
to get the Rockies on
the
here.
Ukrainians that come here to the United States get from SSI.
Oh, man.
This is in addition to the hundreds of billions of dollars y'all are giving legal and illegal immigrants. As we have nothing to do with the descendants of the Japanese that were interned for a few years here in the United States. That was horrible. That was terrible. But y'all released.
Don't tell me what to do with the money.
Didn't nobody torture y'all? Y'all had to just stay and live over here in the area for a little bit of time. They descendants got checks, thousands of dollars.
Yeah, that is like.
After we helped fight a war and destroy Europe during the Second World War, we engaged in what's known as a Marshall Plan. That's money and resources to rebuild the country that we consider to be an adversary.
Yep.
That means that the United States and the rest of the world had a mindset that, by golly, we helped to destroy our white brothers over there. So we're going to send the best engineers, the best mind, and by golly, we're going to give them all kinds of money to rebuild what we destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
And then they didn't tell you. Read the book, Operation Paperclip.
Yeah.
That your government turned around
and it brought the
and employed a lot of the top minds from Hitler's groups and integrated them into the United States to help with technological advancement in the U.S. military.
Yeah.
Don't you let them play in our face like that.
That's right, Ricky.
And Charlamagne and the Breakfast Club were not intelligent enough to combat with these facts, which is the very reason why they don't bring on voices like mine. But that tells you everything that you need to know about the Black bootleg when they're going to listen to someone as extreme and as devilish as him. But they would keep us at bay. It's up to us to call them out. But more importantly, it's up to us to make sure that you support voices and platforms and apps just like. There's so much more I can say, but I'm about to stop right now. And who knows, I may need to do a part 2 because I wanted to continue something else that was being said. That said, actually, last time we were together. But one of the things I do want to remind you of really quick, when he talks about in recent history, in addition to that being recent history, real quick, there's another report that I gave the team under Obama, about Obama. This report, this article is dated 2013. Yeah. About 12 years ago. Right?
Yeah.
What year is this? Yeah. Listen, this report is from the National Low Income Housing Coalition. Guess what the headline says? Report shows African Americans lost half of their wealth due to the housing crisis and unemployment.
That's because they just steal our houses.
It's based, you all, upon the 2007-2008
run an E-way through it. Don't give us loans to improve the houses.
What a lot of
you
folks don't know,
you sitting there with the same house. You can't get 50 bands to get your house painted and update your basement.
In the African American community, including high rates of foreclosures and failing rates of home ownership. The impacts of these trends for current and future generations, and concludes by advocating and improved policies to address the needs of housing in Black America. The report was commissioned by the National Association of Real Estate Brokers. According to the report, African Americans have lost over half of their wealth since the beginning of the recession. Did y'all hear what I said? homeownerships peaked in 2004, indicating that the housing crisis hit the community earlier than the nation as a whole. Since 2007, however, nearly 8% of African Americans and Latinos have lost their homes to foreclosure compared to 4.5% of non-Hispanic whites at similar income levels. The disparity ratio shows that African Americans are more than 70% more likely to have been foreclosed upon than non-Hispanic whites. There's much more that I can say about that, but I'm gonna stop. Let me tell you what I got to say about this real quick. Before you all sit there and say, well, Obama's hands was tied while he was calling us thugs for protesting torture from police under his administration while he was in office. Obama's administration was calling us thugs. He was building out the real Wall Street thugs. And I ain't got time to get into my story and my fight from many years ago. But I'm going to say this. It is a case to be made based upon belief and information and the receipts that have come out now that the crisis that we experienced in 2007, 2008 was man-made in very large part by a lot of top Wall Street folks. And the main culprit that lost more than anybody else during home ownerships were Black folk. And Obama's issue was that he had a provision to where he could have forced a particular agency under his administration to do housing and home modifications so that most Black folks could keep their homes, and he refused. That did not require him to do nothing else with Congress. That did not require him to do anything else but to use his own.
All he had to do is say, you're cool, niggas, and he didn't even do that.
I should say he decided not to do that for us.
Yep, that's all he had to do. But as we know,
gotta be probably a part of this, because I've only hit up.
You know, it's like if you got your guys, you know, if you got your guys, and all you got to do is say, "Oh, Jesse with me, he cool." Don't whoop his ass. You get me? Just say, all you got to say is he's with me, fine.
Because
he didn't even say that.
When Black folks were locked up, we being locked up.
All you had to do was say, "I'm with you."
Extremely a 10-to-1 ratio.
And he didn't even do that.
Negatively affect us because white folks tend to do cocaine rather than crack. They sniff it rather than smoke.
Look at me, Jesse.
And your legislators and your lawmakers.
Good double.
Did you hit a home run?
It
was a double. I thought it was out of that.
Little time, making sure that you had a 10-to-1 ratio. If you were,
I'm playing as the Texas guys now.
The government flooded our communities with this drug, and that was connected to the Iran-Contra stuff because your government couldn't get the money that they wanted from Congress to do this illegal war. So instead, guess what your government did? Some of its miscreants, they used to raise the money and use Black families to destroying Black families and use the things from that to interrelated stuff. Yep. We don't need to go any further than just that with Ben Shapiro's funny looking self. But let me be clear. We ain't about to have no conversation. It ain't nothing to talk about.
Right.
More on this later. My name is Vicky Diller, beloved. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about it. I'm going to be doing a very, very powerful VIP private webinar this upcoming Monday, September 15th. Go to my website at VickyPlanet.com. That's VICKIPlanet.com to get information on it. I'm going to be discussing the government's new Civil War plans and the real reason why they're making all these threats to invade DC, Chicago, and many others. I can't wait to see you.
Her purple nails was distracting me.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
See, now I got to hit. As soon as she stopped talking, I got to hit. Oh, safe too. First and third, we in there. What you think, Jesse? I need to bunt it now, right? Get my guy home.
Yeah. Yep.
An international weapons ring busted by the FBI right here in Southern California.
That the set a China.
He's not. He shouldn't be speaking on anything. That's a fucking enemy.
Oh, somebody's home. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, but we still home. Why did you take third, bro? Why would you do that? I'm playing against my own city. That's it.
Oh, the Cubs.
Yeah. Now, we got two teams in Chicago, right?
The Cubs and the White Sox.
Yeah. Now the Sox is from the south side. That's black and white.
Yeah.
The north side, the Cubs, that's kind of like Boys Town. You don't want to be over on Boys Town.
Yeah. My grandfather was
But the Cubs, I like their
Yeah, my
team. Like
grandfather
you
was a
catch
Cubs
me in a
fan.
Chicago jersey, it's gonna be an Andre Dawson jersey. The great number 8.
Yeah, he
You know what I
playing
mean?
baseball because Jay Militant said, "What the fuck? Crew playing baseball?"
I play baseball. I was varsity freshman year in high school. I was telling my Al
So
Bundy
did Jay
stories.
Millie.
Oh shit.
Jay
Oh,
Millie
he's
played
safe.
baseball too. Y'all, you and Jay Millie both played baseball.
I'm a left-handed catcher.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm cold. Varsity baseball. Man, back in the day, I was the shit. Like Al Bundy scoring 4 touchdowns in high school type shit.
Damn.
I'm naturally left-handed.
Yeah, Lady Trey's naturally left-handed.
Yeah, she's left-handed and she's an Aries and okay, Lady Trey.
You're both
We
Aries.
get you. You're great like me.
You're both Aries.
We know this, Lady Trey.
Jay Millie said he was a catcher too.
Yeah. See, Jay know, motherfuckers don't want to try second on me if you want to. You going right back to the bench. You better sit there and hug first base. You better hug first base.
You better hope steal nothing.
You better hope your boy hit a home run because that's the only way you advancing bases on me.
Right. Otherwise, you out.
I don't care if the batter dropped third strike or whatever. You're out. You're going to be out.
He said he played left field and center.
See, the catcher will go out there and get it.
Mm-hmm.
See, left field is where they send us when we first start.
Yeah.
You get me? But you still got to catch.
Right.
You're out of there.
All right. So the hell with Ben Shapiro. How dare you try to place limits on our reparations while your damn people are still getting checks? Even though they keep saying Sambo ended that, but I don't believe that. They're still getting goddamn checks. Cool. How those knees, only certain people can play catcher.
Look. You see that catcher right there? He's not on his knees.
Yeah.
Catcher's got strong legs and strong arms.
Right.
And look, somebody is swinging a wooden bat while somebody else is throwing a ball at 100 miles per hour at their face.
Yeah.
And the catcher still does that and makes sure you stay on first base. You don't, you know what I mean?
You don't get to steal nothing.
You don't get to second. If a motherfucker's rounding and coming home, throw me that ball and I'm standing in front of that plate, protecting that plate.
Yep.
You run into me as fast as you can. I got a whole vest on and armor on. Run into me if you want to. I got a whole football shoulder pads and shit. You trying to run into me. I got a whole helmet and a mask on.
Yeah, like the umpire.
Man, look, the catcher be fucking the umpire up.
Yeah.
All the catcher got to do is not catch the ball and the umpire getting fucked up.
Yeah.
All the catcher got to do is, oops, I missed it. And the umpire getting fucked up.
Yeah.
And you know that. What's cracking? Hey, Jay Militant, y'all know that. If y'all play baseball, y'all know the catcher the game don't move without the catcher.
Right. He said the equipment is not
The catcher's the only one that touched the ball every play.
Yeah. It's very true. All right, Lady Che, are you done with your thoughts on punk ass Ben Shapiro?
Pretty much.
All right, so moving along to the illegals. So the illegals been running amok, as you already know. And we're going to LA. And
hey, how's them illegals out there in Colorado?
Shit, they hiding now. They in hiding.
You mean Trinidad Rock was not running around through apartment complexes no more?
They blew that shit up, but they blew that shit way out of proportion. Yeah, they rounded whatever members they had here up. So illegal migrant busted smuggling guns. LA mayor tied to Chinese donors. And that's Karen Bass.
Man, what's cracking? Hey, just getting a catcher's glove is way more than a regular baseball glove.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to get the chest pad, the helmet, the knee pads.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's usually the school pay for that shit.
Yeah, usually.
Or your little local minor league or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Your village, your town or whatever.
Right.
Just like they have the bases sitting there.
Yeah.
Who finna go buy bases? The bases is like $50 each.
Yeah, they're not cheap. All right, so illegal immigrant busted smuggling guns, y'all. An LA mayor tied to Chinese
national accused of stockpiling weapons and military equipment to sell to North Korea. KTLA's Angelique Concaday joins us live from Ontario, where the suspect was taken into custody. Angelique.
Well, Micah and Sandra, I spoke to say that they say that the man was fairly normal, fairly calm. That they say the house behind me that the man lived in was a revolving door, people in and out. But the one thing that remained a constant was this van used to transport all those weapons. Authorities say was going to be used for a surprise attack on South Korea. Tonight, new cell phone footage taken by a neighbor shows the moments FBI raided this Ontario home, and later a man being taken into custody.
The conduct alleged in this complaint is chilling.
One man living inside, the main suspect, 41-year-old Shenghua Wen, a Chinese national who was arrested Tuesday morning and charged with shipping weapons and ammunition to North Korea in exchange for money.
In a search of his home, including a van parked outside of his home, we found over 50,000 rounds of ammunition, which Mr. Wen admitted he was planning to send to North Korea.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, we have to ask ourselves a question that I asked, I think it was sometime last week in a previous video. You have to start asking yourself, to what degree is the cartel actually funding Democratic members of Congress as well as mayors and governors? You got to start asking yourself that question because it just gets really ridiculous when you see how opposed they are to just common sense laws and issues surrounding illegal immigration, right? And particularly ridding the country of those who are considered the worst of the worst, those with criminal records. You have to start asking yourself that question, like, are you guys being paid off? And the same thing has to be said too concerning how many of these DNC congressmen and women are actually being paid off by the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. You have to ask yourself that. Why am I taking it there though? Why the CCP? Well, let's start here. We're going to end with Karen Bass and discuss how it appears the CCP has infiltrated the local governing body of Los Angeles. But I want to start here first. Let me pull this tweet up for you. Look at this here from Eric Daughtry. I believe that's how you pronounce his last name, right? New Congresswoman Ilhan Omar votes against the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act, which cracks down on the CCP for sending deadly fentanyl into the U.S. to kill Americans. Why in the world would you vote against that?
Right.
And she was only one of 4 DNC lunatics that actually voted against that. As placed here on Twitter by Byron Donalds, right? Byron Donalds stated this week the House passed H.R. 747, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act of 2025, with a vote of 407 to 4. This important piece of legislation will hold the Chinese Communist Party and its affiliates accountable for manufacturing and distributing deadly fentanyl coming from China. Let's take a moment to just watch this, clip here that he has placed up, that he has embedded in the tweet, and then we'll carry on and I'll unveil the 4 DNC lunatics that actually voted against this. But I just want to take a moment to play this. It's not long at all, roughly around 50 seconds. So let's get into this clip first.
This is a vote on the motion of the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 747 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 747, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to Chinese producers of synthetic opioids and opioid precursors, to hold Chinese officials accountable for the spread of illicit fentanyl and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
And as you can see there, you have 408, what was that, yays and 4 nays. Who are the 4 DNC lunatics that voted against this? Well, I'll tell you right now. Number 1, many of you guys know this guy here. His name is Robert Garcia. His full name is Robert Garcia Simon, but he doesn't really go by Simon. He just goes by Robert Garcia. He is a congressman out of California. Many of you are familiar with this guy. He's always on, I believe it's MSNBC. He's on MSNBC regularly, just talking foolishness, being Trump deranged. So many of you are familiar with him, and many of you are also familiar with this woman too. She also voted against that act. Delia Ramirez, if I'm saying her name right, Delia Ramirez. Remember, she's a congresswoman out of Illinois who quite literally stated, and I want to repeat that again, she quite literally stated she is more Guatemalan than she is American. She made that statement, and then after making that statement and she was called out on it, she played victim and said, oh, I was just celebrating my American and Guatemalan roots, and when my white counterparts do this, they don't receive this kind of backlash when they celebrate them being Irish American or Ukrainian American, Italian American, which is a lie, right? Because the big difference is, to the degree that you ever hear any congressman make mention of themselves being Italian American or Ukrainian American, if you even ever hear that, they never pledged their allegiance to said country over America like she did. She pledged her allegiance to Guatemala.
Immigrants should not be able to run for office.
I am more
period.
Guatemalan than
You
I
should be
am
3 generations before you run for office.
She didn't backtrack. She just deflected and said, hey, you guys are being racist, right? The other woman who voted against this is, what's her name? Summerlee. Summerlee is
the first thing when you run for office, the first question should be, where's your family from?
With Summerlee. She seems like just kind of one of those, what's the word I'm looking for? Expendable congressmen and women, right? Kind of like Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. They could do without them. They serve a little bit of a purpose, but then again, not really, and they could just get voted out and replaced with some other random Democrat at any moment's notice. So that's pretty much where she's at. Like I said, I don't know anything about her, but she's probably won't even be in Congress anymore once her term is up, right? But then, last but not least, the notorious Ilhan Omar. This woman is notoriously anti-American, so it's not necessarily a surprise that she voted against that act, especially given the fact that she herself is another one, like Delia Ramirez, who has pledged her allegiance to her home nation, you can say, right? She's from Somalia, and she's very much so Somalia first, very much so Somalia first, and not America first. And these are the kind of people that we have sitting in Congress making decisions on behalf of the American people. That's actually quite scary when you really think about it. It's very disturbing that you have these anti-American people making decisions for us in the midst of all of the stuff that we're dealing with. Once again, I want to stick with the, what is it called once again? Excuse me, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act. I want to stick with that for a moment. And what I want to do next is that I want to transition over to this tweet here, right? Let me take a moment to zoom in just a little bit. And it's from Janine Shapiro, I believe I'm saying her last name correctly, is Shapiro. We all know who she is. Janine stated, "You are looking at the largest seizure of precursor chemicals used to manufacture methamphetamine in U.S. history. China was sending over 700,000 pounds on the high seas to the Sinaloa cartel before my office seized them. Because President Trump and Secretary Rubio declared the Sinaloa cartel a foreign terrorist organization, we can now strike faster and hit harder." And of course, obviously, as we've seen, DNC lunatics are opposed to this. Outside of the 4 lunatics that voted against the, Chinese football act, whatever it was called, we also have DNC lunatics that are actually upset at the fact that Trump and his administration went on the offensive against the Sinaloa cartel when they blew one of their drug ships out of the water. Literally, just boom, blew them out of the water. You have JD Vance out here having to answer for this and defend that action, which is completely ridiculous. Meanwhile, you have 700,000 pounds of what is this precursor chemicals to methamphetamine, right? Precursor chemicals to fentanyl that they found, or I should say they stopped from coming into the country in the high seas. This stuff is coming from China. And you're voting against bills that could help put an end to this? These people are crazy. Yeah, they're crazy. Let me play this video from Janine next, and then we're going to move on to Karen Bass out here in Los Angeles.
Hi everyone, I'm Judge Janine, and I am in Houston, Texas, and I am surrounded by 1,300 barrels of precursors that are being used to make methamphetamines. These precursors were seized as a result of work by my office in Washington, D.C., along with Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol. These 1,300 barrels were shipped from Shanghai, China, to Mexico. We intercepted these precursors on the high seas, and now the Sinaloa cartel will not be able to use them to
on the high seas like a pirate.
And the bottom line is this. Whenever there is an effort on the part of foreign terrorist organizations to create drugs that are killing Americans, we will seize them, whether it's on the high seas or whether it's in the country.
We will seize them on the high seas and take them to our own parties.
It's going to take 24 18-wheelers.
I bet you 2 of the barrels got missing in her.
Containers and put them in a secure storage facility. And
You
that's
know
what
they
we're
did.
doing
You
in
already
D.C.
know.
But we're doing it in Houston today.
Tell you they had a party.
And Democrats,
they was like, we seized this shit. Hey, 2 of these barrels. Hey, put them in my trunk.
Scary and sad day when the Democrats get back in the office, because the Trump administration.
Hey, Jay, put 2 of them in my trunk.
Keeping this country safe, preventing drugs from coming into the country, going on the offensive to fight against, the cartels in Mexico, as well as CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. And this is something that Democrats don't take pride in.
Man, even TD straight laced ass, he would have put one in his trunk.
Not keeping us safe. But it starts to make a lot of sense that they do things like
TD
that.
be like, I know some white guys that could
where they
use
get
this.
their money
What
from.
up? I got to pay for my channel.
Next, talking about Karen Bass and those who
All you gotta do is go down to Orange
CCP
County.
that have seemingly, I can't say infiltrated LA city government, but paid their way in. This is what I mean.
Shabaka was talking about,
this article.
you know, Front Line is broke. Well, you ain't broke no more, nigga.
Karen Bass raked in cash from Chinese intel.
You just did a raid, right?
Before appointing
put one in your trunk,
as advisors. Now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to leave the link to this article in the description.
Yeah,
box
Borderlands 3, because Borderlands 4 comes out in maybe a month or 2.
Because we're not going to go through the entire
Or
article.
quicker than that, so I'm playing Borderlands 3 just to get back the feel of it.
Please make it a point to read this for yourself, because
I told you
so detailed concerning
I'll wait till you pause it.
who these folks are, how much money they've donated, and essentially seemingly how this all works as it pertains to being able to pay to play. even as foreign nationals. You can pay to play to get in government here in the United States. Look at this. They have the photos up here. Look.
Pay to play. We've been talking about that for years. What were we gonna say, Crew?
Yeah. I was gonna say about the game Borderlands. Me and Shadra Cursor, Cerulean, and Jay, Black in Japan dude.
Yeah.
Shadra bought us all Borderlands. You get me? Warframe is free, but Shadra bought us all Borderlands when it came out. Like, and it was like a $70-$80 game, and Shadra gave everybody a PlayStation key to Borderlands.
Hey, Amaru. Now Amaru is active.
Yeah, because Amaru here's a king talking.
Yeah.
You know, Khalifa was acting some type of way when she heard Vicky, a queen, talking.
Yeah.
So now Amaru hears me talking, a king, you know, a Mississippian king from Chicago.
Yeah.
So now that cat is going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, big one crazy.
Yeah.
Totally woke her up for no goddamn reason. Every time she goes hide, he goes Pfizer.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the cat or are you talking about you, Lady Che? Because this is the first time I just heard you all night.
No,
so now you totally just woke her up. I think Lady Che is the one that got woke up.
No, she been here. What are you doing, Amaru?
Talking about she a left-handed Aries.
She is.
I am.
Look.
You're going to get slapped with the left hand.
It hurts. That shit hurts.
Look, the left hand, look, we got to compensate for not being right-handed. So our left hand is way stronger than the right hand.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey, look at him. He's like, you just destroyed my homeland.
All right, let me finish the video.
Look at this here. Look at this. They got, you know, the pictures of the guys that she's been dealing with, and those that are, you know, apparently, you know, dealing in Los Angeles politics after being able to pay to play. You see Karen Bass here taking pictures with these guys. Simon Pang, as you can see here. So like I said, there's a lot of info in this article that's worth checking out. And I strongly advise you to do that. Please do that. Please do that and look this up for yourself via the link that I'm going to send you. But what I want to do next is just get into the summary that I have here just for time's sake concerning this video to give you a brief breakdown of what this is all about. So let's jump into that summary next. So as it states here, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass's transition advisory team included 2 bankers with ties to the Chinese intelligence network, according to a Daily Caller News Foundation investigation. In December of 2022, Bass appointed Dominique Ng, CEO of East West Bank, and Simon Pang, co-founder of Royal Business Bank, to her mayoral transition advisory team. Together, Ng, East West Bank, and Pang have contributed over $1 million to Bass's mayoral campaign and to the mayor's fund for Los Angeles, a nonprofit where Bass serves as an advisor to the board. Get this, both Ng and Pang have been connected to the Chinese Communist Party's United Front Work Department, UFWD, an influence and intelligence arm of Beijing. Once again, they are connected
where's Trump at? Where's Trump at? That sounds like foreign affairs.
Beijing. Although it remains unclear what specific role the 2 played on Bass's advisory team, their ties raised
Say, that sounds like somebody trying to backdoor somebody, right?
Spokesperson for East West Bank acknowledged Ng's past participation in the 2 Chinese government organizations, but denied his involvement in the third, despite multiple listings of him as a member. Pang and Royal Business Bank did not provide a comment. That's not too surprising, though, right? No. Check this out. Investigative reporter Sam Cooper described their involvement as a huge red flag, suggesting that individuals with United Front connections often gain access to political circles as a reward for channeling significant donations. He emphasized that such donors usually appear around politicians for strategic reasons. They pay to play to get into government and to get in close here in America. And everybody knows this, but they take the money and allow these guys in anyway. This is diabolical. And you wonder why people like Ilhan Omar and the like are so against any and everything concerning
Che, that's why
laws,
you couldn't get in there. That's why Marcel couldn't get in there.
Penalizing countries like China for sending precursors to Mexico that didn't come into the United States.
No, because y'all was running good campaigns, right?
Because in my opinion, a lot of
y'all
these
wasn't
guys
moneyed up.
getting paid off, man. They're getting
You
paid
know what
off.
I mean?
That's just my
with the
opinion.
paid people.
I believe, I assume, but it seems pretty obvious to me.
Right.
When
We
they're
gonna
so
change that,
against
though.
common sense issues, common sense laws, common sense solutions surrounding this type of activity. But I digress. Let's carry on. This development adds to existing scrutiny of BACC's ties to China. Earlier in 2025, another DCNF report revealed BACC had appointed the son of a Democratic fundraiser and CCP intelligence arm official as the city's liaison for Asian Americans and director of communication appointments. Golly. China expert Gordon Chang argued that BACC's actions have left Los Angeles wide open to CC influence, going so far to call her a CCP sympathizer in chief who resists federal oversight while embracing Beijing-linked figures. Can you believe that? Think about the truth behind what's being stated there. Karen Bass resists federal oversight. I don't want to hear anything that's coming from the Trump administration, but embraces Beijing-linked figures. You embrace those and bring into the fold of what we have going on here in Los Angeles, those that are connected with the CCP, open enemies to the United States. I just find that rather interesting, to say the very least. And to me, it speaks volumes. It says a lot as it pertains to these DNC politicians being against any and everything that puts a stop to the foolishness that comes from these countries. I want to play this for you in closing because this is truly bizarre. You remember when President Trump had his military parade, right? And it just so happened to land on his birthday. The military parade. Everybody was so mad. They were so mad about it. Everybody was so negative. CNN was so negative. Obviously, MSNBC. Oh, it was a horrible thing. This is totalitarian nonsense that Donald Trump is displaying this military parade. It's not about celebrating the military. It's about celebrating his birthday because he's a narcissist tyrant. That's why he's doing this. And they dragged the military parade. China had their military parade, and CNN was pretty positive about it. They didn't have a lot of bad things to say, if anything negative at all. They found it quite pleasant. Found it quite pleasant. Just look at this here. You remember how they talked about Trump's military parade? Now look at how pleasantly and how positively they speak on the Chinese military parade. Like I said, this stuff really makes you think. Let's get into this clip now in closing.
We're watching live pictures tonight, right now, a massive parade underway in Beijing as the Chinese President Xi Jinping is showing off his country's arsenal and military might to the world and to the more than 2,000 foreign leaders who are there in person attending this military parade that includes those from Russia, North Korea, and Iran. In a speech just a few moments ago, President Xi warned that the world needs to choose, as he put it, quote, between peace and war. I want to get straight to CNN's Ivan Watson, who is live on the ground in Beijing. And obviously, Ivan, we're watching this play out and just seeing, how extensive this military parade is so far. What's clear to you from the message that China is trying to send tonight?
This is a message of strength. This is a message of victory.
After all, they are commemorating the 80th anniversary of the surrender of Japan. China was a major battleground in World War II for 8 long years, to the tune of perhaps around 20 million Chinese casualties during the Japanese military's invasion and occupation of parts of China. And this is a demonstration to China and the world that China is strong, it can protect itself, and that Xi Jinping is the ruler of this country. He has just done a review of the troops in his presidential limousine, and now we're being treated to scenes of uniformed soldiers with helmets, jogging alongside tanks and other military vehicles. And
we're being treated. He's having a good time. He's enjoying himself. He thinks this is a beautiful thing. We're being treated to the military jogging alongside tanks and running into the vehicles, so on and so forth. We can stop here. There's about 2 more minutes left of this. But listen to how pleasantly they spoke on this. They gave the history and the reason behind, why this is taking place. What did they say? 80-year celebration of whatever, concerning their history, right? No disrespect, but I mean, I don't know, whatever they said, 80-year history of something. And then he goes on to say, now we're being treated with the, military men running alongside in their gear and along the side of tanks, and they're going inside of the tanks. This was all so pleasant, how they're speaking on this military parade. And you contrast that to how they talked about the military parade here in their own country in America. They dragged it. They trashed it. And this is their country, America.
The things that animate him about what he really gets excited about. It is about branding. It is about imagery. It is about kind of this nationalism. The fact that they're going to consider, or probably, I guess now, really have this military parade. We don't need a military parade. We don't need to spend millions or maybe hundreds of millions of dollars to do that. But we want to do it because he has to feed his inner image monster.
Well, he said it himself. He wants, are you guys against the military movie maker?
$1 million.
I'm 100% pro-military if they acting right.
Say we're going to waste money on a military parade.
Why is it wasteful?
It is wasteful.
Why?
It is what do we need to show off our military for? But that's strongmen. Strongmen do that. Has nothing to do with pride in the military. Strongmen do that because they want to make their citizens cower. They want to say, we are strong. I am here. I have all these weapons.
That man
Aren't you
cannot
proud
fight.
of me?
But when you speak
It's always the people that
military
can't fight
parade,
that's talking that nonsense. Would you trust that
just giving
sassy
you facts,
dude
just giving you a little history
to protect your
it's
house?
a beautiful thing. Find that very interesting, man. It makes you wonder who's really paying these people. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platform. And also do not forget to follow me on Telegram. That is extremely important. Please follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegram in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
Yeah, whatever, Tony. All right, go ahead, ladies. Share what your thoughts on illegal caught smuggling guns and carrying bags tied to the Chinese donors.
It makes sense. I mean, when Ilhan Omar was here, they did everything to Cartel, bootleg, raise money for this fraud. Even though she made the news for some, I don't know what the fuck she did. She made the news for something really bad. At the same time, I think something was happening in I forgot what it was here in the city. Something terrible was happening.
Yeah.
And she was over there at a fundraiser.
Oh, that
I can't remember exactly what it was.
it was a hate crime or something.
Yeah, something crazy like that. And she was at a fundraiser. That old stupid
Oh, it's for the Gaza shit.
Yeah, I thought so too. I just didn't want to. I wasn't sure. And she was over there raising money, and at a little gala, fundraising gala, and she came out, did an interview with those stupid farts, and he was raising money in there, She was on that Act Blue stuff, came to do a little interview, you know, basically talking about her people and that.
Lady Che is sounding like you from Chicago. Talking about she was under the act.
Yeah,
She was.
She was.
No, that's how we talk in Chicago. Oh, she was under the act.
Yep. She
That's like some straight Chicago slang.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Along with Joe.
Yeah, I mean, she was over there just perpetrating. You know, they did a whole 2-hour interview. I was like, boring. You know, I showed it though because Shabaka likes her. Or
Yeah.
Shabaka thinks she's pretty.
Who, Abby?
No, Ihan.
Oh yeah, Ihan Omar, yeah.
Yeah. I really didn't give a fuck.
Hey, but Ilhan Omar is African too, so Shabaka gonna like her anyway. She African, right? Somali, right?
South Sudan or Sudan.
Right. And Shabaka gonna be on Pan African. Oh, that's my African wife. Not knowing she's a white supremacist. Well, he knows she's a white supremacist, and he's still gonna rock with her.
Never bring good money. Neither is that white dark money. None of that money is good. That gives me major pause. Yeah, no, I don't give a fuck about any of. I think that Caravan should go to jail though.
Yeah.
But she got caught red-handed, and in your ping, weren't those the names of the Siamese twins? I'll just say. In your ping, remember where the Siamese contorted twins, the Asian ones? Jesse.
Yeah.
Jesse over there falling asleep, sliding out the chair. Well, basically making madness.
Hey, you gotta pick the right gun. Wow, I picked the right gun. That pistol did the trick better than a down rifle.
All right, close it out, Jesse.
No.
I got a pistol like this though. Like really, this I'll be shooting Jesse.
You gonna be sitting the dusty tethers like that?
Oh man. I'm finna go kill him.
Yeah, ping, 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 ping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
Watch
pretty
this.
good.
I got up. See? That's
Yeah.
how you win. Just reload the mag.
Yeah. Yep. That's all you gotta do.
That's right.
Reload the mag. Oh, you over here?
All right, so moving along. Oh, Karen Bass is losing her freaking mind. She freaking out because dumped Supreme Court victory on ICE raids and deportations.
What did they expect? They're probably not, oh, it's going to get shut. I don't think so.
Their actions. When you look at all of these national injunctions and lawsuits and
got away, but police arrested the man with the skateboard. His name has not yet been released.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shut.
All right, here we go.
A man is facing charges this morning of assault with a deadly weapon on a federal officer. The weapon was a skateboard. Homeland Security agents arrested a woman this morning on a federal warrant in downtown LA at Aliso and Alameda. Police say a man then hit an agent with a skateboard to help the woman who was being detained. The federal agent was injured. The woman got away, but police arrested the man with the skateboard. His name has not yet been released.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to head on over to Los Angeles, where I am located. Why? Because I want to take a moment to speak about my troll-faced mayor, Karen Bass. We have to talk about Karen Bass today, the troll-faced mayor, because she's really upset. She's really upset. She jumped the gun and prematurely celebrated
Jumped the gun, end up in front of the barrel.
ICE. concerning so-called stereotyping that the Supreme Court has overruled. And today is a glorious day because of it, mainly
Right.
because my
Y'all better
troll-faced Mayor
stop playing with
Caravan
Trump.
is upset. Now, I want to
He's
get
got
into
the
her
whole
response.
Supreme Court
But
on the
before we do that,
emergency
let me just get you
docket,
guys caught up
and they
on what's
always
actually
choose his
going
side.
on with the situation concerning the Supreme Court ruling in the favor of ICE. So let's get into this video clip.
Full mandate.
And we're following more breaking news.
They got a secret emergency
after the
docket
Supreme Court
that
ruled that
Trump be
immigration
winning.
agents may stop and detain anyone they suspect is in the U.S. illegally. The decision lifts those restrictions on tactics used during immigration enforcement operations. NBC4's Conan Nolan joins us here in studio. And so, Conan, let's talk about what this now means for the immigrant community.
Well, it's a victory for the Trump administration, and those restrictions that were essentially enabled by a judge here in Southern California have been essentially overturned. Now, what is at issue here is what constitutes reasonable suspicion that someone may be in the country illegally. And in a move that was somewhat surprising today, the High Court issued an emergency order that halts the restrictions that had been imposed by a federal judge on ICE raids here in Southern California. The 6-3 vote of the U.S. Supreme Court is a victory for the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security. The High Court's conservative majority, at least temporarily, removing restrictions that had been placed on immigration and customs enforcement officers in the 7 counties of Southern California. LA-based federal judge Mame Frimpong had kept ICE agents from using factors such as race, language, where they are working, or what they are doing in formulating probable suspicion that someone may be in the country illegally. The judge said such considerations alone or together violated the Constitution's Fourth Amendment restriction on unreasonable searches and seizures. But a majority of the U.S. Supreme Court disagreed enough that today they stayed that court order, allowing ICE to operate as they had done in the past.
Let's take a moment to stop right here. All right, let's stop here for a minute because I really want to.
Frimpong said yes, ICE can deport everybody.
Notice like a bit of a pattern, and this
even
pattern
the immigrants ain't on code with each other.
Issue as far as I'm concerned. Let's go back to this judge here, right? Scroll back a little bit. So Judge Mame Frimpong. Mame Frimpong. So let's get into who this woman actually is. Give me just a moment.
That's a Ghanaian woman.
That I have
Mame
Frimpong. Screen for you guys to see.
Yep.
How do I know?
So,
because I lived in Ghana for 3 years.
She's a
Frimpong is a Ghanaian name.
Y'all see where it says
it's a Shanti name. Slave seller.
Judge. That's not surprising because for the most part, with the exception of one judge that was a Clinton appointed judge,
you can Google it. Frimpong. Etymology of Frimpong.
Agenda.
That's a Shanti name.
A Biden appointed judge
from
or
Ghana.
An Obama appointed judge. So that goes without saying. Here's my actual issue though. When you look at her entire
ask the Nigerians, ask the Ghanaians. They can't lie. They so proud of their tribes and shit.
Frimpong,
we know their tribes.
Right?
So
if you go into her history, you see that her family
Frimpong used slave sellers.
Right? They immigrated from Ghana, but she was, raised here, born and raised in Los Angeles, but her family's from Ghana. Here's the issue and the pattern that we're starting to see here. When you're looking at people like Mame, just like when you're looking at people like Dila Ramirez,
that's how she pronounced her name, Mame,
out of Illinois,
or Mema.
These people identify with the country that their parents are from more than they identify with being American.
I only know because I've been out there with Mamie and Mema
because when
in Ghana.
Take someone like this woman, Mame,
make sure I didn't eat no dog though.
Right?
I've ate a rat
because
before,
her heart is in Ghana, and as it pertains to the plight of the Ghanaians,
I've ate a rat before, but they're not like the rats out here.
She feels for them. Her parents
they're like rabbits.
Some sort of
they're like rabbits.
Harsh situation, came here and found a better life for her. They now automatically believe that it is okay for the borders to now just simply be busted.
Jesse gonna call me a tether,
and for it to be a free for all for anybody to come in from their parents' country or any other country in the world. Right, so it's a bias that they have.
Say, why my friends be worried
that
about
their
getting
parents
called a teller?
Are from said country. That then has them with the mindset that open borders are perfect and it's come one, come all. And you know that that's what
Right,
they
that's
think.
good, right?
And
You shouldn't
how
be
they
one
feel,
to
not
push
just
other.
because that's what they say, right?
I gotta
In
switch
terms
guns.
of people like, we'll say dealer Ramirez, but as it pertains to their actions. When you look at all of these national injunctions and lawsuits and
Okay, I
all
got
these
something for
things that
that.
judges like Mame engage in
Lace it up.
to put a halt
Mayma.
to Trump's agenda, where was all this stuff at when the border was busted wide open and we had illegal immigrants flooding the border to the tune of 10,000 people a day at its peak?
Oh, man.
10,000 a day is crazy. And you had nothing to say? No lawsuits, no injunctions, no nothing.
I'll be busted.
And she was here in California. No nothing. That was cool, right? When you had Greg Abbott in Texas, who was doing everything in his power during Biden's migrant crisis to fortify the border, putting up razor wires, right? And putting up walls, with razor wire on it, I believe it is, right? Fencing, razor wire fencing, putting buoys in the lake and in the river so nobody can cross the lakes and the river and come into Texas, right? Everything's sandbags, whatever the case may be. Biden used, what was that? One of those giant, maybe a forklift or something of that nature to lift up the fence so that illegal immigrants can come into the country. Where were these judges at to say, hey, foul on the play? They were silent. They were nowhere to be seen or heard. But now all of a sudden, you have an issue when Trump's trying to clean the mess that Biden made. You see where the issue lies, right? You see where this issue lies. These people are unbelievable hypocrites. They don't believe in any type of actual
Unbelievable
rule of law,
hypocrites.
and they throw the Constitution out flippantly, saying everything is unconstitutional that Trump is doing, despite the fact that they know it's not.
The only people that actually
like
took care
her,
of the
the same way that
Constitution
you
is
can't like
FBA
play
niggas.
around and call 911 and it's the big joke. Like you could actually get in trouble for that, like prank calling 911 and calling them for no reason. Judges need to be held accountable for saying something is unconstitutional and you know it's not unconstitutional, and you put in nonsense in.
Well, judges are immune.
Injunctions and lawsuits in place just to frustrate the president of the United States, even though you know that you're lying. You know that what he's doing is unconstitutional, but you're doing it anyway because of whatever biases you have. People like that should be held accountable.
You say
and with that, I will get off my
immunity,
soapbox.
and
what I want to do
got
next,
the ultimate immunity.
Transition over to
they got more immunity than
very
prosecutors.
quickly, because what I want to do is that I want you to take a moment and listen to what they have to say on there concerning Karen Bass's gloating, right, concerning the original court ruling surrounding this situation. But they also get into how dangerous her rhetoric is also. Remember when Democrats used to love using that term a lot? Dangerous rhetoric, misinformation, disinformation. Well, looks like they're engaging in all the dangerous rhetoric now, and we're going to let them tell it here in this Fox News clip.
And Paul, you might remember back in August, LA Mayor Karen Bass took a little bit of a victory lap when that lower court first blocked what ICE and Border Patrol were doing out here. Here's what she said at the time, quote, "Los Angeles stood strong and we won. You can't just snatch people off the streets based on appearance. The court knows that, the people know that, and now this administration knows that." Well, the Supreme Court has now ruled against Los Angeles, at least for now, while the underlying merits of the case play out. But that's been the criticism, Paul, is that Border Patrol is just going out there and just snatching anybody who looks to them out here in Southern California. What has really been happening?
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, the fear mongering and the rhetoric, the false rhetoric. So our agents they're enforcing immigration law as it is on the books. These are targeted enforcement actions. We use a number of factors to determine where we're going to go and who we're going to go after. And many of these people, they run as agents and officers. So that as well is an articulable fact that can be used for reasonable suspicion. And we can go after them, we can chase them down, and then our investigation begins to determine whether this person's legally or illegally in the country. Then we take them into custody based on the answers that they give.
If you can pause it for a second.
Karen Bass and those other Democrats that are demonizing our agents, they need to stop because it makes it a lot more dangerous for our agents to do the job that they were trained and swore to do.
All right.
Hey, Trey, if you pause it for a second.
I want to touch on this because I almost forgot, but this segment reminded me. because this is what people are complaining about. Oh, and
Yeah, go ahead, Crew.
All right, so like, look, we get caught right in you're in
Colorado.
you're in what you call it in Colorado, right? I'm in Chicago, Indiana, right?
Yeah.
Bro, we don't. If the police get us, we don't run. You get me? We stand on what we stand on. Like, we're not running from people. Like, we ain't got to go nowhere. These immigrants, they're running because if the police catch them, then they got caught. You know, but like, who are we running from?
It's still hot as hell in here.
The worst we gonna do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, the worst we'll do as FBA is we'll catch a DUI or something like that, and we don't even do that because we like our streets safe.
Right.
You know what I mean? But like, that's the only thing we're running from is actual real crime if we committed a real crime.
Right.
But we're not like running like to another nation or nothing.
No.
You know, like that's what I'm saying. Like that's so what I agree with is when they say they can catch the Mexicans because they run as soon as the police come.
Yeah.
All right, I get that. That's fine with them. The judges have said that we can run as FBA, we can run.
Yeah.
Because there's a whole thing against us.
Mm-hmm.
So federal judges have said we can run. But as for immigrants, no. No, they don't have the rights that we have.
Right. They shouldn't have no goddamn rights at all.
I'm trying to win, Jesse. Oh man, damn. Okay, I'm almost there. Come on, somebody. I need to kill somebody. Why is nobody here for me to kill?
Mm-hmm.
I guess they know you're lurking.
But while you're doing that,
damn it.
Video.
My bad.
They're harassing her and da. Do you notice how you don't see videos
Lady
like
J.
this coming out of Florida or Texas? Notice how it's extremely rare, if not at all, that you've seen videos of ICE raids taking place coming out of Florida or Texas, where they go to a Home Depot or just any random construction site, right? Where
People
now
don't
you're
understand
seeing
that
those who are guilty.
this guy,
running
he's
from
foreign,
ICE.
but he's not a
They see
tether.
ICE and they start running, and then you see the ICE agents chasing after them, and all the hecticness and chaoticness that comes with these kind of scenarios that we constantly see coming out of California or Chicago, where as soon as ICE shows up, they have to hop out of 30 SUVs, all with tinted windows, and then they make a run for it under the parking lot, and everybody's scattering, and it looks crazy. Why does it look like that in these dumb sanctuary cities?
Niggas from Chicago
But
don't
not
worry
like
about
that in Texas and Florida.
Right.
Well, because in Texas and
We
Florida,
don't worry about ICE.
they actually comply
We don't.
and work with ICE. How many times? You see, before you want to look at this situation right here, where you see the ICE agent is addressing this woman who's selling coffee and bread. How many times did Tom Homan say religiously before these operations even began, once Trump got into office, if you don't let us in the jails, we're gonna have to take it to the streets. And if you take it to the streets to find the bad guys, if you just happen to be there
and
and
you
you're
can't
illegal,
say
but you don't have a
shit
criminal
when the
record,
feds
we're not gonna
is
look
right
past
there.
you. You're coming with us. He said this over and over and over again. So for people that are seeing an image like this and want to be mad at Karen Bass. Be mad at Gavin Newsom for being stubborn and stupid and refusing to work with Tom Homan and ICE to get the bad guys when they're actually in jail. If they actually honored ICE detainers in California, they wouldn't have to take to the streets. If the police were actually able to coordinate with ICE to target the bad guys, they wouldn't have to go into Home Depots. They wouldn't have to do all that. because you don't see them doing that once again in Florida and Texas. It's very orderly over there. And just about 9.9 out of 10 times, the people that they're taking down is almost exclusively only hardened criminals, gang members, and the quote worst of the worst in Houston and Texas. You see the so-called casualties happening where? In sanctuary cities. Why is that? Because that's what Democrats want. They thrive on fear and they thrive on chaos. And when there's alleged fear and chaos, that's when they feel that they have an advantage, because then they start pulling out all the racism cards, the xenophobic cards, so on and so forth. A very old tactic that doesn't appear to be working the way it used to, but that's what they thrive on. And that's why they intentionally allow this to happen. So once again, your anger is misplaced when you see photos in situations like this. You want to be mad at Trump, or you want to be mad at me for reporting and talking about it. But you don't want to be mad at the people that are literally using illegal immigrants as pawns, literally using them as pawns for their own political and
You're mad at me
gain.
for
Don't
reporting.
be mad at me, be mad at Newsom and Karen Bass.
Right.
You know? And now, speaking of Karen Bass, let's get into her.
Yeah, let's
because
her.
She's actually big mad right now. And I want to take a moment to laugh at her as they read a couple of her tweets on as we go back to the last news video clip that we were watching earlier. So let me jump back into that now as we start to bring this thing to a close.
Yes.
Job. We also got a response from the mayor of LA. I want the entire nation to hear me when I say this isn't just an attack on the people of LA. This is an attack on every person in every city in this country. Today's ruling is not only dangerous, it's un-American and threatens the fabric of personal freedom
Everything's
in the United
un-American,
States
right?
of America.
Today,
Even against
the
FBA
Supreme
is
Court,
un-American.
the very body that used to
Yeah,
advance
the
civil rights
foundation of
and
America.
defend personal liberties, has now given for law enforcement to
Say, I'm
profile
gonna
and
have to go fuck
detain
'em up.
Angelenos based on their race.
Okay.
I want the entire nation to hear me
I'm playing the game.
when I say this isn't just an attack on the people of Los Angeles. This is an attack on every person in this city and in every city in our country. Justice Sotomayor said it best in her dissent. She wrote, "We should not
Her
have to live in a
dissent,
country
meaning that
where
wasn't
the
the
government
majority
can
rule.
seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work in a low-wage job. Rather than stand idly by while our constitutional freedoms are lost, I dissent." And I agree with her. I dissent. We all dissent. Because from
Yeah,
the
the
beginning,
majority didn't dissent.
stupid.
That is not true.
Right.
It's
Stupid
not
bitch.
threatening anyone's personal freedom. My personal freedom is fine. Your personal freedom is fine. Everybody's personal freedom is fine. No one's freedom is being infringed upon. But what you're doing is being a troll-faced douche that's putting out dangerous rhetoric in order to put people in a frenzy. This is what you do.
You troll-faced douche.
No one's freedom are being
He said that so politely.
I want you to take them and look at her face, by the way. She
You're
looks
just being
so
a
bitter and
troll-faced douche.
sour. That makes me happy. But now, before I forget,
Hey,
and get
Jesse, you're my
sidetracked,
brother. I love you,
given what I was
Jesse.
saying prior to me laughing
Just
about how
stop being
bitter
a
she is,
troll-faced douche.
I want to play this clip from you
Like, what the heck?
where she's stoking. I want to play this clip of her.
He said
for
it so friendly. Like,
where,
stop being a
as they say,
troll-faced douche.
stoking the flames of fear, stoking the flames of fear, and quite literally setting up her constituents to catch Fed cases.
This
Once
pistol
again,
shoots like my pistol.
You're all just
Oh, I
wrong.
love it.
Karen Bass does not care about you, and neither does Gavin Newsom. You're just a means to an end, meaning me staying in power and making sure my bank account grows at your expense. Let me play this video clip. Let's see if you catch it. And if you don't, I'll explain to you where she's setting up her constituents to get Fed time. Check this clip out next in closing.
You talked also about the protests being important. What do you think people can do that would matter? Can the people, can local officials establish any sort of limiting factor? What do you think is the most valuable pushback against things like this for people who object to it?
Well, I can tell you when they were doing the random snatching or kidnappings of people off of our streets, when people gathered, they
Kidnapping.
backed away on
People
many
getting
occasions.
arrested. They didn't call it kidnapping when
the lie.
Hey,
you
Che,
troll-faced
When me and you get pulled over, they didn't call it kidnapping.
And so in Los Angeles, we have a response network where everybody is alerted.
When they
If you
search the
see
car, talking about it
masked
smell
men
funky.
getting out of unmarked cars,
They didn't
let
call that
everybody in the
kidnapping.
area know.
You're retarded and setting up your people to get arrested. And
He said the R word. I'm glad he said
this
it.
woman is putting a lie out here to her, those who are supporters, right? He's putting a lie out here stating that whenever protesters showed up, ICE agents backed down and didn't do their job anymore. What video clips have you ever seen where that happened? There are 1,000,000,001 video clips. Whenever there's some sort of an ICE raid or situation here in Los Angeles, everybody and their grandmama pulls out their cell phones and they're videotaping. You've seen so many video clips. When have you seen a video clip of ICE backing down? You've never seen that. But what you have seen and what you're going to start seeing more
Feds don't back down.
is more clips, especially once they
U.S. government does
bolster up
not
the
back down.
rankings, right? They bolster up those who are employed as ICE agents. What you're going to see is more common folks being fed cases because you're listening to goofies like Karen Bass telling you, hey, if you go out there, they're going to back up. And then what you end up doing is going out there thinking that you have some sort of real power to stop a federal operation, and you're going to get a little bit too close and too zealous with that camera and your camera phone in your hand, and you're going to get slammed on the ground and arrested for obstruction. And now you have some sort of felony fed case on you, and you're screwed. Do you really want to be that stupid? Well, if you follow stupid people, you end up in a stupid situation. And if you're following a troll-faced mayor like Karen Bass, where she's telling you all type of nonsense that isn't true, you're gonna find yourself in jail. Trust me when I tell you, I keep saying this, 2026 will be the year of the wailing and gnashing of teeth. It's going to be glorious. All the wailing and gnashing of teeth that's going to be happening, because you're going to see people F around and find out playing stupid games because you're listening to stupid people like Karen Bass. With all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way
Y'all
out.
remember, I
Subscribe
do
to the
have a
if you're new to
channel
the
called
Share this video on
FIFO
social media
TV,
platforms,
Big
and please do
FIFO
not forget to
TV.
follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group.
I can't hear you, Crew. You're breaking up.
I do have another channel called Big FIFO TV.
Yep, I remember.
Is that it?
Oh, babies are crying. I don't know. It's not it. 1, 2, 3.
Wow, I love this game. It's like Call of Duty. What is? It's like. It's like comic book Call of Duty, but the guns feel satisfying.
All right, so now we're gonna get to Amanda Seals. So y'all know she did that Jubilee nonsense with them 20 tethers. So she's basically gonna talk about what Jubilee got wrong about Black America, and how she was surrounded by them tethers. Are they fighting? What are they doing? Let's see.
And this is Breakthrough News. I am Eugene Puryear, and you are watching a special segment here with the Seals, who's joining me to discuss many different things today. You may know her from the Small Doses podcast, from Amanda Land, from many different TV shows and other comedic extravaganzas. Amanda, thank you so much for being with us.
Comedic extravaganzas.
What can I say? You know, I just got to capture your full essence, which, you know, is not easy to do. So doing the best I can.
Thank you so much.
Well, listen, I'll tell you, one place people may know you from is Jubilee's Surrounded, where you have set off a big conversation all across the nation. Last time I checked, which was like last week, over 2 million people had watched your segment of Surrounded.
They're suppressing it, Eugene.
What's that?
I think they're suppressing it.
Really?
Yeah, because in 48 hours, there was 2.4 million views. It's now been 2 weeks. and it's only at 2.7 million.
Well, I could believe that they're suppressing it because it might not be going the way they would want it to go. Like, I think they wanted it to maybe go, and by them I mean the algorithmic gods, kind of the way like Tommy Lahren thought it went, which was like, oh, she got owned. But everyone I've talked to feels exactly the opposite way. So perhaps they were like, no, this is too good for Black America. We got to slow this one down.
Yeah, let's shut it down, guys. Abort.
Well, let me actually start there because, I think most people I've talked to are sort of like, talking to me at least about it, are saluting you for your bravery, because the format of Surrounded is like a wild format. For people who are watching this who maybe have no idea, it's essentially like 20 people versus one. And so it's a tough format in some ways. It's an in-stream format. But I say that just to say, thinking about the format and thinking about the content, tell me what you think if you liked or didn't like the format. But to me, I felt, and what I was responding to people on is, it feels like in this moment, whatever the format, the nature of the conversation is critical, because here we are, 2025, Black people in America, we're still trying to get free. And no matter where we are, no matter how we have the conversation, we have to actually be having these conversations as much as we can about, what it means for us as a people to be engaging with this society, this political system, and how we move forward.
Do you see now why I was like, Eugene, can we have a conversation about this?
Yes.
You see, this is why. Because this is what Eugene does. Yeah, I mean, I think it's very important to understand just like the particulars about deciding where to go on this very expansive internet. And I will say that as somebody who is conscious of the fact that some of these spaces are toxic, it doesn't change the fact that you do sometimes have to kind of like put on your hazmat suit and get in there to insert like the necessary antitoxins and then get there quickly, right? So I felt like that was one of the ways on Jubilee. Like now, for instance, I wouldn't have done this with white conservatives. Like I would have felt like that was just that just wouldn't have been my Amanda choice, right? But for the interest of undermining indoctrination of Black bodies being used as weapons of colonization and of empire, yes, I will absolutely put myself into the fray if I can be useful in any way in that shape or form. So I haven't eaten. So if my brain sounds a little slow,
I'm a weapon of mass creation. That's my first album I dropped.
When Jubilee reached out, how can I make this useful?
Nice.
That's Amanda Seals. That's that stupid, retarded, half tether chick, right?
A consistent flow of toxicity and a consistent rage bait machine. I mean, that's essentially what they are.
Wow, this game looks awesome.
Rage can be righteous. So how can I use this machine designed for rage bait to empower some righteous rage?
Right.
And that was my goal in going in there from a place of love and wanting to use that platform to educate. And from what I've seen and from what I've been told by people on the street, it's done that in many ways for a lot of folks. It kind of also woke a lot of people up to realizing that there are Black people that think this way. And they're not running around in MAGA hats, and you can't write them off as, oh, they just crazy, or, oh, they just, extra and silly. No, these are like regular Black folks that you see on your day to day that you just assume are thinking the way you do. No, honey, they are not.
No, I'm really glad you said that, because I was in Atlanta recently and this came up. Someone brought it up to me sort of randomly, and we were talking about this question in general of, who you can write off and who you can't write off. And one of the things I was talking about that I'm curious your thoughts on too, and sort of picking up on why you did this is, and maybe this is good in a way. I feel that sort of mainstream establishment, institutionalized voices are like, more people are skeptical of them. More people are sort of skeptical of what they see from the big three networks or different things like that, or in general. But I feel like the flip side of that coin is that then it's now, we're kind of like a drinking from a fire hose scenario. So somebody who could be just totally like off the wall, like the person who came up, when we were talking about this, me and my folks in Atlanta, was Charleston White.
In Colorado,
but you seem like a regular person in a room in front of a camera, just giving your views, even if it's totally odious or
All right, go ahead.
Y'all don't even dress like that in Colorado. Like you can be like, look, Colorado, y'all got ranches, y'all got, cow farms and shit like that, right? But y'all don't.
We got all that.
Right now, Colorado is where you should be dressed like that, with your shirt, with your flannel shirt buttoned up, riding a Harley, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? You don't dress like that.
Right.
You give me, so why is this dude dressed like that?
He's in Atlanta too. I don't know.
He's a dork.
He's a dork and he's a tether. Look at his hairline. Goddamn tether.
He looks. You know what I mean? He looks like some type of way.
Yeah.
Looks like a dork to me.
Dork, goofy. Straight up goofy. All right, let me continue.
Like, now you know we can dress like goofies though.
Yeah.
But he looks like he's a goofy, not on purpose. You know, Jesse, we can put on our flannels, right?
Yeah.
And put on our glasses and dress like that, right? And drive through Colorado and give the police the business.
Yeah.
You give me, we'll give everybody the business, and we be looking like we spent too much time in jail.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we can look like them goofies like that.
Uh-huh.
But that dude there, I don't know.
All right, let's see what else this broad got to say.
Scribble. Someone with an open mind might think like, okay, well, I'm gonna give this person, a chance because it just seems like someone like me who's just offering my view or my viewpoint. And so it's like this interesting moment that we're in where I feel like the institutionalized voices, maybe for the best, have been to some degree discredited, but now people don't really know sort of where to look or where to go. So we're in a moment of great contestation in terms of the battle of ideas that feels both like a lot of possibility is there as well as a lot of pitfalls.
Very moist.
First of all, odious and scorable. Kudos, my brother. Just, I love it.
Well, I went to Howard University, so.
That explains everything. So did Kamala. Then
No
Kamala
comment.
back. Right, no
Here's
comment.
the thing.
Yeah.
I absolutely feel that. And I had a conversation with somebody the other day where they were like challenging a story I was telling them that an expert and someone who had been in a lived situation was talking about. And they were like, oh, I don't agree. And I was like, well, what do you mean you don't agree? Like, based on what? And he was like, well, I haven't seen anything. And I was like, have you done extensive research on this? Well, no, but I just never saw that before. And I was like, yeah, but it seems as if you are comparing your cursory knowledge, which knowledge is a strong word, right?
Yeah.
Your cursory information gathering that you've done on this to someone's lived experience. And he was like, yeah, but that's just not my reality. I said, but you don't have a reality in this. Like, they actually have a reality.
Talking about who's calling my name? Reality.
The concept that there was a difference between someone who
Stop
was an
calling my
expert
name.
and him. And I had to really keep myself from getting up and leaving the table because that's what I really wanted to do. But his wife was there and I knew she would have been like, no. But I was like,
but you're not married.
Yeah, this is not the same. You can still have a valid opinion as someone who is not necessarily a lettered person in the
she's
subject.
challenged by
However,
somebody
what makes your
whose
opinion
wife
valid
is
is not
there.
simply you
You
having
get
it.
me?
That's not what that is.
Oh,
And
wait,
so
that's crazy.
I think for me,
She is challenged
going into these
because Lady
spaces
Tay is
is
there.
interesting because everyone
can't talk
there
to you
feels
no more,
that way.
Jesse,
They all feel like
because
they have a
Lady
valid
Tay is
opinion
there.
because they can get a platform, give it, right? And so that's why it's imperative that the undermining or the challenging, I should say, of that opinion is done with facts and not just another opinion.
And
so
people
that's
don't
why
understand
when I
that.
was,
That's why
I'm putting
niggas
debate
be
in quotes
having
because there was
wives.
no rules and it was just mayhem. But that's why when
But
I
you
was
can't talk to
countering
me crazy if
their
I got my
points,
wife
so to
there.
speak, I tried my best to not do so from their
Our
same
wife
point of view,
keeps
which
us
is,
on
well, I
point.
this and I that and I this. And it's like, well, no, I'm going to counter your individual experience that you are basing, by the way, your entire view of the Black experience on. I'm going to counter that with something that is not about my individual experience, but about like an actual legislation or an actual studied research experience, et cetera, that has been had by multiple people over a semblance of time. So
She's nuts.
This is the
She don't know
struggle
what she's
of
talking
anything,
about.
though, when there's a shift. I mean, I think it's just kind of the reality of a pendulum swinging. And when a pendulum swings, it dips into
Where
the water
did the
deeper
pendulum
until it
get
gets
in
to
here?
the other side. So we're in the deep waters of the pendulum
She
swing.
doesn't
swing
know
right
what
now.
she's talking about.
We're definitely in the
She's
deep
retarded.
waters. And I'm glad you actually brought up that exact point because one was the guy who is like, well, can you tell me what like racism exists in America? Like what structural racism is there? Like, I feel like I've never experienced racism. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, and he was smiling too. Like he was really saying something. And I hate to offend someone I don't know, but I'm just thinking like, I mean, one, it's sort of shocking to me that you've moved
boy,
through
you was
like
telling me about that got a podcast. His name was Anthony something. He had a whole
and
acronym.
CEO. And CEO.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hey, bro. Hey, Ant CEO is on point, dog. Hey, he like I don't know what he was doing, but like before that, I guess he was doing like the Tyrese shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the you know what I mean, putting you on game and shit. This, that.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about like, you know, when people that's on game and they see, oh man, well, this is why, because the fucking white supremacy and shit. And if like you cannot, Jesse, like Jesse, I'm talking to like and I know Lady Trey. We cannot be this smart and then not understand that they're doing this shit against FBA.
Right.
We have to make FBA like everybody, Ant CEO, Tyreek, Afro, Black Alpha. Like we have to do this FBA shit.
Right.
Like there's no like Dr. Claude Anderson said that shit years ago.
Yeah, he did.
Like that's why we're on this. Like there's no way you just sit there in your bed and think about this shit and say no, we're all no, we're FBA.
Right.
You get me? We have to say we're FBA, otherwise we're gonna die.
Yep.
And I'm not trying to die tomorrow.
Right.
You get me?
Yep. All right, let's see what else this bro got to say.
America as a black person, you've never experienced any racism. So it kind of makes me wonder how you're even defining that. But it's like this idea of knowledge.
Hey, Jesse, I would call the dude a broad
anecdotes are as valuable as like sort of broader structure. There's so many different examples to even pose the question. But again, it was so rooted in that kind of personal anecdote. And I hate to say it like this, but the person I thought about right away when I saw that clip was Byron Donalds, who sadly is going to be the next governor of Florida. And like everything he says, what he said at the RNC, which is like, this has been such a land of opportunity and promise for me. And, you know, I've done so much and I've never experienced this, that, and the third. And it's like, it just feels so dangerous because when it's coming from someone who has a level of authenticity, they are a black person in the United States. For those who consume it, and by the way, I saw that clip because Tommy Lahren like pinned it on her thing and said this was making her weak. Is I said like, wow, this is dangerous because I think most black people would probably see that and be like, come on, dog, like really? But maybe not everybody. And a lot of non-black people can say, well, that's just a valid perspective.
You be watching FBA news and reviews, right?
So the thing about it that I had to really
there is no other black. There's nobody that's black unless you're a black American, unless you're FBA,
is simply just disinformation or whatever. And I think we have only seen fascism. A lot of us have only seen fascism textuals like white people, and them bring disinformation to black people. It is far more difficult to kind of discern, like, oh,
if
this is a black fascist
100% of the
giving
time,
disinformation
you're not black.
to everybody
Africans
about
ain't
the
black,
black experience. So this
Dominicans
is just
ain't black.
someone who is a
Only
part of the
black
fascist
people are
machine,
black Americans.
and not a black person who's had an individual who's experienced different than mine. And that was the part that since watching this, I've had to really ground myself in, because when I see all of these folks regurgitating, oh, Amanda Seales got cooked, she got cooked, it's just repetitive nonsense to try to make noise bigger than the truth. I mean, that's all they do, right? Like they just find a line and they run with it and they run with it and they run with it. And that's what they've done in this case as black people that are serving this fascist government for their own gain, is they have now adopted their own language of disinformation where they are weaponizing their black experience to undermine the truth. And if they just keep saying it enough, then it becomes a truth to those who have confirmation bias, one, and
black.
two, who can use them. So Byron Donaldson grew up in Florida. He has experienced racism. The end. There is no version of that. I mean, I remember going to park my car at Macy's in Orlando and got called the N-word with a hard R, right? Now, by the way, did I stay in the space? Yes, I did. Because you move too slow. Skirt, skirt. So you're mad. That's really what's happening now. You're mad. But like when I was in middle school, I was in school with the same people that I went to elementary school with. We grew up, then we went to high school. The summer between sophomore year and junior year, all these white boys that I'd known since they were 8 started flying Confederate flags on their cars. It was like a rite of passage. Like it was like a Ku Klux mitzvah. Like it was like they.
Let's brand that.
Like, I don't know what ceremony took place, but them boys came back as good old boys. And it was like, oh, this is a real thing that's culturally rooted here in Florida. So there's no version of Byron Donaldson where he didn't experience racism. It's just that Byron Donalds is trying to. Right, who cares? He tried to shake my hand at the CDC years ago. At the CBC, this man tried to shake my hand. I refused to shake his hand. He was like, "Oh, it's like that," and I was like,
"But you sucked his dick, though."
Like that. And if you're happy being who you are, then don't be surprised that I'm not shaking your hand because I don't want none of who you are on me.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Jasmine Crockett was sitting right there, and she was like,
"Oh, by the way, yeah. Tell the whole story, man. Tell the whole story."
One of the things that I think is so hard for Black people is understanding that we're gonna have to let some people go. And we find it a lot easier to let folks in our community go for just who they are versus folks who make choices, which is really distressing to me. Like the willingness for us to let trans folks and gay folks go just because of who they are under some guise of religion,
you
et cetera, et cetera.
White people dick and you mad
really
because Black people don't accept you for sucking white people dick.
Choosing to not do anything for our communities except just be Black. And we will possess and protect and embrace them. And I'm just like, why do we do that? And I don't know. I think that's another conversation that we can have another time. So someone like Byron Donalds, I feel like he will still get voted for by Black people in Florida, even though they've watched him for the past how many years capitulate to a known racist and to an entire fascist government. They will.
I think he's going to do well. I think they don't even have a legitimate candidate. I think they don't know either people are going to vote for him or not vote because they're going to feel like it's going to be generally fine. And we'll see whether that's a good or a bad calculation. But I think you make a really good point too about who we will let go. And in a weird way, I almost feel like the timing of when they released this was kind of perfect in this regard because of what happened in DC and Trump sort of turned towards militarizing these Black coded cities. I mean, a lot of them have Black people, but in terms of how people think about them, because I was saying this to someone I was on WHUR right after. And I think what's right now is if you listen to the press conference that Trump and Judge Jeanine did, which in and of itself, I'm just like, wow, where are we at? I was like, take away the histrionics of it. It actually is the exact same discourse that Muriel Bowser, the mayor of DC, and many of her supporters have had about our young people, about what's going on in many narratives. Like, we need more police. We need to lock up more young people. We need to have longer, tougher sentences. They put the curfew on in DC the same way they put the curfew on in Baltimore. If you're young and Black, you can't go to the Inner Harbor after a certain time in the summer. And it just was amazing to me in a way because obviously none of that justifies them doing it. But it was like all of a sudden people were like, wow, I can't believe Trump did this. And I understand people are outraged, but I'm just like, well, wait a second. The groundwork was laid for him in many ways to do this by the rhetoric of Black politicians who demonize our own people and don't look at why our young people are in a tough situation. So anyway, just the general point that I think that you're laying out about why to go into a space like this, the nature of conservative narratives, how they can capture people, and then what we have to really think about when we think about who do we allow to represent us. It felt like the timing of this was maybe accidental, but exactly right.
Oh, it was completely accidental. I mean, I recorded this in May. And then
it was not accidental.
It just aired. And by the way, I want to, I had done the bang and I texted you and was like, I did it. I'm not sure how I did, but I did it. And I kind of was like, I had let it go. And then I was like, oh, it has to come out. That's going to be a whole other thing, bro. Damn. And so it was not intentional. Ultimately, though, we are in such a...
It was intentional.
...real time of just constant melee and nonsense.
It was intentional.
That it feels like anything that can kind of disrupt the chokehold that the news cycle has on us is a positive when it can divert. Like, I really love seeing just so much coverage on my phone of the global flotilla, right? And that it's like coming from all different sides. Like, we on this boat, we on that boat, we over here, not gonna, we gonna stand down if we're gonna stand up if they take the boats, And as somebody who doesn't consume mainstream media anymore, like the internet where I'm going to get my information, and the internet has its own algorithm of how information gets dispersed. So like my mom was telling me yesterday, she was like, I'm still seeing videos from this debate. People still making videos and people still responding and thing. And I'm like, yeah, I guess it's still a part of the zeitgeist, which is rare for 3 weeks on the internet.
With the accent.
I definitely thought it was going to be a week.
Yeah.
She can't speak for us.
I did not think it was going to be a week. I thought there was a good month. When I started seeing the clips, I thought there was a good month in that, especially knowing, different platforms, different family group chats, because you get the 17-year-old in the family group chat gets it, but grandma doesn't see it till 2 weeks later. Then she posts about it. Then you got to respond. So I thought it was a good month in there.
I mean, I will say, one of the things that I did allow for me to do is to simply get more folks
with
listening,
this proper
right? So,
English
I have my show, Views from Mandaland, that I do
accent. They're all
every
tethers.
Wednesday. 10 a.m. Eastern on YouTube and Amanda Seals TV, and I saw an uptick in people listening and watching the show. But
we
also
don't speak this white English.
For something that they didn't know existed, and they found it, and they were like, "Oh, I can actually in community with the chat, and I can actually listen to someone
These are all
contextualize the
tethers.
news in a different way than just seeing someone regurgitate it in a way that I know is absolutely propaganda. And I feel have these conversations but may not have something to like trigger them and to broach it, and so this kind of allowed a way to get into those spaces without them having to be the one to be the catalyst. I mean,
That's
the
a
Muriel
whole
Bowser
white
stuff is
lady.
shocking to me, how so many people no it's not stop because it's the same with Kamala.
Right.
Like
Amanda
nobody liked
is a
Kamala,
whole
then
white
Kamala
lady.
ran, and all of a sudden folks was like, you're the best,
In her mind.
and I was like, but y'all didn't like her. What was the other day y'all didn't like her? And then same with Muriel Bowser, ain't nobody like Muriel Bowser.
That's for sure.
And now I see people, there's no power. What can she do? And I made a video the other day where I said, DC, you deserve better, because if she has no power, then what she has is time. She has time. Okay. So why ain't she out there with y'all? Why ain't she in there with y'all? Where is she at? Because if she has no power, what is she doing? Except using y'all's money because
Good question.
she's getting paid to do a job by y'all.
Good question. And, you know, as I said to somebody actually on that same WHR show, I said, you know, when Sharon Pratt Kelly was the mayor, and I can say many negative things about Sharon Pratt Kelly as the mayor in the 90s, but she used to shut down the DC government to protest her
motherfucker's
statehood.
more
And they would have like, you know,
feminine than a
100,000
woman.
DC government workers. So, like, you could do that if you wanted to. You could shut down 95,000 Black DC government workers and say, we're not moving until Trump does something. But then you have to put yourself into a different modality than the one that you have aligned with, which is to align yourself with power, as if going back to Booker T. Washington, we haven't shown that that never really gets us anywhere. And it brings me to another point. I'm glad you brought up the Global Samud flotilla. I've been thinking a lot about Palestine. I was at the People's Conference for Palestine in Detroit recently. And just to connect 2 points here, On surrounded the same guy, and I'll keep picking on this guy, but
why is he thinking on
he's
guys?
like, well, you know, a lot of bad things are happening to Chinese people, and they're not crying for reparations, and so on and forth. And my first thought is, like, well, you know, maybe they should be, given all the negative things you just listed. But that being said, you know, and the country obviously is, and I think this is good. I'm for it. Becoming and has become significantly more diverse. And when I think about Palestine, when I think about sort of Black-Asian relations, I hate to use that broad thing, it feels like a major aspect of white supremacy in so many ways, no matter who it's flowing through, including flowing through Black people, is now trying to respond to that, because that's one of those like anecdotal narratives I feel like carries a long way. Like, well, you know, Black people and Korean people don't like each other. And I'm like, well, have you asked every Korean person, every Black person how they feel? But, you know, it just carries because of
Has
certain
he
things that
had
have
Korean
happened. But it
fried
does feel
chicken?
like there's a big pitfall there, big.
Well, you know, coalition building is so imperative, right? So that they know that, and they know that we know that. And I say we, those of us who understand
Koreans know how
that
to
there
fry
is
chicken?
always going to be strength in numbers. So there's no like, it's no secret that that would be a useful tool, right? Divide and conquer, we've heard forever. One of the ways I see this actually that's really pervasive is amongst the diaspora, the Black diaspora, right? Like creating dissension between
No
like
such thing
African
as a
folks
Black
and Black
diaspora.
Americans and Caribbean folks and Black Americans. And now I saw that in England, there was like a whole beef with like African influencers making videos, like trying to and making comments trying to denigrate the Notting Hill Carnival and saying that Caribbean people are nasty and, you know, they're lewd, et cetera, et cetera. All of that to me comes under the same umbrella as what you're talking about. And I make it my business. And I did actually do this on the episode where I said very clearly and pointedly to the camera that if you are not of Black American descent, you don't get to judge or you know, diminish the experience of Black Americans. Like what we should be doing is listening to each other's experiences to understand and
That
also
was
to
on
see like how
point.
we can be supportive in elevating us outside of these limited aspects of our experience. Like we should be able to be liberated and utilize each other's support systems to do so.
If you ain't
When
FBA,
I see this
you ain't Black.
effort, so I think a lot of people just don't understand history. So like the Black Panthers, we are really given this context of the Panthers as just like, these were some brothers that got together. So notice I didn't even say women. These were some brothers that got together and said, we're going to police our communities. Not realizing that the Black Panther Party was much more expansive than that. And it had much stronger interests than that. You know, it was not simply to just police our communities. And its 10-point system was very much asking for a whole socialist agenda around how we move forward as a people. And inclusive in that was coalition building. It was like a grounding aspect of the success of its movement. So when we talk about like Fred Hampton Jr. getting assassinated at 21 years old, you're like, dang, what could he have been doing at 21 years old that the FBI spent money to put a mole on him and to go in and shoot up his whole house? Because at 21 years old, he was being successful
Because somebody
at coalition
snitched.
building.
He had bad friends.
Was building a rainbow
His
coalition
own brother
successfully
set him up.
amongst the folks that were most vulnerable to the efforts of this United States to exploit. So that would be the Latinos, that would be the poor white people. And so he was absolutely effective in doing that. And they saw that and said, oh, let's get him out of here. But Dr. Martin Luther King was about to do the same thing, right? Like he got murked when he stopped caring just about black people, which was dumb. But when he started expanding his ideology and being like,
you're as old as Malcolm and Martin.
It's also about the workers. No, hold on.
That's as far as they made it. They never passed.
No. So once he started doing that, they said, well, gotta get him out of here. That's always the way it goes. So here we are, and we have this Wi-Fi thing. This internet is a bigger issue for them than we use as a tool for us. I really believe that we undermine and we are very unaware of how different things are in that we have this connectivity.
We older than all of them,
we should have had like a much larger awakening when they started trying to take TikTok.
Yeah.
Because it was like, dang, like it's that real? Yes, it's that real. There are entire revolutions that have happened because of the ability to connect on these interwebs. So I believe it's only a matter of time before they're like, let's cut it. I mean, and they cut the internet in places all the time, right? China, they'd be like, nope, not today. In Palestine, the Israelis do this all the time. They just cut the internet.
I can still get
because
to
they
you,
know its
Jesse.
power. They know its effectiveness. They know the efficacy of it to bring people together. So
Jesse.
I think they're trying to use it to bring us apart, but I will continue to use my voice to counter that in very direct ways. I just had a dope interview with Ahmed Kabalo, who created African Stream. Yeah. And Ahmed, he was on my podcast, Small Doses, and I was like, what's one thing you'll stand 10 toes down on? And he said that we love our African-American brothers and sisters. Like
Not
I don't want y'all
African-American.
This is my cat. It's one of five. He's like, I don't want y'all to feel like that is a rhetoric that's shared amongst everybody, because it is not. And Pan-Africanism has to go beyond Africa. Let's keep it a buck.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Pan-Africanism is dead.
I love Ahmed, and I've been, pleased and privileged to work with him. And also, as someone who's traveled to the continent a lot, is like you never really get that vibe. People are like, oh, I'm so glad you're here. But yeah, no, that's important. And what they did to Africa Stream proves so many different things. This is a hard non sequitur, but since you brought it up, I don't know where we're going to take this, but I have to know. Since you brought up Fred Hampton, how did you feel about Judas and the Black Messiah?
I actually really enjoyed Judas and the Black Messiah.
Yeah.
I mean, and I say that as somebody who wasn't watching it for historical accuracy. I think watching Hollywood films for historical accuracy is like going to a MAGA rally and looking for intellect. Like it's just a waste of your energy. Like, why did you come here looking for this? It doesn't exist here. So I do believe, though, that in a nation that is just so bereft of knowledge around these time periods and who is so overwhelmed with propaganda, I think it was a very necessary antithesis to that. We are constantly seeing the police positioned, the FBI positioned, the DEA, narcos, etc., positioned as these good guys rooting out bad guys. And we so often understand that to not be the case. Like, it's just not. Right. So I think it was a necessary film to at least challenge that narrative in a very specific context around a group, a political group that has been vilified consistently, and that, for what it's worth, is not doing anything different than
she needs to go
resistance groups all over the world that they call terrorists.
Then maybe she'll figure herself.
So it didn't make me mad. I enjoyed it. I was glad they made it. I also know that, the blacks who are making it, it's Hollywood Blacks.
No, I also enjoyed it.
Are we going to get like the full tea? No.
No, but we did get Daniel Kaluuya lecturing about Chairman Mao for like 5 straight minutes, which I thought, you know what? I'll take that. HBO, I'll take that.
Oh my gosh, Daniel Kaluuya. Stop.
That I should rewatch it. I've been doing a lot of research on the Panthers as I'm writing my one-woman show, What Would the Ancestors Say? I've been performing it over the year, but then I decided it's time to put it on the page, and I'm going to self-publish it in November and get it out to you folks. And in that, I've been really honing in more like the intricacies of the facts.
Lady Tay don't sound like this
being a jazzy, performer. Like, I'm funny. So people have been having a great time. However, what is on the page, like you can't be lazy about really using the medium to teach and to entertain. And so I've been doing a lot more research just to make sure that I add in all these little extra bells and whistles. And I need to watch Judas and the Black Messiah again. I just watched Lincoln for the first time.
Oh, okay. Okay. This is a topic I care quite a bit about, and I've seen the movie 2 times. Wow, now we get into it.
Did you got a boyfriend?
Oh God, he probably do.
Look how long.
Give me your 2-sentence Lincoln review.
Like he can lay in the bed with Amanda Seals all night,
I thought the
and
movie Lincoln was a really good starter package for anyone who had tricked themselves into thinking that
I don't like
slaves
Amanda
were given
Seals,
their
but
freedom.
that's a girl. If she's in my
because it was
bed,
a moral thing
and
to do.
it's some things about to go down. You get me?
The performances
He can lay in the
felt
bed
very
with her
honest
and nothing's gonna
in
go
their
down.
true depiction of the disdain that these rich white men had for Black equality. And for that, I give it its respect, because it would have been very easy to just make a shiny, happy, free the Black people movie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the irony of this is that it was made by Steven Spielberg, who is a bleeding heart Zionist, and is unable to see in making this film how it equates exactly to what is being done
Ain't
in
that what they
Palestine.
said? It's the Jews. Bleeding heart Zionists.
I guess life doesn't always
It's the Jews.
imitate art.
Amanda, right? That's all she's
It's
true.
true.
It's the
But thankfully we have you here to
Jews.
remind
It's like
us
the
of
white
that. And I,
supremacists.
to me, the best thing ever written about who Lincoln was and the role he played is Frederick Douglass's speech inaugurating what I have to say is a terrible statue, but the Lincoln statue in Lincoln Park in DC that everybody hates because it's like the kneeling slave. But Frederick Douglass gave a great speech. It's like 1890 something. People should go read it. But it basically boils down to, he says, he goes through all these things. He's like, was Lincoln this? Was, no. Was he that? No. Was he that? Da, 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 da. He said at all the key moments where we needed him to take a certain position to move us to the next level, he took the right position to help us free ourselves. And it's an interesting dichotomy. It's not about Lincoln the person. It's not about whether he had all the right views. It's about politically, in context of the Black liberation movement, and certain moments was he where we needed to be, maybe not exactly when we needed him, but in enough time, he was there. And that's why he's so popular amongst Black people. Da, da, da. And I think coming from Frederick Douglass, who was always so on Lincoln, not true he voted for Lincoln in 1860. Everyone always says that. He went back and forth, and he ultimately did not. But it's a powerful moment. Let me just ask you two more things and we can get out of here, because I know you got a lot of fantastic things to do.
Lincoln was no
with your time
friend
today,
to the
including
Black,
helping our young folks learn
to
more.
the Negro.
You've been doing a lot of research on the Panthers. Give me one little nugget that really has stuck with you from your research.
Jesse, you'll slap the shit out of him.
Nugget.
That's okay.
In person. Like, what the fuck is dude
I
talking
did not
about?
realize Huey P was really selling folks out like that.
Controversial
But,
issue.
What are they lying?
What'd you say?
I said controversial
They say
issue,
Huey P
but it's
is
relevant
selling
when you
people
discourage
out.
Geronimo Pratt and
Listen
others.
to these
Yes.
lying people.
It is important. It's very, very
You said Huey P. Newton was selling people out. Are you kidding me?
We continue to have to
This
create
is
these
what this
organizations.
half-covered
However,
bitch is
in order
saying
to do
right
so,
now,
we also need
out
to
her
learn
mouth.
from the ways in which they've been able to get disbanded, to get
She said Huey
infiltrated,
P. Newton was selling people
etc.
out.
And if we just keep pretending like they are impervious to critique, if we deify individuals,
She just said
we do
that
ourselves a real disservice. And I think what you said about Frederick Douglass's examination of and his analysis of Lincoln is really valuable here. We can acknowledge that yes, there was a certain level of courage and bravery necessary to create the Black Panthers, right? There was a certain level of consciousness and willingness to step out before anybody else to create the Panthers that Huey P. absolutely was, involved in. There was an intellectualism that was necessitated to be able to do this, right? Like not just anybody. You could have all
she's saying Huey P. Newton sold out the Panthers.
Okay, you could have all the courage, but if you don't got the logic,
she's saying
then
that
maybe
out her
the
mouth
plans
right
don't
now.
fall flat. You didn't think it all the way through. So like there's a certain amount of that we have to give credence to. However, you can't be setting up your own
No,
business. Like,
we
what are
don't
doing?
get no credence to that bullshit.
And there's just a real constant pattern of egoism that takes place in these spaces, right? Like one of the biggest things I've come to realize leaving Hollywood and
So you can
being
say
more
bullshit and say, oh, because
more in
we're
the leftist
saying
space
that
and
what you're
interacting
saying is
with,
bullshit. Or it's egoism.
organizations that identify as leftists or not, etc. But just humanitarians is that baby narcissists live here too. Okay. People want to be stars as they're helping people as well. And that can be dangerous in itself, right? Because it still ends up feeding this insatiable
it's just
appetite that
an
many humans have for a desire for power.
Lady
So
Chain,
I believe
what
that
will
there
you
can only
do
be
to
two.
the-
I believe there's only two
I
kinds of
ain't
people.
gonna
There's
ask.
people that want power and people want peace. And it was
Lady
actually
Chain already working
kind of a
on
doozy
it.
to learn that Huey P. was so dedicated to wanting to preserve power that he would disrupt the peace of his own organization in doing so.
Well, there's a lot to talk about there. We could have a whole show
What
on that.
did she just say?
To me,
She
the
said Huey
best
liked
sort of review of
the
all this
power.
is Sophia Bukhari's book,
What
The War
this
Before.
bitch just
Obviously,
said.
remember the Black Panthers, remember the Black Liberation Army. She has a great essay in there called Lest We Forget, where she has a
She just
little
said
capsule
Huey
discussion of
sold
every
out the
Black
Black
Panther and BLA
Panthers to
member who
keep
was
power.
killed, and who they were and what they did. And when she's talking about the sort of East Coast, West Coast split of the Panthers and the killing of Sam Napier and Robert Webb, and she says the thing that you have to remember is sometimes we lose sight of who the real enemy is. And it's a powerful powerful statement. You have to read it in
What you say, Lady J?
context. And she has a great essay in there called "What is Security," which is like if you really want to understand call it depends what you learn from it. There, but that's I'm glad you raised
Grenade,
it.
and that also
That
resonates
bitch
because Maurice Bishop was essentially
Somebody needs
taken
to
out
talk to that
by
bitch.
Bernard Cord, who had been infiltrated by the CIA and was like, they was like, yo, you want to do this? You know, you could really do things your way.
Yes, and a great little piece of the Amiri Baraka
that
memoir
bitch,
where he
somebody
discusses
needs to
CLR
talk to
James
that bitch.
and
She is an
view
enemy
the
of
Vanguard Party and the
FBI.
Women's Party in Grenada. But again, that's a whole other piece. But it's a nice little nugget in there.
Real question. Are you reading books to teach?
She is a
how
CIA
fast do you
agent.
read?
She is a fucking enemy.
Well,
to
sometimes I read
FBI.
fast. That book I read very quickly because
On
Amiri is such
site.
a great writer. It's almost like reading a novel.
She needs to be
Some
dealt
books,
with.
it'll take me 2 years to finish them, some 3 months. Some I'm reading for fun, some I'm reading for class, some I'm reading for knowledge. I mean, it's hard to say. Just ever since I was a little kid, for reasons I don't know, is like reading is my favorite hobby. So getting into
So
a
you
book.
and Cat Williams, you read 3,000 books a summer.
Listen, you know, let me check my notes on my Palm Pilot. Dating myself. Before I let you get out of here, real quick, you mentioned Views from Amanda Land. You have the summit coming up in New York City at the People's Forum, I believe. It's coming up in a couple weeks, the weekend of the 20th, I believe, of September. Tell us real quick about that. Can people still sign up? Can they participate? What's going on?
So we are doing the first Amanda Land Summit. This was asked for by the Amanda Landers. They said, we love coming on here digitally, but we want to connect in person. And so I said, then let's do it. So we are having the first Amanda Land Summit ever, September 19th, 20th, and 21st at the People's Forum in New York City. And it's going to be events is not the word. It's going to be teaching sessions, etc., around organizing, around screen printing, around resistance in New York City, etc. And we do have registration is closed. However, we do have 2 events that will be open to the public. The first is Cracking Up the System.
She's promoting some shit that's
the panel
closed.
that's going to be taking place on Saturday morning,
She's an
where
idiot.
I've combined 2 comedians that are socially conscious, and they'll be in conversation with 2 organizers. So we have Davidson Boswell and Christina Brown, and they'll be in conversation with organizers Angelica Langdon and Claudia de la Cruz. So it's going to be, and if you don't know, they're hilarious.
Yes.
Like Angie and Claudia could be a 2-person comedy show.
She
So
is hilarious
I'm really excited about this because this is a concept I've had in my mind for a long time, because the work needs to be discussed. The efforts need to be discussed, but so often it ends up being a very didactic, heavy conversation that a lot of people who need to hear kind of tune out from. So I'm really working to create spaces where we can bring these necessary conversations to audiences that otherwise may not engage with them, but will do so now. So you can check that out. And that also is going to be a ticket fee. However, under 18 gets in for free, because I want you to bring your kids, your teens. And then that evening, we have my show, Views from Amanda Land, which will be doing a live taping featuring Eugene.
Oh, God, something's wrong with her.
So that's going to be as well. Same idea, same concept, where you pay for the ticket, and the ticket is split between me and the TPF. And the audience will also be available for free to under 18. And we also have live stream tickets that will be available as well.
Right on. We got to support the things that really mean and mean to us and matter for us. And I think this fits
Also coming
very
completely out of my pocket. There's no sponsor, there's no investor. This is just like, let's do it.
Look, people play 30 tickets every week and never win the lottery. Like, come on, y'all. We know what we're doing. Although I know Powerball is over 1.3 billion right now, so I understand.
We do have donations open if you want to donate to help bring this to life, because I'm really excited to also bring people to the People's Forum, right? And to let folks be in a space that is surrounded with books and vision and ideas that are really most commonly in the United States vilified. And when it's all put together in a space of love, it really starts to change your mind.
And real quick, just one more time, where can people find Views from Amanda Land on a regular basis, and also your podcast, Small Doses?
You can check out Views from Amanda Land on YouTube, Amanda Seals TV, every Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And Small Doses will be coming to a close in November. 8 years of Small Doses podcast. You can check it out wherever you get.
Nobody cares about Amanda Seals.
Right.
With her white mother.
Right.
Her fake off-code bullshit. Like, what the hell is this? I feel like I'm listening to a white woman. Every time look, I got a girl that does all this promotion and shit too, right? And she's half Jamaican, half FBA, right?
Yeah.
And she can code switch like Amanda Seals, but at least she'll take orders from me. You get me? Like shit. Hey Jesse, hey, what's up? And then oh yeah, I'll tell old girl, do it like this, right?
Yeah.
But she's taking FBA orders. You get me? She knows what code she's on.
Yeah.
Like Amanda Seals, do you hear her?
Yep.
This sounds like a homeowners association meeting.
Yeah.
I don't know where the fuck she was.
I was like, hey, Lady Che, just don't knock her out just yet. Not just yet.
Like all over the place.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn. And he wasn't.
But
like,
ain't that what tethers do? Where you pin them down in the corner?
why did we watch that, Jesse?
Yes. Because I covered
Right. Hey, see, Lady Che is even mad at you. Like, why are we watching this tether? That just made my mind confused.
We covered the Jubilee debate.
I'm old enough to know that she was a shill
Yeah.
and a fucking, man. So,
Hey, Jesse, we're all confused just from watching this retarded ass bitch.
You don't know what she was talking about. She talked about the Jubilee thing for like 5 fucking Mississippis.
Yeah.
And she was all over the place.
Hey, it said 5 Mississippis.
Yeah.
I killed 3 bosses. And I still don't understand why. Listen to this crazy ass bitch.
The fact that look, I would never bring my teenagers over to here and speak for more propaganda programming.
Hey, she said, look, the adults got to pay, but the kids are free. That's suspect. That's that's over suspect, ain't it?
Yeah.
Like super suspect. Because she wants to program them into whatever mindset she's on.
Democratic shilling.
Definitely.
Hey, so cause Jesse and Lady Che, cause they're married, you know what I mean? Cause y'all were married, you hear me?
Yeah.
But if y'all have a kid, you too gotta pay, but your kid is free.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound.
My kid is holding all my snacks. That's the kid.
Right.
That sounds bogus, don't it?
Yeah.
If my kid is free, my kid is eating all the snacks. Just say.
So us grown-ups gotta pay $20, $30, $40, $50.
Yeah, but the kids are
But
free.
if we bring a minor, the minor comes in free.
Right, for that free programming.
Yeah.
That sounds bogus as hell.
It sounds like some programming bullshit.
And I've got a grown daughter.
Right.
And so my grown daughter has to pay, but if I'm a grandfather, oh man.
He's not getting booed.
Well, he got booed recently.
He's always getting booed.
No, he got booed recently at the U.S. Open.
When is he not getting booed?
He got booed at the U.S.
Who got booed?
Come on, so you can take your sleepy ass off the chair so I can.
Who got booed?
Trump.
Man, Trump is the president of the most powerful country in the world. He getting booed everywhere.
That's what I just
said. That's what she just said.
And he gonna bag some Instagram girls and get booed up right there.
But he wants to censor the boos.
That's not what you do.
No, I'm talking about Trump gonna get booed and booed up anywhere he goes. He's the president of the free world.
That's not what you do with that.
Yeah, I see what you do with that too. But no, he's trying.
That's
to
why I'm the
censor
best rapper.
boos.
Double entendres, triple entendres. Don't even ask me how.
Yeah, he's trying to censor the boos.
Right. You can't censor American hate right now.
So he don't want the television stations playing the boos of him at the U.S. Open.
Or we'll just find some other booze to play.
Well, who cares?
Right.
It's just Trump got the biggest Air Force, the biggest Navy in the world.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Well, who cares?
All he got to do is come to Chicago and go to his hotel.
Who cares? The Democrats care because they keep running with this notion that he's a dictator and a tyrant.
Well, there's nothing that he didn't say he was going to do, so. I'm like,
all he's doing is what people voted him in the office to do.
Right, which is get the goddamn illegals out and bring the fucking prices of food down.
Which still hasn't happened.
Hey, look, I'm in Chicago, right? I'm in Northwest Indiana, right?
Yeah.
Look, he said he finna bring ICE and the National Guard out here, right? They have no authority over me.
Right.
I'm a nigga from Chicago. What can ICE do to me?
Nothing.
Oh, where you from, nigga? I'm from right here, motherfucker. What can you do to me? Like, I'm from the heart of America.
Them.
Like, they can't even say I was born on the border or nothing. Like, I was born in Chicago. What are you talking about?
You know, every time I show these videos of him getting booed, there's always MAGA.
All right, so Lisa gonna give us an update on the jump.
Revelation 20 Hebrews. It's final. So, y'all, now that I got my fun out the way, let's get to the real story. Donald Trump has been feeling real sensitive these days. And you can't ignore the fact that everywhere he goes, he gets booed. And, you know, every time I show these videos of him
Trump so
him
much.
getting booed,
like an old lady.
There's always these things aren't happening. Boy, you know, if I could wish for one thing, I hope one day when y'all go out in public with them loud ass red hats on your head that y'all start getting booed out there too. So anyway, Donald Trump instructed the media not to publish the boos that he's receiving out in public. So he went to the U.S. Open over there in, I believe it was over in the UK. He went over there and the people didn't want him there. And so when Donald Trump was up on that big screen, the boos were loud. They were. And, you know, he's feeling, I guess, overly sensitive about the fact that he's being booed everywhere he's gone. But I guess he's not thinking about everything he's done since being in office. It's about to get worse because many of the MAGAs that live in these rural areas where SNAP and Section 8 is real high, they're, and I think I mentioned this, they're crying to their representatives, their Republican representatives, that Donald Trump's policies are hurting them. And they're upset that Donald Trump is cutting food stamps, cutting Section 8. Remember, he don't want people on Section 8 no more than 2 years. He said 2 years is long enough for them to get on their feet. So after 2 years, you get thrown out of whatever Section 8 condo or home that you're in.
That's not the truth.
Not to mention the majority.
They're going on the Indiana law.
Folks are the ones on Medicaid.
You have to work.
So yeah, they are taking it pretty badly. And their representatives are claiming they're shocked. Yeah. I don't know what y'all shocked over. Y'all always been the biggest ones getting the government assistance. I don't even know why y'all shocked. So anyway, we're going to look at some videos, and yes, Donald Trump is getting booed. And I also show some previous footage
Trump
of him
is doing
going
is
out
making Republican state law.
It seems to be a very common thing
law
that's happening these days.
Unemployment.
So let me share my
Snap and shit.
screen so we can get started.
All you got to do is, man, look. Trump ain't do nothing different than what's going on in Indiana or Alabama or Tennessee.
One, if you can see
it's not
my screen.
You give me, it's not nothing different.
We'll put it back to normal. Right.
But everybody acting like it's all, you know, like Trump just did some crazy law. No, he didn't do no crazy law. That's the same law that's in North Dakota. That's the same law that's in Indiana.
So we're now learning that the U.S. Open asked broadcasters to not show the crowd's negative reaction to Trump or any protests going on. Of course, that is an open violation of free speech as well as censorship, but I'm sure the Trump administration doesn't care. Here's what the memo they obtained says. With respect to broadcast coverage, the president will be shown on the World feed and the Ash Court feed during the opening anthem ceremony. We ask all broadcasters to refrain from showcasing any disruptions or reactions in response to the president's attendance in any capacity. Let's be honest, this is Russian-level propaganda we are seeing in the United States. The biggest tennis tournament in America asked all of the broadcasters to not show any negative reaction to Donald Trump's attendance. They are controlling what the public sees. If there are people protesting a political figure at a tennis event, they should broadcast it. That's, of course, free speech, but instead the organizers want to sanitize the broadcast and hide dissent. That's exactly how public perception gets manipulated. It's not like these protests didn't happen or they were violent. It's that the organizers want to hide them from us. All of this really shows how far Trump's presence distorts normal life. Everything has to be filtered to protect him from criticism. Democracy only works when people see the full truth, not a staging of it.
Another angle of Donald Trump getting booed at the FIFA Club World Cup yesterday has just been released, and I think that this is the best one yet. Take a look. I mean, it's just brutal for Donald Trump. There are actually some Republicans out there who are trying to claim that he wasn't booed, that actually he was applauded. Oh, yeah. And I just wonder what their response to that video is. The entire country is fed up with Donald Trump and his administration. Democrats, Republicans, independents, people across the board don't like Trump right now. And that video,
Jesse, if you heard that crowd from you wouldn't call that a boo.
That's not. Only if you want to win. Only if you want to win. Maybe you don't want to win. Maybe you don't want to win.
All right. Kinks has dementia, and the evidence
Say
of this
you wouldn't call that a boo.
It's my understanding that one of the symptoms of dementia is called sundowners, where they stay up all night long, the person who has fallen prey to dementia, and do crazy shit. And so let me just tell you what Kinks did.
It was people yelling his name. It wasn't booze. It wasn't none of that.
Late night comedians, terrified of late night comedians, and he puts on live social. And I want to remind everybody, this is the president of the United States at 1:56 a.m. on a social media platform that he had to create because he was kicked off of all of the others because he tried to overthrow the government. But here's what he says. There is a sick rumor going around that fake news. NBC extended the contract to one of the least talented late night television hosts out there, Seth Meyers. He has no ratings, talent, or intelligence, and the personality of an insecure child. So why would fake news NBC extend this dope's contract? I don't know, but I'll definitely be finding out. So the projection here, the personality of an insecure child is off the charts. But why is a sitting president of the United States meddling in the contract of a late night comedian with a private corporation? Why is he doing this at 2 a.m.?
Well, because he's an authoritarian. Because CBS has bent the knee. He now wants NBC to
Why
bend the
are
knee.
you all in his business?
Stephen Colbert hurt his feelings. What amazes me about this
Why are
is
you
this is the
people in his
party.
business?
Has his feelings hurt all the time. And to say no intelligent, like, come on, you big fat dope. It's ridiculous.
I think what gets me about the MAGA movement, and when we were flying, we're in New York right now, viewer, and so when we were flying here, you always see a couple of guys on the flight that have on MAGA coat.
Like, that's crazy.
And the guy sitting next to me, it was like Patriot, that had like an eagle and the
And
flag
they're
on it with
old
the
white
black, you know,
bitches. They're
black
like
and
the
white. And
old
you know
bitches
they're
that Trump
MAGA.
fucked back 30
And so
years
they
ago.
try to exude this
They just
sense of
mad because
badass.
they not Ivanka.
How do they then? How do you square that circle? One, sure, like I'm a badass and I'm the testosterone and I get big tires for my truck and I lift out. I mean, I lift weights.
They all
and
them
drink creatine,
facelift
and
ass
you read
girls,
that.
like them all facelift girls that usually be on a boat with Trump on the island with Epstein or whatever. But they just didn't make the cut.
On your Instagram
Now they
story
mad.
at 2 a.m. Like I've had it with, you know, these late Stephen Colbert. He really pisses me off.
They
He
look
has
like
no
some
talent.
old
His contract
60-year-old
shouldn't be
bitches
renewed. I would
with
call
a
you
30-year-old
Shame on
facelift.
the U.S. Tennis Association.
They just mad.
today is Sunday, and the U.S. Open finals are today, the men's finals. And guess who's going to be there? Yes, Trump. Trump is going to be at the
even
U.S. Open
dude,
today.
he's one of them too. He was on that boat. Trump bent his
The way
ass
to
over
ruin
too.
tennis. Have you
He mad.
ever seen those famous pictures of him? He's the USTA has said in advance of today's final, they want all broadcasters to not broadcast any negative boo or things like that whenever Trump is shown on camera, or apparently he's going to make some kind of a grand appearance. And I hope that the crowd just roars, boos them to death. And I hope that the broadcasters ignore the USTA, who are like North Korean foot soldiers, bowing down to Kim Jong-un. I mean, we are becoming such a frightening, scary, disgusting, communist, aristocrat, gross state. So please,
back to
today, when you're
Europe.
watching the tennis match and you see Trump or you hear Trump, anything to do with Trump, scream at your television screens and go online and say that you've done so. And please double tap this, share it, comment, and spread the word, and show my boo when Trump makes an appearance today at the U.S. Open. And shame on USTA.
Breaking news, the U.S. Tennis Association is now urging broadcasters to, in effect, censor today's U.S. Open match between Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz for the finals between number 1 and number 2, because Donald Trump is going to be there. And if people protest, if people boo, if people have adverse reactions to Donald Trump either being on screen or being in the crowd, the U.S. Tennis Association does not want the American public to see this. Now, why is that? I wonder who put pressure on the U.S. Tennis Association to tell their broadcasters to do this. It'll be quite interesting to see the actual video that come from those in the crowd and the audience that are really there, showing the reality versus the fake news being produced by the U.S. Tennis Association and by broadcasters covering the tennis match. Hopefully they'll show accurately what's going on. They'll show if people are either pleased or have displeasure with Donald Trump and allowed to do that. Why is our media allowed to be censored so to show that people, basically the opposite of what their feelings are? If they're not happy with him, they're allowed to have their First Amendment right. If it's at a public sports game, then if you don't want to have the reaction, don't go. But don't try to pretend it's not there. So just want you to know this. So if you're a big tennis fan, you may want to think about this. You may want to call out the Tennis Association and let them know what you think about it. Love to hear from my Democrats, my MAGAs, my crazies, my cuckoos, my burned light bulbs. It's amazing the levels that the Trump administration will stoop to try to make him look good when at least half the country thinks the opposite. Love to know what you think.
They're booing you, baby, because you suck.
The United Association has a Donald Trump problem. He's decided he's going to show up at another sporting event. This time, the U.S. Open tennis men's finale in New York City. And the U.S. Tennis Association has asked that all of the media companies broadcasting the event censor any dissent of Donald Trump when he enters the match. So he's going to be there. He'll probably push himself onto stage once again to award whoever their award for winning. That's if he doesn't leave again early like he did during the Super Bowl, when whoever he wants to win doesn't actually win. So the United States Tennis Association knows they have a Donald Trump problem. They don't want him there. New York City does not want Donald Trump there, but he's showing up. With him saying on his Truth Social, we're flying over the match grounds right now. We'll be landing shortly. Nobody wants Donald Trump anywhere, at least anywhere that he is right now.
no tears.
Gothenburg just broke the news that the USTA BACC outlets planning to cover the US Open final and said not to cover any reactions to Donald Trump. They have been asked to censor any possible protests or other reactions to Trump's presence at the US Open finals. Ben quotes part of the email. With respect to broadcast coverage, the president will be shown on the World feed and the Ash Court feed during the opening anthem ceremony. We ask all broadcasters to refrain from showcasing any disruptions or reactions in response to the president's attendance in any capacity, including ENG coverage. They are preemptively censoring the crowd. Why? To protect the image of the person who is trying to currently end democracy.
Targeted black pastors.
This ain't no goddamn democracy.
Oh, well, I was corrected on that, Jesse.
I don't think I've ever heard
a Republican
one
state is a democracy.
saying to censor
Republican form
something
of government
because
is still a democracy because it's
but
by the
Donald
people.
Trump is literally getting everywhere he goes. Everywhere he goes, he's getting booed. So he better get used
Right,
to it.
everywhere he goes, he's getting booed. That means the girls are choosing on him. He's getting booed up everywhere he goes.
This is how it's going to be. A lot of people are unhappy, and most of the people that are unhappy with Donald Trump are his own people. They're the ones booing
getting
him at
booed
those
up
events.
everywhere he go. He
Normally
chilling.
they are really the biggest ones at these sporting events. I mean, it's some of our people there, but not like the white crowd. They're always the biggest one there. And it just goes to show you that Donald Trump,
Sister Lisa give me Shabaka vibes because she's just so mad at Trump. Like, but not thinking logically. Her whole thing is,
but now he has fallen out of favor with a lot of
watch
people.
what he's doing.
Bipartisan is people on the left and right that are very unsatisfied with the job that Donald Trump is doing.
Very.
So, y'all, make sure you come back at 3:45.
I'm not
Donald Trump has
unsatisfied.
declared war on Chicago.
Right.
And
And I'm in Chicago,
are
and I'm
buzzing
just
about it. It's
fine.
the biggest thing they're talking about today. So he went on Truth
We're just
Social
fine
and he
in Chicago.
posted a picture of himself, and he's literally in a Confederate hat that the soldiers used to wear back in the day. And he got this image, and he changed the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War, which I don't
usually
think
has always
legally
been.
he can do that on his own as a president.
Yes.
That has to really go through a process before it can be changed.
Why is these
But
people?
that's
This,
what he
hey,
called
look,
himself
I
doing.
love Lisa, but like, it's these
So,
old people.
No, things are
Why is these
going
old
well
people
for
so?
Donald Trump at all.
Golly.
And the fact that he don't want this shown, it just goes to show you it's getting to him. It's getting to him. Because if it wasn't, he would be able to rise above it and just move on. But apparently it bothers him so much he don't want it on TV. But you know how folks are. Even if the news stations don't show it, it will definitely be online. So, and he can't do
She's just
anything.
acting
You know
scared.
how it is.
Why is Lisa
Once
acting so
something goes
scared?
on
'Cause
the
she
internet,
old.
it is there forever. It is there
I
forever.
don't know.
And there's nothing he can
I
do
don't
about
know, Curl.
They just be so scared
So,
of Trump. Like nobody.
Good luck,
like,
Donald Trump, because
why are y'all
I'm
scared?
sure you'll be going to more events and you'll be
I
booed
don't
at
care
those
about
events
Trump.
as well.
We're not going
So,
to
y'all,
Trump
I hope
events.
to see you at 3:45
These old
so
folks
that
is just.
we can go over
Her
Donald
and
Trump
Shabaka just sit there
declaring
and talk
war
about
on
how Trump
Chicago
about to do everything bad.
and
Oh,
since Obama's presidency, These folks have been making a big deal out of Chicago ever since, despite the fact that Chicago was not even in the top 10 worst cities.
Right. Well, I'm in
for crime.
Chicago. Nobody
But
cares.
they have been
Trump
riding
finna come
high
to
off
Chicago.
of Chicago for a long
Me,
time.
all my
So,
guys out here,
he is
nobody
trying to get
cares.
a little propaganda out of the whole
It's not
thing.
finna affect us.
So, y'all, it's going to be
And they
interesting to see
trying to,
how this
Lisa
whole
and
thing
Shabaka
unfolds
trying
in
to say, oh,
Chicago. They're
Trump,
doing a lot of the
nobody
same things that
cares.
DC
Us
is doing.
niggas
They're
in
already out
Chicago
there
don't care.
protesting
You finna get
Donald
these
Trump
Mexicans.
sending
You finna get these
national guard
Venezuelans up out our way.
into Chicago.
Thank you. Thank you. We
And
don't
never
care. They're not finna
forget
pull
what
us
I
over.
showed you a week ago.
Jesse, you ever
Crime
been
is
pulled over
higher
by
in
ICE?
red states.
No.
And Donald Trump is going to
Huh?
conveniently ignore that.
If
Because
you
if
walking through
he
your
pays
city, right?
attention
If you
to it,
walking through
he's
Denver
going
and
to
this
have to
ICE
deal with
checkpoint,
his own
are you
people.
worried?
And he doesn't
No.
want to deal with his own people.
Huh?
He wants to deal with
You'll be like,
Chicago
motherfucker, get out
because
my
he
way. I
thinks
gotta
the
go
biggest
home.
problem in
Right.
Chicago
I'm a
is
goddamn
our
citizen.
people.
Get the fuck out of my
That's
way.
why.
Fuck out
So
my
he
way.
has no problem targeting
You give me,
Chicago.
don't let me call Lady
But
Che down here.
apparently he's going blind when it comes
You
down to
know?
these red states because that's where the worst
They be
crimes
like,
are
man,
and that's where the most
hey, you know my girl done
crimes
cook for
are
me
in
and everything.
America.
If she gotta come down here, it's gonna be
He's
bad
going
for
to be
all of y'all.
running after those illegals there
You know?
too. But we already seen an example of what's
Cause
going to be
Lady
done.
Che, if you gotta
You know,
come,
they're not
if you
going
gotta
after
come
the
talk to the
criminals.
police to
They're
let me
going
and
after
Jesse in,
soft targets. And unfortunately, they're going to be doing that
you
to
know
our
how bad that's
brothers
gonna
and
be, Jesse.
sisters in Chicago. They're not going to go after the criminals. They're going to go after the man and woman walking down the street or the children walking home from school that may be teenagers or somebody sitting on their stoop or out on their front porch
That's
and
that.
they
That's the
start
old
walking past
Shabaka
and,
talk.
I need to see some ID and all that crap. And those are the kind of people that are going to get arrested, y'all. They're going to be setting up the same
We
kind of
can't get
checkpoints
arrested.
that they set up. And
Lisa don't get arrested. Lisa, old lady, she don't even get arrested.
Right.
But they talking about like, but they gonna arrest me, you and Jesse. Nigga, I don't get arrested. We don't. No, they're not gonna arrest us. We're Americans. Who is y'all trying to scare?
Shalom, family. Good to see everybody here. Hope you're doing well. Well, Trump went on Truth Social.
Hey, they coming for you, Lady Che.
Truth Social, his social media platform, to pretty much say he was waging
Hey,
war
they coming for light skinned girl.
on Chicago. And a lot of
They say you ain't American, you African.
because we know why. I mean, look, they've been targeting Chicago since President Obama, and they have not stopped doing it.
Lisa from
despite
Jersey,
the fact that it
trying to
doesn't
scare
even
us
come
Chicago
up
motherfuckers. I'm
in
from
the top
Chicago.
20
Like I'm
most
actually
dangerous
born in
cities in
Chicago.
America.
I live in
So
Northwest
it is
Indiana.
definitely a
She
great
from Jersey trying to scare us in
exaggeration.
Chicago.
And
I am
personally,
not
I
worried
think
about
what
Trump.
they're doing is deflecting.
Yeah.
from
Do
the
you
fact
see this
that
shit?
red
This is
states
where I was born and
are the
raised.
most
Do you
violent
see?
and have the most
Olympia
crime
Fields?
in it.
I was born in
So if you keep
Chicago. I was
focusing
raised in
on
Olympia
Chicago,
Fields.
you won't take
You
a
get me?
closer look at them.
Tyreek
And
brought
that's
up
what it's
Olympia
about at
Fields.
the
That's
end
where
of
I'm
the
from,
day.
Olympia Fields.
So we're going to
Like,
look
I'm not
at
worried about shit.
videos and I want
I
y'all
got
to
lawyers.
take
My
notice
brother's a lawyer.
of
My dad's a lawyer. My uncle's a
something.
lawyer.
You know,
My
the
mom's actually like
avatar
what?
that I have
Who gonna
on
kick me? Bro,
this
they
particular
can try
live
to send me
stream,
anywhere. My family's just gonna
if
ride for
you
me.
take a
Period.
close look at it,
You know what I mean?
that hat that Donald Trump has on his head is a hat
I
that
don't even
the
have to
Confederate
look. Lady
soldiers
Che
used
gonna
to
ride
wear.
for
Let me
me.
see if I can
You get
share
me,
that
Jesse?
with you.
Right.
Like
Yep.
we're just that
I
good.
was like, oh, really
you give me nobody
interesting.
can't
So
touch
you
you.
picked
You know
something
like
like
what?
that. Now, this is what Donald Trump
Deport.
put up on.
Hey, we
Twitter.
deported.
Look at this hat.
All right. So that hat that he has on, that is a hat that
Look at this hat.
the Confederate soldiers used to wear.
His hairline don't go back nearly.
And how
Oh.
convenient for Donald Trump to pick that hat.
Wait a second.
And
But the Confederate
talking
soldiers
about
got that shit from the American Indians.
Yeah, they did.
Oops.
Right. So
They forgot
let me
that
share
part.
my screen again so we can get started, because they've been protesting now in Chicago for well over a week now, because they
I'm in
really
Chicago.
don't
I have
want
not seen any protests.
Trump and the National Guard and all the
I've
feds
seen
to show up in their city. But
I've seen white Latinos get snatched up though on Chicago Road and Salt Trail though by a squad. Like it was South Heights police and the sheriff
if you can see my
and somebody else that I didn't know who they was. But they went and snatched this motherfucker up out the car outside the McDonald's. A white Latino. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the task force at work. Amen, Donald Trump. Amen, Donald Trump. I seen this shit up driving through the light. I'm like, what?
This morning, Chicago bracing for the arrival of National Guard troops as President Trump doubles down on his
Jesse,
claim
I'm not
they're needed
bracing.
to tamp down
Lady
on what
Tay,
he
I'm not
says
bracing.
is out of control crime.
We could solve Chicago
I'm not
very
bracing.
quickly, but
I'm
we're going to
chilling.
make a decision as to
I'm
where we
just
go
fine.
over the next day or two.
Over the weekend, Trump sharing a manipulated image of himself with a twist on a quote from the movie Apocalypse Now. The caption says, "I love the smell of deportations in the morning," and the line, "Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department
Beautiful.
of
I
War."
love it.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson firing back, saying Trump wants to occupy our city and break our Constitution. Trump pushing back.
We're not going to war. We're going to clean up our city.
Thousands of Americans hitting the streets of Chicago
Tay.
and D.C. protesting
just
against
fine,
the
right?
president's threats and deployment of some 2,000 National Guard
I'm
troops
just
to the
fine,
nation's
right?
capital. For weeks,
Hey,
the president
I
has
ain't worried
threatened to
about
do the
shit.
same in other Democratic-run cities and states.
Why target Chicago and Boston when there are cities in red states with high
Because there's a bunch of illegals here.
Really higher than Chicago?
There are like Memphis and
Excuse
St.
me.
Louis.
Excuse me. You know how many people were killed in Chicago last weekend? 8. You know how many people were killed in Chicago the week before? 7. You know how many people were wounded? 74 people were wounded. You think there's worse than that? I don't think so.
But FBI statistics from
And they're
2024
all
show that
illegals
several
that's
cities
doing
in
it.
red states, including Memphis and St. Louis, have significantly higher murder rates than Chicago. It shows Chicago at
Yeah, Memphis
17.5
is
murders
crazy.
for
And the
100,000
Quad
people,
Cities up
while
north,
the rate is
Iowa,
46
that's
for
crazy.
Memphis and 54.1 for St. Louis. But the
Yeah.
Windy City did see a particularly violent Labor Day weekend.
my
This
stepdad's
as the
from
administration escalates its immigration enforcement. DHS says ICE raids have now launched in Boston, just days after authorities detained more than 300 South Korean nationals during a raid at a Hyundai plant in Georgia. That operation rallying America's close ally, which
But
had
those are
promised
the
to
jobs
invest
that, we not going to work.
$300 in the U.S. Trump looking to reassure South
Hey,
Korea.
Jesse, I'm
now
sure you'll
proposing the
love
country
putting windows
and foreign
on
companies
a
doing
Honda,
business in
wouldn't
the
you?
U.S. help train Americans for
Install in
jobs.
the back seat every day
Right, because they were here
for
illegally.
$30 an
But
hour.
we do have to work something out where we bring
That's
in
a job us
experts
niggas won't
so
do,
that our
right?
people
For
can be
$30
trained
an
so that
hour,
they
right?
can do it themselves.
Yeah.
The U.S. president just declared war on the
I'll
city
do
of
it
Chicago.
for $30 an hour.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'll post the tweet for you. You can go see the tweet for yourself.
And
he's
we
wearing a
living in
Confederate flag hat.
Georgia,
Those
North
crossed
Carolina.
words,
Man, we
that's
chilling.
Confederate flag hat from the Confederate Army. Yeah,
First of all, you gotta kind of wonder where you got that.
Oh, look at the kitty.
It was
I'm
AI.
in such shock. I don't know what to do. Ben's asleep.
It was an
It's
AI
11:30
hat. It
PM.
was
The baby's
AI.
asleep.
They don't understand AI.
Right.
Then I feel like I just want to burst into
They
tears.
acting like Trump put on a damn Confederate hat in the damn White House.
I've posted
It's
before
AI.
that I feel like
Right.
America's already in a
What's
cold
wrong with
civil
people?
war. And I think Donald Trump's intention is to turn it into a hot civil war, either by inflaming, tensions between people,
Jesse, you know, like
Or
even
just by
O'Shea, right? He
using
got
the
people that
liberal
work for him,
military
right?
against the
Phil
people.
got people that work for him, right?
And starting
So how much more do you think the president of the United
local
States
cops
has
versus
people
state
working for
forces
him?
and federal forces. And the thing is,
You
these
get me?
ICE agents and these federal
So if
agents
you're
are
if you're
hiding their
the governor
faces
of
with
Denver,
bandanas, and they're not
well,
wearing
you know what I mean, the mayor of
insignia
Denver,
that
right? And you got
identifies
me
them.
working
So
for
how
you,
does
right? I
anybody
might make some
know
shit.
that these are
Oh,
actually
you didn't
federal
approve
agents
at
because
that
they're
time.
not wearing
Oops,
like
my bad.
identifiable
Let me
badges
take it off.
or
You know what I mean?
name tags? Their faces aren't visible. They're not coordinating with local
People
law
act
enforcement.
stupid, man.
And I think it's going to be really
fear
bad.
mongering is
It's
off
going to
the
be really
chain.
bad if Trump tries to put federal troops in Chicago.
There
For
are
so many
federal
reasons, it's
troops
gonna
in
be really
Chicago. Excuse me.
And I felt like I'm on the verge of tears.
Jesse.
For the last
Hey,
week or so,
Jesse.
I don't know if it's the postpartum hormones or
Do you know anybody that's in the Navy?
watching what's happening down south, but like, I lived in Chicago for
Yes,
11
my
years.
grandfather was in the Navy.
I moved there when I was
5 years.
22.
So,
And
but I mean, like
people who I met
anybody
there
that joins the Navy, right?
opened their arms to me in such a
Yeah.
profound way. They helped me get a career in advertising, like helped me
Where do
find
they
my
go to
voice
basic
as an
training?
adult, nurtured my creativity in photography. Like
Within the
Chicago really helped me give birth to my adult
Where
self.
do they go to basic training?
And
Oh,
I love that
Paris,
city
Paris
so much.
Island.
No, that would be the Marines, South Carolina.
And like
That would be the Marines.
it
That's under
feels
the Navy. But where do
silly
the
to like stay up at
Navy
night
troops go for basic training?
imagining,
To San Diego.
the violence and the trauma that's going to happen.
They go to Great Lakes.
I will
Oh,
say
yeah,
that some of my friends who live in Chicago
Everybody
and who
in the
deal with the level
Navy
of crime
goes
there,
to Chicago.
some of them are optimistic
If you're
about
in the
the
Navy,
National
you
Guard
know
coming
Chicago.
because nothing seems to have
That's
worked.
how my grandfather ended up
Cashless
in
bail didn't work.
If somebody says they're in the Navy and they
other
say they
types of
never been to
initiatives
Chicago, they're lying.
that are very rehabilitation based haven't worked. And I've talked about this before.
The only
needs to be
basic training for the Navy is in Great Lakes Naval Base.
Investment in
Chicago.
America and Americans,
Yep.
especially people of color and inner
What is
cities.
people of color?
There needs to be jobs created for
A
people,
white woman
and
talking
minimum
about
wage
people
needs
of
to be
color.
Broad, ambiguous language.
doubled, if not tripled.
A white lady
People
talking
need to feel
about
like they have a
people of
future
color.
and a reason to live. They need to feel like they can support themselves and their families. Jail can be attractive for people who can't afford food or rent. There's people who stop eating my snacks. There are people
Been
who
like that. What are you talking about?
throw bricks through windows in the winter.
It was like that before the dump guy
sit in the
on.
city jail because
What
it's
are you
warm.
talking about?
What's happening in Chicago is very different from that. And there's been a violence and a gang problem in Chicago for decades.
It's a
What Donald Trump is
Yes,
doing is
Al
not
Capone.
actually
Al
addressing that. He's
Capone
done
in
it
them.
last tweet. This is not actually about crime. It's about authoritarianism and
Lucky
fascism
Luciano.
and starting a hot conflict with one of America's most liberal cities. Chicago has a very strong tradition of anti-fascism, socialism, going back to
And Tommy
the
guns.
immigration of a lot of Eastern
Tommy
Europeans
guns.
back in the 1800s.
You can't go across Cicero after the nighttime.
Things like
Chicago's known for that. That's white people
which
doing
led
this.
to the foundation of the FDA, came out of Chicago. Like Chicago.
Hey Jesse, you
social
see
work
back when I was on my RBG
um,
shit.
not Jane Addams. Jane Jacobs, maybe is her name. I don't know. The mother of social
I got the chair from a white lady.
work in the U.S. was from Chicago. It's an incredible.
I don't have the chair anymore though.
And it's very much built around the working class, even at the very highest echelons. J.B. Pritzker is like a mega billionaire from one of Illinois' wealthiest families, one of America's wealthiest.
Pritzker is a
And he
hotel
obviously
owner.
truly believes
His
in
family's
Illinois
from hotels.
and loves the city of Chicago. And oh my God, I just
Yep. Shout out to the Harlem Hellfighters.
don't know. This is hitting me much harder than I thought it would.
Jesus.
Trump is one funny mother sucker. Did y'all see this? Like, how many presidents you know do some shit? Trump had made history. He made history because, like, this is some funny shit. But here's the thing. Y'all all mad about him coming like this to Chicago. Although, I've seen people from Chicago like, yes, Trump, come on, clear this shit up. Like,
yeah, like Chicago.
Obviously, the mayor can't do it. Chicago been like this for a long time. So you can come in and clear it up. Let's go clear it up. It's people that's not in Chicago complaining about Trump coming in there with the National Guard. He using the military against people. He's not gonna bomb the people. He gonna, you know what I'm saying, scare him a little bit. Gentle parenting. I mean, no, not gentle parenting. They tried gentle parenting, that didn't work. So now he about to come in there with that belt and clear that shit up. He about to threat him a little bit. He about to be like, you don't sit your ass down.
Danielle Carter and Tom
Like,
Homan.
ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong. Sometimes you have to come in.
We're just fine in Chicago. Bring ICE into Chicago. We're fine.
Mayor of Chicago is a woman. Sometimes the daddy got to come in and put his foot down, raise his voice a little bit to clear it up, you know, to stop the shit.
Yeah.
So what is the problem? I just really don't understand. Can y'all help me understand? Because I don't see a problem at all. And I'm going to continue to say I don't see a problem. Because
Sister Danielle said Tom Homan is fine in the city, and I say Tom Homan is good in the city. What's the problem?
There's bullets and, you know, they have names on anybody.
Right.
So maybe until somebody close to you catch a little bullet, you gonna wish Trump cleared it up
from an illegal.
Let's make it clear: the president of the United States,
give me from an illegal.
Declared war on.
It's one thing, man. You shoot it out, Jesse, right? Because we're from here, right?
Not acceptable behavior.
Right. But if a motherfucker, my child got hit by illegal,
ready to send troops into Chicago. In
my
fact,
daughter got slapped by a fucking Venezuelan that shouldn't be here. Oh, you know what? It's gonna go down.
The only assistance they really provide is just office space for ICE. But that there are no barracks, no detention facilities, none of that is being requested or prepared in order to support troops into Chicago.
So then is this just, social media trash talk? When you say he's declaring war, is this tongue in cheek?
Hey, Tay, I'll be right back.
I think he's renaming the Department of Defense the Department of War. Did he not just say that Chicago will find out what it means to be at war? I take what the president of the United States says very seriously, because that is the respect you have to give to the office. And if that's what he's declaring, then let me make it clear. It would be an illegal order to declare war on a major city, any city within the United States by the president of the United States.
I don't think he said that at all.
I saw a great quote today that said, every boot you ignore that's stepping on the necks of others is just softening the leather to step on yours. We have all these do not tread on me people, pro 2A. I will fight until my hands are cold against a tyrannical government people.
Niggas.
As the leader of this country sends a truth with a meme of him saying how much he loves to smell of deportations in the morning. And the city of Chicago in America city is about to find out the reason why it's called the Department of War on an American city. And you can talk about crime in Chicago until you're blue in the face and pretend that sending in troops is actually a crime targeting strategy. You can pretend that being against a government, calling out an American city, threatening them with the might of the federal government. You want, but you won't be intellectually honest. The fact is, you can be for fighting crime and wanting to make sure that criminals are held responsible and want to retain your rights as an American citizen. Because the fact is, if you walked out your front door and saw tanks and soldiers randomly asking you for your identification and to prove you have the right to walk down the street,
you ain't got to worry about us.
And so forth, you would eventually, if not immediately, feel threatened, be upset, feel insulted.
You're not going to jump.
No one wants to live under the boot of the government watching your every step, harassing you as you walk down the street. This is the reason why stop and frisk was fought so strongly against. Because no one wins when you give the government free reign to do whatever it wants to you. And while it might not be in your city, your town, your county, your street today, if you continue to let them get away with it, it will come. and they'll tell you they're doing it just to bring order. But truthfully, what they're doing is trying to bring submission. So I need those 2A, don't tread on me, I stand in and fight against any tyrannical government people to use their fucking voices. You can be MAGA and say enough is enough. I need to stand up for this shit before it rolls down here. But instead, you're going to lick the fucking boot and say, harder, daddy. It feels really good.
What's happening in Chicago right now is a big deal. And even if you don't live in Chicago, even if you don't live anywhere near the Midwest, pay attention to this, because what takes place in Chicago over the next few days and weeks will affect the rest of the way. Essentially, Donald Trump is declaring war on the city of Chicago. He's posted on social media multiple times saying that Chicago is about to feel the full effects of the Department of War, which Trump recently renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Now, here's what's really fascinating. Why are we using the Department of War against a U.S. city? Well, we already saw what happened in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. Donald Trump federalizing the National Guard, essentially taking over these cities and creating chaos and distraction from the real issues that matter. But with Chicago, he seems to really want to threaten the city and the local Democratic politicians more than ever before. And this could be way bigger and way worse than what we saw in LA and DC. Donald Trump has had a plan in secret for months to do this in Chicago, and it seems like it's about to finally happen. So follow along, share these videos to help me spread the truth about what's happening in Chicago and around the country.
I try my best not to cover the things that Donald Trump puts on the platform he calls truth, but this one felt particularly important because today, the president of these United States declared via tweet the occupation of and war against an American city. We are in a civil war. And I've been using the Civil War language in part talking about the arms race happening for congressional seats, because just like in the 1800s when there was a push to figure out which states would be slave states and which states would be free states, and those compromises and conflicts eventually led to the first American Civil War. We've had this arm race for congressional seats to figure out which will be really blue states and which will be really red states. And we have Texas that's just stealing congressional seats from Democrats and handing them to Republicans while also eliminating the voice of Black and brown voters in the state. And you have Gavin Newsom in California being like,
still saying Black and brown.
Had moments that have led to this, whether it was the insurrection of January 6th, 2021, in which a violent mob storm the Capitol on Donald Trump's behalf, or if we're talking about the assassination of a Democratic leader here in the state of Minnesota and the attempted assassination of another, or if we're talking about the multiplicities of ways in which Donald Trump's secret police have been as unidentified masked operatives going into cities and snatching people off the street regardless of their legal status. The consolidation of power, the political retribution to universities, organizations, and departments in the United States government based on their loyalty to Donald Trump. It should also be noted that Donald Trump sent troops into the city of Los Angeles to solve a problem that he started by sending his secret police in, snatching people off the streets, and the citizens stood up against it. And so he occupied Los Angeles, and now he's looking to occupy Chicago in the same way that he federalized DC. And in doing so, he changed DC from the seat of democracy to the seat of the president. He's now looking at his two biggest political opponents, Gavin Newsom and J.B. Pritzker.
One B proved that
occupy
occupy Los Angeles.
This is a civil war.
A little section of downtown Los Angeles.
And I'm going to be right here dissecting these rhyme schemes so we can understand what's happening. Until then, thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Okay. Can we talk about, I mean, aside from all of the corrupt and disturbing and crazy things that have taken place already, can we just talk about how extreme this post is? I saw someone repost this and I thought it was AI or it was fake or it was made up. So I went to Trump's Truth Social. And no, it's there. This is really on the Truth Social of the President of the United States. I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. And I truly believe he typed this himself because Chicago about to find out. He just declared war on Chicago.
Oh my God. No.
And Not only is he saying it's about crime, but also he's talking about deportations, of course. But he just declared war on a U.S. city. Not only is it illegal to send troops to a state without approval, without the governor's approval, it's also illegal for
Go watch Kirby.
The U.S. military to be used against
I would
citizens.
still change that.
The only time it is legal is if it is there to protect the Constitution, to protect
reparations, no doubt.
the people of the United States.
Reparations.
The president of the United States just declared war on a city in the United States. People, I don't care what side you're on. This is not okay. This man has gone crazy. Exactly. It is time to do something. He is absolutely trying to deflect from the Epstein files, but aside from that too, he's gone crazy. He is losing his mind. In no part of history would you have seen anyone do something like this and not get some crazy quick impeachment. This is not mentally okay. This is not okay by any standards of any government. This is not a democracy. It is time for everyone to open their eyes, because he's now doing this openly because he feels like he can. And he will do it to any other city or state that he pleases. It is time to fight back. It is time to say something. It is time to fight for America.
Donald Trump just declared war on fucking Chicago. Take a look. There it is. The sitting fucking U.S. president just said Chicago's about to find out why they call it the Department of War. If you're in Chicago, we are protesting at Ida B. Well. Until then, I'm going to drink an espresso martini and fuck this fucking dictator. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck ICE. We ride at dawn, baby.
Did Donald Trump just declare war on Chicago? Look at what he just posted this morning. I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago is about to find out why it's called the Department of War. Now, last I checked, the President of the United States is supposed to protect the cities within the United States, not declare war on them. And if this was truly about solving crime, which it's not, but if it was, wouldn't he be saying that I'm declaring war on the criminals in Chicago? But it's not. This is just a signal to his base that he's going after blue states and going after blue cities and making their lives miserable so that the red states can feel better about themselves. Even though there are plenty of cities in the United States with higher crime rates than Chicago. And we've never had a president of the United States that actively has gone to war against another part of the United States. Well, actually, this is the second time, right? We did have a civil war. But this guy actively hates part of this country. He hates them. He hates Chicago because they don't listen to him and they don't vote for him. And he is going to make them an example, even though it's not even remotely close to the dangerous city in the United States. And I know there's a lot of shit that goes on with this guy, but it is so important to remember that none of this is normal. This is not normal behavior, and we can't just gloss over it. This guy is a monster. He is only doing things to enrich himself and to make himself popular with his base. He doesn't care about you and I. We're seeing that with the economy about to go into the complete tank while he's doing these stupid memes and laughing about crime in Chicago when Memphis and Kansas City and other places have worse crime. It is a joke. It is embarrassing. This guy is a complete fool.
So Donald Trump has declared war on Chicago. Think about that. An American president declaring war on one of its own cities just because they won't bend the knee to his insane Heritage Foundation Project 2025 run.
Today's a hard day. With all the shenanigans going on, it was really difficult for me and probably lots of others to see Donald Trump's Truth Social post where he says that he likes the smell of deportations in the morning. So essentially, he's a hero in the film Apocalypse Now, and he's going to declare war on Chicago. It makes me sick. What we're witnessing is absolutely pathetic. President of the United States reduced to pounding his chest on social media, threatening to go to war with an American city, with Chicago, our own people. our neighbors, our citizens. That is not strength. That is weakness in bravado, cruelty packaged as leadership. A real leader does not declare war on the people that they swore to serve. A real leader does not turn suffering into a soundbite and chaos into a campaign strategy. And a real leader does not treat Americans as enemies just because their city, their values, and their voices don't align with his. I was going to put a photo of the posts in the background, but it makes me so sick. I don't want to see it. I don't want to have any part of it. You know, Trump calls this toughness, but it's not tough to vilify a city from behind a keyboard. It's not courageous to inflame division instead of seeking solutions, which he just never seems to want to do. It's cowardice. It's plain and simple.
Exactly.
And it's pathetic that someone who once
the Navy trained
held the highest office, which it's not anymore, it's pathetic that he resorts to cheap threats against his own countrymen to stay relevant. Chicago deserves investment, not invasion. It deserves support, not scorn. And America deserves better than a man who mistakes cruelty for courage and destruction for strength. History is not going to remember his fucking bullshit as power at all. It will remember it for what it truly is. It's weakness, it's desperation, and it's the hollow cries of a man who has nothing left but rage. And let's face it, nothing left to lose but America.
Well, by now you all have seen the
Hey,
tweet
Jesse.
posted by this man that looks like he was put together blindfolded with parts left over. Okay, the man's prefrontal cortex has been compromised by VD. Okay, nobody is listening to him. He has declared war on the third largest city in America. He is cosplaying as a soldier. That man ain't seen a lick of action in his life. All right. He is a horrible drag queen. He dressed up as a businessman and failed. He dressed up as a husband and failed. He dressed up as a father and failed miserably. And now he has been dressed up as the president of the United States, and he's doing a horrible job. Okay? Nobody wants him there. Nobody has asked for him there. All right? And I will continue to blame you heathens that went out here and decided I'm not voting, and the ones that did actually vote for him, I need you to come stand over here. This is where we will put all the stupid people so that we can usher you out of this country. All right? All right.
You can't
I just seen the most ridiculous shit that I've ever seen, as far specifically coming from Fox News. This doesn't feel like Reagan administration all over again. I don't know what the fuck this is. When has he ever gave a damn about your community? Did he give a fuck his first term? Matter of fact, when he said he was going to deport the criminals up out of this motherfucker, did he just stop with the criminal? Nothing pisses me off more when people don't use their motherfucking head. And instead of making them work for it, y'all make it easy by saying that Chicago should have been cleaned up a long time ago. I understand that you lost a family member. My condolences to all who have lost a family member to gun violence. That man is not coming out there to clean up your city. I'm sorry to tell you. Talking about the same man that buried his ex-wife on his golf course. Talking about the same man that wished death on his nephew because he had intellectual development issues. Currently begging for a Nobel Peace Prize for Operation Warp Speed, although that was a situation that he ignored. Same man that held up your stimulus checks because he wanted his name on those checks. Same man that went to Arlington Memorial Cemetery, disrespected those veterans for a photo op, and you think he give a fuck about you? Fucking resist.
Did Donald Trump just declare civil war on Chicago? Donald Trump just posted this to his Truth Social shortly after ICE was deployed to Chicago, stating that he loves the smell of deportations in the morning, and that why Chicago is about to find out why it's now called the Department of War instead of the Department of Defense. He changed the name of something that is in place for defense and changes it to something very antagonistic. I haven't posted in a while because it's not great for anyone's mental health to see these things consistently every single day. And I found myself as I'm reading and trying to figure out what I want to show you, things need to be shared because things are suppressed and twisted. What's going on out there? Please like, share, and show your support.
Please tell me if I'm tweaking or reading this wrong or being delusional. I saw and heard that Donald Trump trying to go to war with Chicago, the city. Were we foreshadowing this whole time when we said this is shot right?
Breaking news. Yesterday on September 6th, Donald Trump escalated his rhetoric, declaring that he calls war on Chicago. In a true social post, he shared an AI-generated image styled like the apocalypse now. Helicopters, explosions, fires over city skylines. His caption read, "I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago is about to find out why it's called the Department of War." At first, Trump's justification for sending the Federalists was crime. He claimed that Chicago and other cities were lawless and troops could restore order. But now we see his true intent. This has become a campaign of immigration raids and deportations led by ICE and backed by the National Guard units. This shift isn't about keeping communities safe. It's about fear. It's about intimidating immigrants, tearing apart families, and criminalizing entire neighborhoods. Chicago is being treated not as a city of people, but as a target for federal force. Governor J.B. Pritzker called Trump a wannabe dictator. Mayor Brandon Johnson said his rhetoric is beneath our nation. And they're right, because this isn't just about Chicago. If we accept one city being declared a war zone, what happens next? Whose rights are stripped tomorrow?
Ain't no limit.
Let me be clear. This is not normal. This is not safe. This is an authoritarian escalation. Stand with Chicago, speak out, and don't look away.
Federal and state leaders are sparring in a war of words. President Trump posting an inflammatory message on social media today referencing Chicago.
Look around and find out.
Quick responses from the governor and 2 U.S. senators.
President Donald Trump taking to social media this morning, sharing an image that places him in front of the Chicago skyline with the caption, "Chipocalypse now." Trump's post saying, quote, "I love the smell of deportations in the morning." And Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. The president's post drawing strong reaction from local and state Democratic leaders, including Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. Pritzker sharing the president's post and responding on X, saying the president of the United States is threatening to go to war with an American city. This is not a joke. This is not normal.
He's skinny now.
Donald Trump isn't a strong man. He's a scared man. Illinois won't be intimidated by a wannabe dictator. Joining the governor in his criticism of the president, U.S. Senator Dick Durbin, who spent part of his Saturday in Pilsen for the Mexican Independence Day parade.
Dick Durbin went to jail.
This morning was disgusting. To suggest that the troops are coming into Chicago or that the Department of War is going to engage is an embarrassment. This is a peace-loving community trying to do their best to make a living and raise a family.
Fellow U.S. Senator Tammy Duckworth especially taking issue with the image's depiction of the president, saying, "Take off that cavalry hat, you draft dodger. You didn't earn the right to wear it. Stolen valor at its worst." And Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson also weighing in on X. Quote, "The president's threats are beneath the honor of our nation, but the reality is that he wants to occupy our city and break our Constitution. We must defend our democracy from this authoritarianism by protecting each other and protecting Chicago from Donald Trump."
In a statement released to ABC, the White House doubling down on President Trump's post, pointing to Labor Day weekend violence in the city of Chicago, saying, quote, "Local Democrat leaders are more upset about a post from the president. That tells you everything you need to know about the Democrats' twisted priorities."
Oh. Got him. Lisa, did you freeze up?
They can't beat Danielle
Lisa must have freezed up. Well, that's the end of it. Right. And they can't beat Sister Jessica either. Or it's just a prosperity.
All right. You know, whether you agree with Donald Trump or not, they're going to be in Chicago. And I know the people are going to be really upset, but he's going to do this. And the only going to be doing this stuff is in blue states.
What is
he's
she
not going
talking
to even
about?
look at the red states because that's where his biggest supporters are. So he's going to just blatantly ignore that. So to my subscribers that are out there in Chicago, be careful. Be careful.
You're just
And
fine
make
in
sure
Chicago.
your children know what's going on, your grandchildren, you know, because it's not about keeping a city safe. You know, at the end of the day, this is a big distraction from the Epstein files. And, you know, it was the same thing in DC as well.
Say, you
Donald
notice
Trump,
something? It's these
that's one
old
thing,
folks,
if you
they
are
always,
taking down
it's
the
like
criminals,
they've
y'all
got
are
some
not doing
disease
that. You're
against
not even
Trump.
doing that in DC.
Yeah.
Even the people there.
Like they can't
Their
see what
stops
the
are
world is.
random.
It's
They're
always,
random.
it's
But
that
the
Trump.
real
It's that
criminals,
Trump.
they're not even touching them. And it's going to just be a repeat of that in Chicago. The real people
I'm
that are
just fine,
causing
Lisa, in
problems,
Chicago.
they're not going to do anything to them. They're just going to grab up a bunch of people going back and forth to work.
Jesse,
and,
that's
you know,
like
and
that's
really
like me
not
being
doing too much
worried
of
about you in
nothing.
Denver. Jesse.
So y'all be careful.
It's like me being
For
worried
real.
about you in Denver.
You
I'm in
know, at
Chicago,
least
you're
for the
in
next
Denver, right?
29 days, because, you know, he
Hey,
doesn't want
bro,
to pay
if Trump
or
moving,
give benefits
he
to the
gonna move,
National
but like
Guard. So they'll be there
you're fine in Denver,
for
right?
29 days.
Right.
Boy,
Like
this
Trump didn't
place
do
is
nothing the way
rotten.
you can't walk
For
down the street, you can't go to the grocery
real.
store. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Is
That's
there
all I
something
think.
different, Jesse?
He knows if he keeps doing these dramatic
You know what I mean? Is there something
occupations
different?
of
You can't move
cities, then
around
people are
differently
not going
anymore
to think about the Epstein
since
files.
2024?
And plus, he's all bent out of shape for those women last week and talking about what
Right, you
happened
can
to
still go
them.
to the store, right?
You know, and
You and Lady
he's
J can
upset
still
about
walk
that.
down
So
the
he
street,
needs
right?
to keep the distractions going
It's not like y'all finna get
so
lynched
that
because Trump is
people
in
don't
office, right?
harp on the Epstein files. Thank you, Monica Gregory, for your super sticker. I deeply appreciate it.
Oh no, you're no, because Trump's in office. You don't
So,
have toilet
y'all,
paper anymore.
this
Now
is
you
all I
gotta
have
wipe
for
your
you
wipe your ass with your hands
now.
like the Africans.
Oh
Like
my
no,
God.
ain't nothing like that is happening.
Right. All right. I got one more topic. I got two more topics, and I'm gonna let Lady Che take over for the RBA. No, I set it for 4 a.m. You good? Was it too late for you?
I gave up.
Oh my God.
Hey Jesse, you about to get lynched. The RVA about to FBA your ass. And it's gonna be an open casket.
I set it for 4
I
a.m.
wanted to do it at 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
You didn't tell me what time you wanted to do it.
Yeah, it's over.
ICE
It's
is
over.
waging war on illegal immigration.
It sound like the South Side.
At a time, and here we go. Oh, they're gonna pit. Got him. Oh, I see people running. Okay, 1, 2. Officers after them. Whoa, is he gonna get him? Got him.
Got him.
Oh,
Got him.
that guy's getting deported. Oh, 3 people. And it looks like the driver's
He
not
said
supposed
that
to
guy's
even be in
getting
America
deported.
either. But before we see some even wilder police chases that perfectly explain why insurance rates will not stop going straight up, the driver of this white pickup is about to tell police something they've never heard before.
Yeah, we was at the casino. Those dang Indians, man, they took all that, bro.
There's somebody in here.
Jesus.
Somebody else.
So, but they're different than us in Chicago, right?
He's got
in
nothing to
Chicago,
say.
they're not. We're not running to get deported. We gonna fire. We gonna fire on them cops. We do it a whole different way.
Life, man, having them ride under a suitcase like that.
We don't do like LA car chases and shit for hours and shit. No. We put up
you know
on
you're
it,
going to jail,
and the cop
buddy.
pull up and they pull
He
us
knew.
over.
At least
It's going down right now.
Oh, there's two.
Right.
One guy's feet are near the other guy's head. That can't be comfortable. Look, he might have a neck cramp.
Man, Chicago, they don't go down. Like you get pulled over in the city, it's a whole different thing, bro. Jesse, I don't even get pulled over in the city
They've
because I'm from the
arrested too
bird.
many people to bring everybody back in one piece. 'Cause they
Getting
got
pulled
arrest
over in the
4
city
people.
is a whole different thing.
It's like, okay, he's going to handcuff him inside the car. Okay, they got these guys. Wow, look at that. 2 smugglers. But here we have what looks like a black sedan that thinks it's going to escape. It's not going to escape. They never escape. Oh, look at him. It's all over the road. Throwing up a smoke screen there. And he's making a turn. Where's he going? What, is he going to the bank? Guess not. He's making another turn. Oh, they're gonna get. Are they gonna get him? Oh, look at him. He's weaving. Car's agile, given that it's probably overpacked with a whole bunch of people who aren't even supposed to be here. It's so dangerous. Look at him going through a shopping center here. Oh, did he hit those cars? No, he made it. One of those was Border Patrol. So we have Border Patrol and DPS on this. He's at Five Below and Petco, Kohl's. Are we going to get new shoes today? No, we're not. Where is he going? He's just trying to throw him off. This guy doesn't know where he's going. He's probably looking for a good spot to bail. We can see what's happening. They're trying to corral this guy who's just all over the road, weaving in and out. And up here I see a McDonald's and a Wendy's. Oh, look, they're getting out. They're getting out at McDonald's. This is crazy. They're going to the burger place. Wendy's, McDonald's, we got everything over here. What are these guys going to get? Look at that.
I got one for you after this, Justin.
Where are they? No Happy Meals for anybody in this crowd. And there's more police chases coming up, but this is where they want to bring these people. This is a stash house in Texas full of illegal immigrants. Look at it. It's a disaster. Well, they got these guys on the floor. Wonder how many people they had in this place. This is where they're trying to bring people in these cars that are fleeing police or trying to get them to one of these. Oh, there's a tunnel. That couch has seen better days, man. I feel bad for that couch. Having to live with these smugglers. What a weird place. They got an old frame. They're hiding people in the dirt. Live the American dream. You might actually be living underneath their house. And that's true even if they pick you up in a nice BMW like this one. Let's see if he fares better than our friends in the yellow Mustang. Doesn't look like it. A lot of traffic on the road, and we know the police can get ahead of him. Let's see what he does. Okay. He's got the whole force after him, too. Let's see what's going to happen. All right, so now we're in the lead car. And he's speeding. He's trying to put some distance. Listen to that engine. Oh, man, here we go. Here we go. Here's the moment. Oh, that car spun out. It's not a BMW anymore. It's more like a Mercedes at this point. That was a solid pit. They waited till there were no other cars around, and this guy is off the road in a safe place. But now people are probably going to jump out of this thing. Yep. Nope, not this guy. Yeah, he's going to jail. What about whoever's in the car? Oh, I hear screaming.
Get on the ground! on the ground.
Whoa. There's a lot of police here, man. Wow, so this guy's a wanted fugitive gang member? I guess he was in the car by himself, but I'm thankful he's no longer out there doing whatever he was trying to go do. But if he was smuggling, maybe he should have got an SUV. After all, the police drive SUVs. This is happening in broad daylight here. Up here, okay. All right, and he's off the highway, so now he's going to put everyone in the world at risk driving through all this stop-and-go traffic. Okay, he's turning.
Turning right on Delmar.
All right. Ooh, look at all these cars. He's running the red light. Ooh, he almost hit that guy. This guy's wild, man. He almost just hit that car. Oh, over the median here, right through another red. Ridiculous. Back on the highway.
You see that, Jesse?
This guy's probably done this before.
Chicago?
He's just doing everything he can to run.
You see the statement?
And he's getting off the highway, on the highway, off the highway. He thought he could. No. Guess what? Texas DPS, they go off road too, buddy. Oh, where's he going? Is he gone? Did he get away? No. Oh, that pole stopped him.
Oh, damn.
The pole must work for Texas DPS. Oh, there he goes. Is he going to get away? I don't think so, man. He doesn't look that fast. That officer's got him. That officer's got him. Look, they got to run into oncoming traffic. This is so dangerous. And the other officers are following in the vehicle just in case this guy needs backup, which he doesn't. He got him. Oh, they got this guy. Wow, he thought he was going to get away. I don't know where he was going, but he didn't make it. He didn't get there. And neither did the people he was smuggling. Look at that. 3 guests he was bringing into this country without permission. But our next vehicle here is a Ford F-250 towing a horse trailer.
Jesse,
and they've pulled over.
You showing some
and officers are
you
on
see
the
what
case.
this shit I'm showing? It's all so bad.
Yeah. He wants. Oh, they're aggressive. He's got aggressive animals in his horse trailer, he says. And he says they're horses. Oh, Andy, I don't have a key. They're breaking it open. Will there be a horse in here? Probably not.
Wow, that's what Remington 870s are made for. This is exactly why they made a Remington 870.
That's a horse.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
This is the specific reason they made Remington 870.
This is so dangerous for the officer. Look, he's on the side of the highway arresting smugglers who are lying to him. This is crazy.
Hey, clear the radio. 3-304. I got a horse trailer here.
They're gonna be some holy shit.
Border Patrol.
All right, he's offering him water. Not him, the other guy. What? There's a whole bunch of people in there. Yeah, these people are in a dangerous situation, man. Being in that hot trailer, there's like 20 people in there. This is crazy. Oh my goodness!
Right, that's why it's good for a person like me or Jesse to have an 870 on us, so then we can hold down 20 people.
A lot of women
in case they want to act stupid.
And
we can hold them down until the police get here to back us up.
I'm in there with animals.
Because yes, Jesse.
Yeah, that ain't the American
we'll
dream,
go
man.
save some person on the side of the road, but if we see that shit,
they're gonna go to a sanctuary city and be forced to work off their cartel debts. That's not good.
Go
in a lot of these videos, we've seen people running away. Like
Jesse,
this guy.
if
you're ever
we finna
wondering
sit
how they
there with
find
us?
these people, this is how we got 2 guys here. They're escaping. Look at them running across the highway. That's dumb.
No. Is we finna deal with
but
these
so is
people?
everything we've seen today. Look, hopping into people's yards.
Jesse, we come help a person with their tire.
They
we
found these
find
2 guys and they sent officers in. Looks like we had a group of 5 people here that all split.
Huh?
That's a big guy right there. And here's the smuggling vehicle. It was a truck. Wonder how they got 5 people in that truck. They were all in the bed, probably.
That's where the 870 come in, because you can
And that
have the
guy was
870
driving.
with their buckshot
So they
and hold
capture
down 20
people
people.
with helicopters, SUVs, and they
Who's gonna be
bring
the first
law
one to get shot?
enforcement to their exact location. But you know what might make everyone's life a lot easier in chases like this?
Well, we see a lot of pursuits in Southern California, but they don't
grappler.
usually end like this. This video out of Las Vegas shows police using what's called a grappler to catch a suspected carjacker last month. Look at this. The tool is placed on the
Look at
front
that.
of a police car and essentially shoots out a net that wraps around the tire of a car trying to get away. Las Vegas police
I
say
wonder why
in this
Border
case,
Patrol and
brought a dangerous
Texas police
situation
don't
to a
use this.
peaceful resolution. It's almost like a spider that just jumps out, grabs that
I was
tire.
gonna say I'm getting
slows it down.
Spider-Man vibes.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Like car chase version.
It sure seems to me like it would end a lot of these chases sooner than a pit maneuver, but it may also damage or immobilize the police vehicle to a degree that's unacceptable if you're trying to track down criminals that have just scattered in all directions trying to make their way into our country. What do you think about all of this? What should be the penalty for these criminal smugglers that are doing stuff like this? Should they go to El Salvador?
Deport
I think
their
they
ass.
should. Let me know. See you in the next
Deport
video.
them all.
It should definitely go somewhere. Right. All right. So I got one more video, and that's about the homelessness here in Colorado. And then Lady Chick can do that.
Don't be trying to put on blast. Talking about homelessness in Colorado. Oh, Lady Che, here you go. What the hell?
No, I was gonna do it earlier.
You ain't shit, Jesse, man. I was just talking shit.
She didn't tell me no time. No time. You ain't getting no time. It's 4 o'clock.
Hey, y'all got gold in Colorado. I need to get me a grill.
Yeah. We got shit now too. But this is Colorado. We don't have palm cities here.
Welcome to Street Stories Homeless. This is Street Stories Homeless, where the silents find their voice and the hidden demand to be seen. Did you know that in 2025, Colorado, this stunning tapestry of jagged peaks and boundless dreams, stands among America's epicenters of homelessness?
Yes.
Or that the state funnels nearly $1 billion a
Y'all
year
be
into
acting
this
like
crisis,
y'all homeless.
yet the ranks of those without shelter keep swelling? That's right, beyond the glow of Denver's skyline and Boulder's vibrant pulse, a shadow looms. Tent cities, survival sex festers in forgotten corners,
That's LA.
and lives fray in a
Hey,
land
whoa,
sold as
that's
Hope's Haven.
LA.
I thought Colorado was
Nah,
where
you
anyone
see
could
how
make
they're
it.
lying?
A weary Denverite murmured, his faith crumbling.
Yeah.
We're tearing back the veil, exposing a crisis carving Colorado's soul. Join us to uncover stories
Talking
of
about that
struggle
San
and resilience.
Francisco.
Dare you
Talking about
confront the truth that
Colorado.
won't stay
That's a
buried?
San Francisco bum.
1. The homelessness epidemic, a statewide struggle.
Yeah.
The homelessness crisis in Colorado is no longer a whisper, it's a roar. In 2023, the point-in-time count recorded over 10,000 individuals without a home on a single night, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. Thousands more live in precarious situations, crashing on couches, squeezing into overcrowded motels, or sleeping in cars.
So that's what they call
You're
homeless
invisible
without a
until you're
home
not.
for
A Boulder
one
mother
single
told
night.
Street Stories Homeless, her family of 4 living in the This
We can all
crisis
be
has spread
without a
beyond
home
Denver
for
and
one
Boulder,
single night.
seeping into rural counties, tourist towns, and suburban neighborhoods.
Yeah.
I ain't walking around with no damn
What's shocking
comforter
is
on
who's
my
affected.
back like that
Homelessness
dude.
no
though.
longer fits the outdated stereotype of single adult men.
Yeah, that's a sleeping bag.
Families, pregnant women, and multi-generational households are flooding shelters. In 2024,
Like
Colorado
I
public
don't do the
schools
broke
reported over
mindset.
20,000
Like
students facing
if I
housing
have some money,
instability,
I get
many
money.
too
But like,
exhausted,
bro, I don't be homeless.
traumatized to focus
Like
in
no,
class.
I'm always gonna
Economic
figure out a way
pressures
to
are
get some
relentless.
shit.
A minimum
I don't
wage
be on
worker
no
in
broke shit.
metro areas needs to clock 80 to 90 hours a week to afford a one-bedroom
Like I'm
apartment.
gonna make some
Soaring
money.
rents, stagnant
Yeah.
wages, and gentrification have pushed longtime residents out, while zoning laws block affordable housing development.
Like I'm
10 cities now
boule.
line
The
bike
fuck?
paths, rivers, and underpasses.
Make sure I'm stay on boule
Shelters are
level.
at
Then
capacity,
you know what I
with
mean.
wait lists for
But not off
transitional
code
housing
though.
stretching
But
months.
you know what I mean.
In mountain towns,
You give me
service workers, chefs, cleaners, and hotel staff sleep in cars or barrack-like dorms. Temporary fixes like tiny homes or emergency hotel rooms fall short of addressing this structural
Look
collapse.
at that. Look at dude. Oh man.
Homelessness strips away more than a roof. It erodes safety, dignity, and hope, pushing people toward desperate measures. What would you do if you had
Just
nowhere to
laid
go?
on it down.
As we peel back the layers of this crisis, it's clear that homelessness is just the beginning. The struggle to survive often leads to darker paths where vulnerability meets exploitation.
Hey Jesse.
Two,
We ain't gonna be
survival,
sitting in the
sex, and
street,
exploitation,
just
a hidden toll.
sleep in the street like that though.
Homelessness doesn't just steal shelter, it steals choices.
You get me? Like,
for many in Colorado,
like
survival
we got
means trading the
standards
only
of
thing
shit.
they have left, their
You know what I
bodies.
mean? I'd rather buy a boat. I'd rather have a car.
Despite myths,
Man, I'm not
prostitution
gonna
is
live in
illegal
those streets.
statewide under Colorado law
You get
187-201 CRAS-E. Yet, as Street Stories
My
Homeless has
daughter,
uncovered,
my
the crisis
sister,
is driving a
they ain't gonna
surge in
be out there
survival,
like
sex,
them
and
girls.
human trafficking,
You get me?
particularly among women, teens, leb teens, and
That shit ain't
undocumented
going.
individuals.
Yeah.
In 2023, Colorado reported at least 84 human trafficking cases, though
Say you
experts
could,
believe the real
you
number
could
is
be broke
far
as hell,
higher.
but your sister and your mama ain't gonna be out on the street like that, is they?
The connection is heartbreakingly direct.
You'll shoot somebody
Without a
before
home,
that
phone,
happens.
or job, people turn to desperate measures, exchanging sex for food,
Right.
a
You know what
warm
I'm
bed,
saying?
or temporary safety. This isn't glamorous, it's
Say
survival.
you'll
often
ride a
coerced and
unicycle
dangerous.
before that shit happens, right?
What starts as informal exchanges, sleeping in a
Right.
car for warmth, can spiral
Say
into
it'll be
organized
riding a
exploitation.
unicycle before any of our sisters or women is out there on the streets like that.
Or dependency on substances.
I'll be riding a unicycle
Colorado's
juggling
central
before any
location,
of my
booming
women is out on the
population,
streets
and
like that.
tourism industry make it a hub for trafficking
Right.
networks operating through websites, massage parlors, and hotel corridors.
Ain't gonna be no massage parlors or nothing.
Certain groups face heightened risks.
You get me?
Youth aging out of foster care and led teens, often rejected by families, are prime targets.
Yeah.
Organizations like the Colorado Human Trafficking Council offer support, but resources are stretched thin. Shelters impose strict rules, excluding
Hey,
those
Tay,
with criminal
man, you will
records or
join the
mental health
military and
challenges, leaving many
go
with
fight
nowhere
some
to
people
turn.
across the world before
How
lady
can we
Tay
protect
gotta
the
go
most
be on the
vulnerable when
street
the
like
system
that.
shuts them out? This
You get me?
exploitation doesn't exist in isolation. It's intertwined with another devastating challenge, one that numbs pain but deepens despair. Three, the substance abuse crisis, a public health emergency. The streets of Colorado are battling a public health emergency fueled by substance abuse. In 2023, the state saw a 94.9% spike in overdose-related
y'all
challenges since 2018, with fentanyl-related
weed wasn't
issues
good enough for y'all?
skyrocketing by 833.1%.
this
Fentanyl,
is
a
a
substance so potent it can overwhelm in tiny doses, now laces nearly every street drug: cocaine, methamphetamine, even fake prescription pills.
They gave y'all weed and y'all couldn't just deal with the weed?
You don't even know what you're taking anymore, a Denver outreach worker told Street Stories Homeless. Methamphetamine, highly addictive and damaging, is also resurgent, used by many to stay alert or suppress hunger. Harm reduction efforts like needle exchanges and Narcan distribution save lives but are
Y'all don't even
underfunded
know
and
what type
inconsistent.
of weed y'all smoking?
Public libraries and fast food restaurants now stock Narcan, a sign of how widespread the crisis is. Detox centers have months-long wait lists and outreach workers are overwhelmed. Stigma compounds the problem.
y'all-
Many hide their struggles, fearing judgment or losing their children, which isolates them further. The substance abuse crisis doesn't just affect individuals, it strains communities and systems. As we explore this further, we see how it intersects with the crumbling infrastructure meant to support those in need.
Wow, you guys,
A
Colorado
collapsing
is
safety
whack
net,
as
mental
hell.
health,
I'm
and
never moving
healthcare
to
failures.
Colorado.
Colorado's healthcare and mental health systems are buckling under the weight of this crisis. In 2023, the state's mental health system ranked 46th nationally, with entire counties
Out of
lacking
50 states,
psychiatrists.
it ranked 46
Medicaid
out of 50
appointments can take
states.
4 months, and emergency rooms have become makeshift psychiatric wards. Nearly 6% of Colorado
The entire
adults,
state is a psychiatric ward.
266,000 people, report severe mental.
You can run it back. You can run it back and double check and see if I'm saying it
health
correctly. But
challenges are
yes,
equally dire. Chronic conditions like diabetes or heart disease worsen without access to medication or hygiene.
or hygiene. You see what they said?
Simple
Hygiene.
tasks
Colorado
like keeping
don't have no
insulin cold or
hygiene.
refilling prescriptions become impossible without a stable address. Hospitals stretched thin, discharge patients back to the streets.
Jesse, why
knowing they'll
y'all don't
return in
wash
worse
your
condition.
ass in
Law
Colorado? You don't
enforcement,
have no
untrained for
hygiene.
mental health crisis often steps in, turning jails into de facto.
Even when I was out there like that, I washed my ass. So I don't know why they not washing their ass is beyond me. But yeah, I was out there like that, and I was washing my
They
ass.
just said you played it. You just played it, and they said Colorado and they hygiene and like ugh.
That's what keep motherfuckers off the blues. They don't want to bathe when they offer that shit for some odd reason.
They ain't got no root work or nothing.
Shit. You can only cover up funk for so long, crew.
No, but look, you cover it up, but then you take a shower, right?
Yeah,
and then put deodorant on, right? And that's tomorrow, right? Right? And then you sweat. And then you go take a shower. And then you put on some root work.
Right.
And then that's the next
well,
day, right?
But they don't get down like that. I don't understand it.
Not no motherfucking 100-degree weather.
No, but it could, hey, look, Lady J, it could be 100-degree weather, right? But that's only today, right? Right? You took a shower today, you washed under your arms, and that's today. And then tomorrow, it's another, what?
That's
we
why
don't stink like these damn Nigerians. Oh,
if
man.
you go to the shelter, they make you shower. It's mandatory.
Should be anyway.
Well, yeah. Well, look how they was doing that on the airplane. Did you see how Tyreek was?
Yeah.
You say them motherfuckers was running through the plane like it's a plane full of Nigerians, and they just sprayed the plane down like you musty ass.
Right. Yeah, this footage ain't even right. This ain't even Colorado. This is fucking San Francisco and San Francisco, Oakland, and goddamn Los Angeles.
It's like everybody took their shoes off.
This isn't just a logistical failure, it's a betrayal of those who need help most. The collapse of these systems pushes people deeper into the cycle of homelessness and desperation. What does it say about a society when its most vulnerable are left to fend for themselves? To understand the full scope, we must look at how this crisis affects those least equipped to endure it, children and the elderly. Five, the most vulnerable, children and the elderly. The heart of Colorado's crisis beats most painfully in the lives of its youngest and oldest residents. In 2024, over 20,000 students in Colorado public schools grappled with infertility or housing instability. These children show up to class hungry, unwashed, carrying the weight of uncertainty that no child should bear.
Hungry and unwashed, like a Nigerian.
Teachers stretch beyond their roles, become counselors and caregivers, offering snacks and solace with little support.
You unwashed,
These
starving
young
child.
souls face not just academic setbacks, but heightened risks of exploitation and a future shadowed by poverty. Equally devastating is the plight of the elderly, who are slipping into infertility at an unprecedented rate. Skyrocketing rents, fixed incomes, and mounting medical bills force seniors into cars, motels, or makeshift shelters.
Did he just say
Many
you white
navigate
people aren't
chronic
having
illnesses,
children
arthritis,
and these
diabetes, or
unwashed?
heart conditions without consistent care, clutching canes or
These
oxygen
unwashed
tanks in
people are
harsh,
having
unsafe
more
conditions.
children than you.
For them, each day is a quiet struggle to hold on to dignity in a world that seems to have forgotten them.
I'm sorry. I'm wondering, did they just say that, Che?
Take Sarah, a
You know what I mean?
64-year-old
Like-
grandmother. Street stories. Homeless met outside a
Yeah, that's
Colorado Springs library. Her silver hair
Take
tucked
Sarah,
under
a
a worn
grandmother.
scar.
That's
Once a nurse who
grandmother.
raised 3
That
children
means
and
we're
nursed her
better
husband
than you,
through
white
illness,
people.
Sarah's
Because
life
remember, you
unraveled
white
when her
people don't have no
landlord
kids.
doubled her rent. I gave everything, my heart, my years, to this community, she whispered, her voice cracking
This
as
is
she sat
AI
beside her
shit you're
battered
playing.
stand. Now her home. Her arthritis flares in the biting cold, and her heart aches for her grandkids, whom
footage
she can
ain't
no
even
longer
from
visit. She
Colorado.
keeps a faded photo of them
It's
tucked in
all
her
AI
glove box,
though.
a fragile tether to the life she lost. I never
A fragile tether
imagined
to
I'd
the
be
life she
invisible at
lost.
this age, she said, wiping away tears. Sarah spends her days scrounging for food, her nights curled up in her car, haunted by the fear of losing even that. Yet, she clings to a flicker of hope, dreaming of a small apartment where she can cook for her family again. Sarah's story isn't just hers, it's the story of countless despair. Can you imagine the courage it takes to face every day when the world turns its back? The struggles of children and the elderly lay bare. A state that cannot shelter its most vulnerable is a state in need of urgent change. But how did we reach this point?
All y'all is right.
6. Unsung heroes, community efforts rising to the challenge.
That's Colorado.
Amid Colorado's deepening crisis, beacons of hope flicker in the form of everyday heroes who refuse to let despair win.
Colorado whack.
Across the state,
Now we
volunteers,
gotta
small
get this
nonprofits, and communities are weaving a fragile but vital safety net for those society
You're fragile.
has sidelined. Street Stories, Denver hairdresser who transforms lives one snip
Yeah,
at
we
a
know
time.
her.
Every Sunday, she sets up under a bridge, her scissors gliding through tangled hair as she listens to stories of loss and resilience. A fresh cut can make you feel like you matter, she said, brushing clippings off a man's shoulders. In 2023, Maria's volunteer crew served over 500 people, handing out hygienic kits and warm meals alongside haircuts, restoring dignity in moments of connection. In Colorado Springs, a mobile shower unit run by a local church rolls through encampments offering hot water and clean towels. A shower isn't just about getting clean, it's about feeling human, a volunteer shared watching a mother smile as her son splashed in the warmth. Last year, they provided 2,000 showers, each one a small victory against the grind of the streets. In rural Montezuma County, a retired teacher organizes weekly clothing drives, ensuring families in motels have warm coats for winter. These efforts, often scraping by on donations, highlight a stark reality. Communities are stepping up where larger systems falter. What could these heroes accomplish with the support they deserve? These grassroots acts of compassion show that change is possible even in the darkest times. Yet they also point to the need for broader solutions, especially for those most at risk. 7. Voices of resilience, finding hope in hardship. In the face of Colorado's crisis, stories of resilience shine like stars against the stormy sky. Street Stories Homeless met Aisha, a 34-year-old single mother in Aurora who lost her home after a medical emergency drained her savings. For months, she and her 2 daughters slept in a borrowed car, Aisha whispering bedtime stories to drown out the cold. I told them we were on an adventure, she said, her voice thick with love. A local nonprofit stepped in, offering temporary housing and job training. Today, Aisha works as a cashier, her daughter's back in school, their laughter filling a small apartment. In 2024, the program that saved Aisha supported 200 families, each one a testament to the power of a helping hand. In Grand Junction, a group of unhoused veterans formed a peer support network, meeting in a park to share coffee and courage. "We've been through war, we can get through this," said Marcus, a 52-year-old who now advocates for housing reform. Their group secured 15 shelter beds last year, proving that those closest to the struggle often lead the way. These stories aren't just inspiring, they're a change.
You have a restaurant?
No, I don't have a restaurant.
What would happen if we gave every Aisha, every Marcus, the tools to rebuild? These voices of resilience remind us that hope endures even in hardship, but individual strength alone cannot mend a fractured system. 8. Systemic stagnation, why solutions fall short. In a state as vibrant as Colorado, where innovation and beauty thrive, the sluggish response to its humanitarian crisis feels like a betrayal of its promise. The tools to change lives, resources, expertise, and compassion exist, yet progress crawls, trapped in a web of bureaucracy and resistance. Street Stories Homeless has seen the heartbreak of families waiting months for housing, of shelters turning away desperate mothers because of rigid rules. In 2023, zoning laws blocked over 1,200 affordable housing units in Denver alone as neighborhood groups protested fearing change. "We want to help, but our hands are tied," a city official confessed, his voice heavy with frustration hang in the balance. Across Colorado, well-meaning efforts flicker but fade. Tiny home villages sprout with promise, only to stall for lack of funding. Refuge, but what comes next? Sweeps of encampments scatter people like leaves, offering no path to stability. Hundreds of pages in 2024 alone, but too few translate into lasting change. Programs for mental health or job training full of potential wither under inconsistent support. Enforcement untrained for the complexities of addiction or trauma is left to manage crises they cannot solve. Officers hand out blankets one day, citations the next, caught in a system that demands action but provides no tool. Why do we let red? This stagnation isn't just logistical, it's a wound to Colorado's soul. Every delayed project, every ignored plea, deepens the despair of those sleeping under bridges or trading dignity for survival. Yet, the power to change communities, nonprofits, and individuals are ready to bridge the gap, but they need a system that amplifies their efforts, not stifles them. The question burns, will Colorado rise to meet this moment, or let silence perpetuate suffering? The answer depends on our collective will to demand better, to insist on solutions as bold as the mountains that define this state. This systemic inertia fuels a cycle that traps the vulnerable. To break it, we must understand the interconnected challenges and the solutions that can set us free. Nine, a cyclical crisis, the need for holistic solutions. Colorado's crisis is a tangled web where homelessness, survival, sex, and substance abuse feed off one another, trapping countless lives in a relentless cycle. A single mother without a home might turn to substances to dull the ache of hunger, only to lose her job and spiral deeper into despair. A teenager fleeing an unsafe shelter might trade her body for a night's warmth, each choice narrowing her path to freedom. Street Stories Homeless has seen this pattern repeat, a heartbreaking dance of desperation that no one chooses. In 2023, programs like the Laboratory to Combat Human Trafficking reached 150 victims, but their efforts are mere drops in an ocean of need. What happens when we only patch one wound while the others fester? Breaking this cycle demands more than quick fixes. It requires a bold, compassionate vision. Imagine a Colorado where stable housing comes with mental health support, where job training lifts families out of tents, and where survivors of exploitation find safe havens, not judgment. Community partnerships can weave this safety net, nonprofits offering counseling, healthcare providers supplying care, and local groups advocating for affordable housing. In Denver, a pilot program helped families last year by combining rent assistance with addiction support, proving what's possible when systems align.
This is lame. Denver, this is San Francisco.
These need resources, not rhetoric, to scale up and reach every corner of the state. This is our challenge and our chance. By supporting these initiatives, we can unravel the knots of despair, giving people like Aisha and Jamal a real shot at a new beginning. Street Stories Homeless believes in a future where no one is forced to choose between a meal and their dignity. Will you stand with us to make that vision real? A call to action. Colorado's crisis is more than a headline. It's a mirror reflecting who we are and who we choose to be. Street Stories Homeless has walked you through the shadows. From the sprawling tent cities to the quiet courage of people like Sarah, Aisha, and Jamal, whose stories pulse with pain and possibility. Over 20,000 children and countless elders are caught in this storm, teetering on the edge of despair. Yet within this hardship lies a powerful truth. We have the chance to rewrite this story. Every unhoused family, every person trapped in exploitation, every soul battling addiction is not just a statistic. They're someone's child. They're us. What will it take for us to act? This is our moment. Comprehensive mental health. Support the nonprofits washing clothes, cutting hair, and opening doors. Share these stories to spark change. Street Stories Homeless is committed to amplifying these truths, but we can't do it alone. Hit like, comment with your thoughts, and subscribe to join a movement that refuses to let hope fade. Imagine a Colorado where no child sleeps in a car, where no elder feels invisible, where dignity is a right, not a privilege. Let's build a state where every person has a place to call home, a chance to heal, and a community to lift them up. The road is long, but it begins with us right here, right now. Beep to the
Record change. Get your goddamn footage right. God damn it. That wasn't even freaking Colorado. Oh, God. I'm going to start watching these videos before I share them with y'all. But thank y'all for tuning in. I'm about to end this. Join us Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka in the Chase. And, I don't know, Lady Tim might still do the RBA after this. I don't know.
Nope.
No?
Can't do that.
Yeah, they don't know about the mountains at all. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms, Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations and delineation, and Black empowerment. Shane Krumah and Lady Chase signing out from the mile high income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace.